Hello and welcome to this full stack MERN web development course. And in this course, actually, we'll build a complete e-commerce website using React, Tailwind CSS, and then we will work with Redux Toolkit. And for the backend, obviously, we will have Express.js, Node.js. We will work with MongoDB, Mongoose, then JWT token authentication, Bcrypt for password hashing, and lot of stuff. And it's a complete e-commerce website, and this will be a step-by-step video so that you can build these projects. And after end of this course, you will have this complete website to deploy. So don't worry to enroll this course. And at this time, let me show you some features of this website so that you can just consider what you are going to build in this course actually. Okay, so if I refresh this website, you can see this is the home page, and here this is the navbar. If you hover, you can see this type of color here. This is the logo, this is the cart options, and then here is a user icon. If you click, the card is empty now, and here you can see a simple hero section. Then we will have category, some of this category, and if you click any of this category, you can see this a specific category will be load and the product is loading. Let me go to back home page, and if you click dress collection, you can see this is dress and all of these things are showing here. And also it will work with cosmetics and others categories. So we'll make this type of categories. When you click, you can see the path is changed, so the URL is changed, and based on this URL we will render this page. So this functionality is obviously a handy functionality. You can just enlarge your categories here and do lots of stuff here. Some banner, you can see it's actually for banner. Then we will have trending products, so it's actually not the end here. If you see, by default it's showing total 8 products, but a load more button. So if you click this load more, then the product will load, others product will load here. Obviously, let me check you. If I click this, then you can see the two products is loaded, and when all the products is loaded, then the button is hidden right now. Then we will have a promotion sections. This is the way how this website will work. And then some of the blog sections, if you hover, you can see this type of features. And if you click any of this blog right now, it will not work. Then we will have actually a footer sections. This is a clean website. You can see how clean this website is. Now next thing is that we will have shop page. This is the most important page for this website. So if I click this shop page, and you can see it's actually now loading, it takes some few seconds to load all the products. Now when the product is loaded, you can see you are on the shop page, and here's all the product is showing. You can see this is the filtering options. It's actually for the paginations. Then here's some filterings. You can just filter based on category. All the categories, you can just add new categories. I will show you how you can do that. Then we will have color filtering option, price filtering options also. And then let me show you how it will work. For example, if you click accessories, so all the product related to the accessories is available, and it shows, it's showing one of 4 products. So here you can see this is the 4 products. It will show 4 products in on page, and total product is 4 now. But if you click all, then you can see on the first page is actually showing 8 products. Of total products is 14. So this type of status you will can make here. Then let me go to click dress. So here you can see all the dress related product is there, jewelries, then cosmetics. And if I click all, then all products will show. Then color filtering, we will have some several colors. You can just edit or customize it based on your needs. So if you click, then you can see all the black colors related product is showing. Then if you click reds related color showing. Lipstick, that means gold color. Then blue, silver, Brazil, and then obviously lastly the green. If you click all, then all products will be shown. And now for the price range, actually you can filter based on the this pricing range. For example, you can, if you want to see which product is under $50, then you can click here. You can see all the product is under $50. This is $20, this is $19.99, $29.99, and obviously $49.99. All the products related to the under $50. Then if you click $50 to $100, then you can see it's filtered and only showing the products are in between $50 to $100. Then we will have $100 to $20 filtering and $200 and above filtering options. And then here you can see a clear all filtering. So if you filter based on here, actually when there is no product, it's not showing products, but here you can see clear all filters. If you click this button, actually it's remove all the filtering options and now showing all the products. And now let me see how this pagination will work. By default, you can see this previous button is not working, and here is the page 2, and the next button you can either click this page 2 or you can just click this next button. Then you can see now you are on the page 2 and it's showing total products here. And then the next button is stopped because there is no more product here, and if you click this previous button it will move to the first page. Okay, so that is the awesome functionality. And then let's go to the product details page. So here you can see a cart button. So if you click, then this cart will be updated. So if I want to show you, let me click here. You can see if I click, then it's actually right now 1. If you click again, it will not work because you cannot add one product for multiple times. You can try with the second product, but for now actually let me show details here. If you just click this product, then you can see this is single product page and product details is showing here. Now you can see there is no review, but here is a add to cart button. You can also click this add to cart to add a new product. You can see now we will have 2 products. So if I go back to the shop page, here you can see the navigations is here. If you click shop, then it will go to the shop page. And for now let me click this product, and you can see here there is 2 reviews. If the product has reviews, these reviews will be added here, and it's actually not the end. You can see if you click this add new comments, then you can see you can update product rating system. So this is the product rating system. You can enable 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, and you can write something so here, or you can simply close it. So that is the functionality. But if you want to just continue your uh, checkout system, here you can see when you click this button, actually you will have this add to cart functionality. You can increase the quantity, you can just do this way, and this is the text calculation, grand total calculation. You can reduce the quantity if you want to remove this product. For example, if you want to reduce the first product, so this product, you can simply click here, the product is removed. You can reduce the quantity, increase the quantity, and you can also click this remove. And here is not the end, actually there are more features. You can see here is a search button. If you click this search button, it will load to a single search page where you can search any product. For example, if you just would like to search bags, then you can click this search button. All the products related to bags are showing here. If you just click again, then that will be removed. So you can search product based on here. So whenever you will click this search button, it will land this page and you can search any product here. Okay, so that is the search functionality. And for now let me show you login and register functionality. If you click this icon, actually you can see it's going to the login dashboard. But if you don't have an account, you can just create a new account by clicking this register. So if you click this register, then you can see here some options. You will have to add a username, email, and password. So let me define a username. For example, let me define my name and then my email, rate, and then let me choose a password for this. Okay, and I am copying this because I will need this email. So whenever I click this register, you can see registration successful, and if you click OK, it will redirect to the login page. Now you will have to use the email and password to log in this website. So let me just log in. If I provide proper you email address and password, then you can see the login successful. And when the login successful, here there is a icons, avatar icons, but you can update your photo. I will show you how we can do that, but now it's okay. If you hover, then you can see you will have some options. You can go to dashboard, profile, payments, order. So let me show you. If I go to dashboard, let me click here. So this is your dashboard. Right now you don't pay anything, so that's why total payments, there is no reviews, no products. You can see this is the order page, no orders found. This is the payments page, payments is 0. Profile page, here you can update your profile. You can see this is no reviews. So if I want to show you how you can update your profile, you can see there is the icons. You have to click here. You can provide a profile URL, then you can write, hi, this is Mamun, and you can add professions, for example, web developer. And if you click this save changes, then the next option is profile is updated successful, and after updated successful profile, you will have to log in to update everything. So let me go to login again. Login successful, and now you can see the image URL I used is here and everything is showing. Okay, let me show you how to purchase a product. For example, you would like to purchase this product, so what you have to do, you will have to choose this add to cart, or you will have to go to the product page. Then you can just simply click this add to cart options. So let me click add to cart, and now add to cart is there. So you can increase the quantity. Right now let me increase it to, and also let me give to add a new product. For example, this product, add to cart, this product is added. You can see right now we will have two products. One is this amount and one is this amount. You can increase the quantity, you can decrease the quantity, and here you can clear the cart if you want. Otherwise you can proceed it. So to proceed it, you will have to click this. So let me click here. So if you click this proceed button, here you can see this is the stripe dashboard. You can see the quantity, we will choose two quantity, and this is one quantity, and this is the total amount to pay. You here you will have to provide your email, then you will have to add your card info. So for this, actually let me get stripe test cards. So for this actually, and we will show you how payments will work. So here you can see there's a sample card data. You can just use this card data to the stripe test card. Let me choose a future date. For example, this is 2 month 28 years, and here you can have to choose a SBC. This is the full name. So this is it's okay, Mamun is okay for now. And then you can choose your region. For example, if India, then you can choose this is actually where is India, this is India. And after doing this, you will have a pay button. So if you click this pay button, you can see this is processing, and when the processing is done, you can see here is a order tracking page. Your order is now pending, and when the admin see your order and update your order, then it will be processing, and when your order is shipped, it will be shipped, and when finally it's completed, you will have completed. So here you can see when this is pending, this is actually a little bit brighter than this, and you can see the time is here when the order is placed, and this is the time. So it will be working perfectly. Okay, so now let me see you how you can just see this order on your dashboard. So if you go to dashboard, here you can see you payment 118 $118, and there is you purchase two products. if you remember, then you can see we choose two products, so that's why the product count is 2 and there is no review. And if you click this order page, then you can see your order is now pending. You can check your order status by clicking view order. If you click, then you can see it's actually pending right now. So this is the pending status. So you can go to dashboard, go to orders, you can track your orders by clicking this view orders. Then you will have a payment page. You paid total this amount and now the order is status is pending. You will have profile options, review options. So let me show how to add a review. If you have a registered users, then you can just able to add review. For example, let me add a review for this. There is no review, we can see it's empty. But if you go to there and if you click this add review, you can choose the amount. So let me choose 4 and here create products. And if I hit this submit button, wait, your comment is successfully posted. And if you send okay, you can see your product, your rating is this and this is your review. And right now here's this rating is updated. Previously it was 0, but right now you can see it's 4 star. That means you added 4 star and this 4 star is added here. So this will work perfectly. And now we can check these options from your dashboard. You can see there is your reviews, you added 4 ratings and this is the product ID, the product you added a review. And here's is it, add to cart, and you can add a new review. If you click here, it will redirect to the shop page. So that is the user's dashboard functionality, how this website e-commerce front end is. Now I will show you the admin functionality, what a admin can do. Okay, so let me log out from this account. So it is a user account, so I am just clicking this log out. And then when log out, then you can see it's now a user icon. If you click, then it will be login. So let me log in as an admin. So this is the admin. So then I will have to choose a password for this. Let me click login. So you log in successful, and right now you can see there is the options. And if you click this dashboard right now, you can see the dashboard starts. This is admin dashboard. So you can see this is your name, admin on, and welcome to the admin dashboard. Now we can see the navigation menu is changed based on your admin dashboard. So here you earn total this amount, total orders this, total users 5, and total products is uploaded 14 products. So you can see there is a statics graphical representation of the dashboard. You can see in this month actually total earning. So if you hover here in August, actually you earned $557. So this is the amounts you earned. Then this is the things of the dashboard. After then you can just click this add new post. So if you want to add a new post, for example, if I want to just add a new post, maybe casual pants for women, and then you can choose it's actually dress, so that's why I will choose dress category. Then you can choose a colors. So for example, it's actually maybe brinzy colors. Then you can choose your pricing, for example, on $20. Then here is a image upload options. You can upload any image from your computer. So if you click here, you will have an option to choose images. For example, for the casual pants, maybe we can choose these images. So let me click this and open this. So if you just see here, is uploaded successful, and if you click OK, you can see a preview of this image. This is the preview, the image is there. If you are not satisfied, you can just upload a new image. It's actually okay. Then you can add a description. So I'm just adding a short description, but I will recommend it use a full description here about the product. So this is a short pants, okay, something like this. And then if you click this add product, then you can see it's added, this product is added successful. And if you click OK, then you can see you can see the product is updated on the shop page. You can see this is your product, you update it here, and you can see the product details. This is the amount, this is the category, this is the colors, and rating is 0 right now. Okay, so you can see that how we can upload a product with image. Then let me go to dashboard again, and now if you click this manage products, then here you can see all the products with pagination. You can just remove any products or update any products. For example, we can update these products. So if you click here actually edit button, then you can see all the products is loaded, product details is loaded here. You can edit this product name. For example, let me, this is actually maybe something like this. Let me define diamond, then earring, something like this. It's actually accessories. Then we can choose, this is gold color. Let me choose the uh amount. So amount would be maybe $50. And next, if you want to update a new image, then you have to update it. Otherwise, you can keep the same image. If you update no image, then it will be update the same image. But if you add a new image, then that will be new image updated. But let me choose it without a image. So if you hit this update product, then it's updating, product is updated. Now we can see this name is changed, and this is the timing. And if you click this diamond triaring, you can see this is the product page. You can see the amount you selected $50, so this is $50. And now you can see the category is accessories, this is gold. And now if you want to change the image, so let me go to, for this second product we will upload a new image, so that's why let me choose this new file, and let me choose, for this actually we can just update this image. So it's actually not a appropriate image, but I will upload this image. The image is uploaded, and this is the preview. And if I update, click this update product, product is updated. Now if you click this product, then you can see the image is updated. So that way actually product inventory management will work. So I hope you understand. Right now you can see it was previously 14 products, but right now it's 50 products. And now what if you want to delete any products? For example, if you want to delete this product, for this you will have to click delete button, and then products and associated comment will be deleted. And if you hit OK, you can see now it's moved, and now we can see total product is 14. You can see the update here. If you refresh, you can see the product updated, product is total 14. And then we'll have users management system, we'll have total users. You can see this is the latest users. You can just assign a role for this. If you click edit button, then it will be appear, and you can choose admin here, you can choose users here. For example, let me choose admin to these users, then save it. So now this users is admin, and then these users can access this admin dashboard. And what if you want to remove these users or delete these users, you will have a delete button here. If you click, then this will be, this users is deleted, and when this users is deleted, it will redirect to home page. And now if you go to users, then you can see right now we will have 4 users. And then we'll have manage orders page, where you can manage all of this order. You can see these users place an order today, this time, and you can just edit or update the order. You can delete the order. For example, if you want to update this order, if you click here, you can see you will have, you can make it proceed processing stage. And if you click update, you can see it's colored and it's saying it's processed. And if the users is check the order status, he will see the order is processing. Okay, and then for example, if you just I will show you. So if you mark this order as a completed, let me update completed. And now if the users is login, for example, let me log into a new screen. So where is the website URL? Let me copy this, and here I will show it. So this is this page, and let me log in. So which actually accounts will log? Let me check. This is completed. So this is the users URL, and if you log into this users, then you can see login successful. And these users, if check the order page, so this is the order page, you can see the order status is completed. And if the users click this view orders, you can see so some icon is not showing, I'm not sure, but you can see this is actually completed, though this icon is not showing, but it's completed. And if the order is now, for example, if the order is now shipped, then update it from the admin dashboard, you can see it will also update it now shipped, you can see, and it's not marked actually. So now it's actually shipped but not completed. So this way actually order management will work. And you can see this is the status sheet, this is the order ID. I'm sorry if the for the image is not showing, sorry, icons is not showing here, but it will actually work. I will try to fix it. So let me close it. So this is the everything you can just learn in this project. So this is actually all, but if I want to show it on mobile devices, so let me inspect. And if you choose the lowest size of the mobile devices, you can see how your website is going to look. So it's very clean. And then if you, for example, if you click this explore button, you can see the shop page is loaded, and you can see all the products is showing perfectly. If you click any product, then you can see this is the product details page. And here's, if you click, you will have this functionality. And for the actually single product page, if you click add to cart, then you can see add to cart is here. This is also mobile responsive, so this website is perfectly mobile responsive. You don't have to worry about it. I hope you understand. It's a advanced, completely advanced e-commerce projects to build, and these projects will help you to build a strong resume to get hired. Thank you. So after this instruction, actually we will get started our project. So for this, at first we will have to create a folder. So that's why let me minimize this window, and here we will create a folder. So this folder name, you can just write any name, but for this project to make it relevant, let me define it's actually Alibaba e-commerce projects or something like this. I just create a folder. You can see this folder is created, and this is actually empty folder. Then you can open VS Code and simply drag this folder to VS Code to open it on your VS Code. So this is a simple way how you can open your projects on VS Code. So here you can see this is the folder name, and this project is empty. So we are starting from the scratch, so you don't have to worry about the assets and images you need. I will also provide you, so don't worry. So when you will have these projects on your VS Code, the next step is you will have to create two folder. One is for front end and one is for backend. So let me create a folder for front end. So this is actually front end, and then we'll click on the empty space. Then you can see a border here, and then we'll create another new folder that is actually backend. Okay, so we will keep all our front end code inside this front end folder, and we will keep all our backend code inside this backend folder. That's the way actually our project will be more organized. So let's set up our front end part. So for this, actually we will open terminal. Here you can see a border. You can just drag this to open the terminal. You can see this is the terminal options, or there is another options. You can see here three dots, then terminal. You can just press Ctrl Shift and backtick sign to open terminal, or you can just simply drag it to open your terminal. Here you can see this is your project name, and now we will split this terminal for two terminal. Okay, here you can see split terminal option, and the shortcut is Ctrl Shift 5. So for the splitting, so let me click here. You can see right now we will have two terminal. One is left side, one is right side. So on the left side we will run our all our front end code, and on the right side actually we will run all our backend code. Okay, so right now you are on this, actually you are on this folder. So currently you are on this Alibaba e-commerce project folder. So if you go inside this front end, you will have to command cd, then the folder name, that is actually front end, and if you press enter, you can see it's now, if I just make it this way, you can see this is actually slash front end, your project name slash front end. That means you are inside this front end folder. Okay, if you comment anything here right now, then it will be installed in this folder. Okay, so let's create a Vite project. So that's why npm, the command is npm create Vite at the rate latest, and after this actually you will define a dot slash. That means if you want to install this command on the current folder, that means on front end folder, you will have to define dot slash. That means it will install on the current folder. Okay, let me press enter. You can see it's asked, would you like to proceed? Yes, you will have to type y and then press enter. Then it will ask, if I just increase the terminal size, you can see it's actually asked which framework you will use. You can use your arrow keys from your keyboard. So you can use your up and down arrow key to move your cursor. You can see I'm using up arrow key, down arrow key, and when you just triggered React, so you can see the React is now underlined, and you can see the arrow to the React. You will have to press enter, then you will choose your variants, that means choose your language. So for this actually we will use JavaScript, so that's why again we will use up and down arrow key to move the cursor, and when it's JavaScript, you can see it's JavaScript, and now we will press enter. So you can see here there are some file and folder structure on the front end folder. You can see a public folder, a src folder, then we will have Vite config file, package.json, index.html file. So next what you will have to do, you will have to run this project. So for this you will have to define npm install to install node modules. Right now there is node modules, so that's why we will command the first line. Here is npm install. You can copy it and Ctrl V to paste it here, then you can simply press enter. So it takes a few seconds based on your internet to define node modules folder inside this front end folder. So after this you can see a node modules folder is here, so by this command, and next to run this project the command is npm run dev. This is the run script for the front end. Will simply run npm run dev. You can simply type it npm run dev to run this project. Let me press enter, and then you will see a localhost URL. If you press Ctrl and click here, then you can see these actually on your browser. So this is a Vite project with React. So that's why here actually you can see this is the Vite logo and React logo. Here is the counters and simple and common overview of the projects. Okay, our Vite project is created, and now next option is we'll have to install Tailwind CSS. So that's why we'll take a new tab, and here we will search Tailwind CSS and then press enter. You can see this is tailwindcss.com. This is the official website, so go inside it, and here this is the dashboard how Tailwind will work, and at the front you will find get started button. You will have to click here, then it will go to the get started with Tailwind CSS, and this is the installation process. There are several ways you can use Tailwind CSS on your projects, but from here you can see we'll choose framework guidelines, and then we'll choose Bit, as we already installed Bit, so that's why this is the options. You will click this Bit option, then you will find a step by step guidance. Actually we will have 5 steps to install Bit on your projects. So at first, create your projects. We already have created your projects, so this two command is not needed. Then the second option, we will start from this command. Actually second step, we'll have to install Tailwind CSS. So for this, actually npm install -d Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. We'll have to copy this command. So mark it, press Ctrl C to copy it, and now go to the VS Code. Here you can see on the left side our front end is running. So what you can do, you can stop this front end by pressing Ctrl C. If you press Ctrl C, now you can see this command terminal is opened, and now you can type it here. So what you will do, you can simply copy this line and then paste it by pressing Ctrl V, and you can see we're going to install Tailwind CSS, post CSS, auto prefixer as dev dependency. So let me press enter. So this is 84 package added, and now that installation is completed. If you want to check it, you can go to package.json file, and here you can see on dev dependency, here you can see this is Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefixer. All the three command, actually three packages is installed. Okay, let me close package.json, then go to the website. Here the second command. So right now there is no tailwind.config.js file here, so that's why we need to initialize a config file. So that's why the command will copy that second command and paste it. It's actually npx tailwind css init-p. So let me press enter. So after pressing enter, you can see two file is added here, tailwind config.js file and post css.config.js file. Don't worry about these icons. Actually this icon is from a extension that is actually material icons. I use that extension, so that's why the icons is showing, but don't worry about this, it's a less thing. So focus on the main thing. So after this second step, the third step is you will have to configure your template path. So to configure your template path, you will have to go to tailwind.config.js file, then we'll have to replace this content. So simply copy this three line, go back to the VS Code. Here click this tailwind.config.js file. Here you can see the content is right now empty. You will have to replace using this true command. So what we will do, we'll copy the whole content section, press Ctrl C to copy it, and now let me mark it and backspace to remove, then Ctrl V to paste it here. So you can see we included this line. So our content is start from index file, and the source file is on the root file, and inside this source file all the JavaScript, TypeScript, JSX, and TSX file will be rendered as a content. So that's the configuration. Then the next task is we will have to add some derivatives. So for this we will have to copy this three lines, and then you will have to go to src, then index.cs file. So let's go to, let me minimize it. Here we will go to the src folder. This is src folder. Inside this src folder we'll have index.css folder. Click here. So right now you can find some code. What you will have to do, we'll have to clean this. So that's why press Ctrl A to mark everything and backspace to remove. Then you will have to paste it by pressing Ctrl V. You can see this three command is there, but sometime you will find some warning here. So if I want to show it, then let me give a time. So if you just paste this three line on index.css file, you will find this type of warning. You can see there is some warning. So how to remove it? So to remove it, actually you will go to the settings, then click this settings. Here you will search unknown, then you will find unknown add rules. you will have to make it ignore. So if you make it ignore, then this error will be gone. So this is how you can fix the error or warning from this index.css page. I hope you understand. It's a extra text I would like to show you, and I will share this type of tips. And finally, you will have to run your project. So for this, you will have to press npm run dev. So let me copy it and open your terminal. On the front end terminal, you will have to paste the command npm run dev, press enter, and your project is running. Let me close this, and if you refresh, you can see something like this, but it's actually not the proper way. What you will have to do, there are some additional css, you will have to remove it. So go to the app.css. Here app.css, just select everything, backspace to remove everything. Now if you just refresh, you can see this is the exact Tailwind css is installed properly. Okay, so in this part actually we will have to customize our projects. So to customize our projects, let me close all of these two tabs. And what you will have to do to start with these projects, actually we need some starter files. Actually you need some assets, you need some images. So what you will do, you will just, I will provide this link, you will go to this repository and you will find what you actually need. Here what you will have to do, you will have to download this starter file by clicking this code icon and then download zip file. Choose your folders, and when it's done, go to the folder and we will have to extract it. So extract wall and then choose the extract location. When extraction is done, go inside this folder, inside it, and what you will do, you will go to public folder, then copy this fab icon. We need this fab icon, so copy this fab icon and then go to VS Code, drag it and keep it on the public folder, paste it here. So you can see fab icon is there, and we'll also need some images. So go above, then here inside this src folder you will have assets folder. You can see this is the images you need. If I just make it larger icon, you can see all of these images you will need to build this website. So that's why we'll select everything and then just drag it, go to VS Code, then when the asset is marked, you can see asset is marked, paste it here. Then you can see all the images you need is here. Okay, close this, and finally we need to copy some uh, css. So for this, from this, actually from this starter file, go to src, then just go to app.css. Here is app.css. We'll copy all the css clicking these icons. So this is copied, and then we'll open this app.css file, paste it here. So this is some utility classes css that is needed for your project. So we will just add this css. So if you add this css, next task is that what you will have to do, you will have to customize tailwind config file. So here you can see this is tailwind.config.js file. Here you will have to customize colors and actually maxed width. So for this, actually you can see this is theme. Inside this theme we can find extend. Here we'll extend this file to just use some custom colors. You will have to type colors, then clone. You will have curly braces, and inside this curly braces you will have to define a color name. For example, we need primary color, so we'll type primary, then we'll have a clone. We'll have to add value inside a string. You can use double quotation or single quotation, it's no matter. And then you will have to use the color value. So here for example the color value is ed3849, something like this. So you will have to just use custom color by this way, but you don't have to just manually input this color. You can go to the assets files, then go to the tailwind.config.js file. From here you will copy these two things. You will copy this and these colors, copy this extend, themes, and then what you will have to do, you will have to replace it here. So if you replace it here, your customization is done. Actually, I write it for you so you can copy it and use it. We'll just focus on more about functionality, so that's why I am just copying some things, so don't be worried about it. And next task is that what you will have to do customization. So close it and we'll go to index.html file. So you can see your project is running here, and this is something like this. But at the top, actually we need to customize this fab icon and the title. So that's why we'll go to index.html file. Here you can see this is the title. You will write your title. So this is actually project name, Alibaba e-commerce, Alibaba full stack e-commerce project, something like this, or full stack MERN e-commerce projects. So here is something like this is the title. If you just hover right now on tab, you can see Alibaba a full stack e-commerce website projects, and you need to customize this fab icon. So that's why this is icon options. You can simply define the icons. You will find the icons on public folder, that is actually fab icon.png. You will have to just select this by this way, slash frontend, go to public folder, then choose favicon.png. As you just use any icons or images from public folder, you don't include this slash public. You don't need to include it. You can simply define slash and the file name. So this is the image file name. So just be remember, if you want to insert any image from the public folder, you can simply define slash and the file name. Okay, so that is the way. And right now if you check, you can see the icon is updated here. Let me keep this there. So all thing is done. And maybe there is another thing you can just copy. You can go to the data and you need to some blogs and products. So what you will do, you can just copy it simply this way. Inside this src, you can just make a folder that is actually data. Inside this data, you will need these two data. Click this blogs.json file. You can just simply just define a file inside this data, blog.json, and inside this file actually copy, click this copy button to copy all the blocks, paste it here. So again you need blocks, so that's why open this. Sorry, this is actually block. You need products data, so that's why products.json file. So inside this data, create a new file that is actually products.json. Copy all products data. This data is needed for local development. When you just work with backend, we need not this data, so we'll just render our data from backend. But for now, to get started, you need these two data to work with our front end first. Okay, so let me close everything. Our project is ready to work with, and right now we can see our project is something like this. And let's do the last cleanup. So our project is running from the app folder. So where is the app? So this is actually app.js. If you go inside here, you will find some code. You will have to remove everything from here. You can simply define hello developers. This is a simple text. And if you remove all the unused code from here, you can see now your app.jsx is clean up. And now if you visit your website, you will see the text. That means our project is running from the app folder, and this is actually hello developers that is written here. If you write any css here, it will be applied. You can use any Tailwind CSS. So for example, this is class name. If you write text 5xl, then you can see it's now larged. You can see it's actually larged. You can apply colors. For example, text red 700. Now you can see the red color is applied. By this way actually you can work with Tailwind CSS. But when I am just typing, you can see it's actually suggesting. For example, when I type font, you can see it's suggesting. Why actually it's suggesting? I used a extension that is actually called it Tailwind CSS. So you will click this extension tab and then you will type Tailwind. Then you will find this extension Tailwind CSS Intelligence. By using this extension, actually you will have to install this extension, and after installing you will just get suggestion. When you press Ctrl and space bar, you will see all the suggestions. You don't have to remember any Tailwind classes. Actually for this, the extension will suggest what to write, and you will have to just need to understand the basics of Tailwind CSS. That is the thing. So let me close this and click this explore button here, and now it's okay. So we have already installed Tailwind CSS, and you can see the Tailwind CSS is applied. Now our task is we'll have to install React Router DOM. So that's why here we'll search React Router DOM, something like this, and then you will find reactrouter.com. This is the official website. We'll go inside this website. Then you can see this is get started. Click here, then choose this tutorial section, and if you scroll a little bit, you can see this is the setup process. And for the setup process, we have already completed this first step, and this second step will just copy this npm install react router dom. So copy this line npm install react router dom, then open your terminal again. You can see this is the left terminal, and here we're just running our projects, and this is the right terminal where we'll run our backend. But if you need additional terminal, you can click this plus icon. So every time it's very boring to stop the terminal by pressing Ctrl C and run again. So that's what I would like to do. I will click this plus icon to take a new terminal. You can see this is the plus icon. Click here. Now you can see a new terminal is added, and it's started with the root folder. So what you will do, you will have to type cd to go inside the front end. So that's why we'll define cd front end and then press enter. Now this terminal, from this terminal, when you will have your project name slash frontend, you can run. If you run any command here, it will be added to this frontend folder. So that's why here we'll copy npm install react router dom, paste it here, press enter, and you can see the installation is starting. Wait until it's completed. So it's added. The next step is that you will have to scroll a little bit, then you will have to add your router. So to do it, it's recommended you will have to add it to main.jsx. But if we write all our router in this main.jsx, it's not be good to maintain. So that's why we'll create a new folder for it and keep our router with a separate files. Okay, so that's why here on this src, actually you can see this src folder, we'll create a new folder that is actually routers, and inside this routers we'll keep all our routing. So that's why here we'll create a new file that is actually router.jsx, and here in this file what you will have to do, you will have to copy this section. Simply copy this section and paste it here. After pasting it here, what you will have to do, you will have to export it so that we can import it. So that's why export default, then copy this file name and paste it here. So let me format this code by pressing Ctrl Shift F to format this code, and now we'll have to import this. So for this, actually if no suggestion, you can just copy the line here. You can see it's import, so that's why copy this section, paste it at the top. So we don't need router provider, so that's why we'll remove it, remove this space comma, and now format this code again. You can just do it this way to make it more organized. Okay, so now we'll have to use it on main.jsx. So how you will use it, you will have to simply copy this line And now go back to the main.jsx. Where is main.jsx? This is main.jsx. Click here. Now instead of app, we can simply replace this line. So copy this line and remove it, replace it. Now we'll have to install router provider. So let me import it from React router DOM. You can see we imported router provider, and now we'll have to import our own router. So that is actually from /router/router. Okay, so this is okay. And now if you check your website, now you can see it's hello world. But in our app.jsx, if you check, you can see in our app.jsx it's actually hello developers. But why it's actually hello world? Why it's actually hello world? Hello world is because here on the router.jsx we define a simple div here. So that's why it's actually working. If you write anything here, for example hello joy, then you will see your website is now hello joy. So that's why we can say after installing router, our working is start from this element. So here instead of this div, simply we can just keep our app file. So that's why we will define app and then self close it. So we'll have to import the app. So let me import it. You can see we will have to import the app, and after importing the app, you can see it's still working, it's still rendering. Then after this app, actually we'll have to set up some children. So if we scroll a little bit, then again little bit, so where is the children section? Okay, look, this is another router. We can just make another router this way. This is nested router. So we'll actually work with the nested routers. So you can see this is nested router. You can toggle with from this actually tab. This is nested router. So what you will do, you will have to define a children, and then we'll have to define a square brackets. Inside this we'll have a path and elements. So that's why let's do this. So we'll define children, then a square bracket, then we'll have curly braces, we'll have a path. This path will be the root path, so that's why it's slash, and then we'll have to define a elements. So these elements for now, maybe it's actually a div, so that would be actually home page. So on the root path, actually slash means root path, will render the home page. Now if you check your website, you can see it's actually hello developers. It's not rendering home page. Why it's actually not rendering name home page? Because on the app actually we'll have to define an outlet. So if you define outlet, then self closing it, then you can see our home page is here. That means this is the fixed, but the outlet render all the pages you will define it on here. If you have another page, for example, let me define, we'll have a about page. So let me define slash path about. So if you have about page, then if you define a elements, for example this is about, and then if you now go to slash about, then if you press enter, you can see this is fixed. But here you can see about page. If you go to the root page, then you will see home page. If you go to the about page, then you can see about page. That means we can say that our routing is working. And next task is that actually we can remove this. Actually we don't need this. It's actually for showing you the purpose. What we will do, we don't need this h on. The next video actually we'll just work with our navbar. We'll make something like this type of navbar. So our navbar will be something like this. We will have this type of navbar, and if you inspect on the small devices, actually let me make it on a small devices, you can see our navbar will be something like this. And here if you just enlarge the size of the screen, then you can see we will have this type of navbar. Okay, On the larger devices, we will have this type of navbar. When you are just reducing the size, it will be side by side. Okay, so we'll make this type of beautiful navbar. So let's do it. So for this, actually here we will have to create a new folder on the src folder. So select this src folder, create a new folder that is actually components, and inside this components folder we will keep all our usable code. So navbar is, we can use this everywhere, so we'll include navbar in this folder. So this is components, and create a new file that is actually navbar.jsx, and here we'll have to create a navbar function, react functional component. So that's why here you can simply do it. So this is actually navbar or navbar, something like this. It will be a function, and then we'll have a parenthesis, we'll return something, and we'll return, actually maybe we can just return a div. We can say this is a navbar, and finally we will have to export default navbar. So by this way, actually we can create a functional react component. This is actually navbar component. So our react is actually working with JSX syntax, and that supported actually functional component. So that's why we can have to create each component this way. But every time it's boring to create this structure. So what I will do, I can say, if I just simply type rfc and press enter, you can see it's actually creating the same component for me without manual typing. So how is it possible? So for this, actually I used a extension that is actually es7, es7. This extension, you will have to install this extension, es7 plus react redux, react native snippets extension, and it's very popular. It's actually 12 million installation. So you can use this extension to get the shortcut. For example, let me show again. After installing this extension, if you type rfc, that means react arrow function export component, you will have to click here. Then you can see a functional component is created for you. So that's why it's very handy. I would recommend to install this component to make this. Okay, so after these, actually navbar, if you check your website, you can see it's actually the about page. Let me go to the home page. So this is home page, but the number is not showing. When the number will be shown, actually our app is the root element. You can see this is the root element, and if you want to keep our number, so if you check, our number will be fixed always. If you go to shop page, then still the number will be showing here. You can see though our page is loading, so the number is showing. If you go to contact page, actually it's actually there is no page. If you go other page, for example, if you go to search page, then you can see still the number is showing. So that's why it will be a common page. So if any page is common, we'll have to include it on the common element, that is actually root element. So that's why we'll go to app.jsx, and here we'll have to import our navbar. So import navbar, you can see we'll have import navbar from the components folder. Our navbar is on the components folder. Okay, so if you do this now, if you go back, you can see the navbar is at the top. So now if you add any design to this navbar sections, it will actually work. Okay, let's design this. And for now, actually main.jsx is not needed. Let me close it. And for now, actually app.jsx is not needed, so we'll close it. Okay, so we'll design this. So that's why here, instead of this, actually we'll use semantic tag, that is actually header tag. And here we'll define some class name. We'll make it fixed. Then that would be navbar, and we'll define javlu nav. Okay, so actually at first we'll have to define these two classes. If you want to write any classes, you will have to this way. You will have a class name, then equal sign, then single or double quotation, you will have to define your class name there. So if you now check, you can see your Navbar is here, nothing much changes. And after then, let me remove this and press an enter. Here we will take a nav tag. Inside this nav tag, actually we will have eval tag. Inside this eval tag, we will have li tag. Li tag, we can just take a link components from React Router DOM. Then we will have, look here, at first we'll have some nav items, so that's why we're writing these nav items. So inside this link we will have home, so each link will have a path, so that is actually path 2, and here we'll define here's actually root path. So if you do this now, if you check your website, you can see this is home. The home is starting from here after doing this structure. And look, after the home, actually we will have shop, page and contact. So let me create some copy of it. By selecting this, you will have to press Ctrl and Alt and down arrow, so sorry, shift alt and down arrow, and I'm making some copy actually. So second one is actually shop. The path will be slash shop. Then the third one is actually pages, and fourth one is actually contact. And we can just define contact page here. Okay, so if you define all of this stuff and check your website, you can see your style is something like this: home, shop, page and contact. Okay, so now we will style this section. For this, actually here on this eval tag, we can simply define a class name that is actually nav underscore underscore links. Okay, something like this. So if you define this, you can see now it's side by side. I am using some pre-written class actually, because this is actually very big projects. If you just write some classes manually, then it will be very difficult. So that's why we are maintaining all of this stuff. So if you not understand this, what you will have to do, you will have to open your app.css. Here you will simply search nav underscore underscore links. So if you can see what is actually doing here, so here actually you can see this is flex 1, list style none, display flex. So as we apply display flex, the uh, items is now on side by side. Then you can see align item centers and gap is here. So this is the classes we used. But if you have any issues, you can simply start with typing the first few letters, so then you can get suggestion from here. You can just try to find it. We just write some utility css, so that's we will use in this project. Okay, after doing this, here actually we'll define some class name. We'll define a max width. So max width will be, so is print to excel, so that means our max width will be 14,000 the 1400 pixels. Then we'll define mx auto. Then we will have some padding, so that's our px padding. Start and end is 4. Then we will apply flex. We will have justify between, and then we will have item center. So on the navbar, actually we'll apply all of these classes. So now if you check, nothing much changes. The next option is that after this eval tag, we will have a div. So this is actually logo div. We can add a comments here. So let me define a comments. This is actually logo, and inside this div we will have a link. So let me define link components, and inside this link components we will have our company name, so Libaba. Then we will take a span tag, Let me remove this space, and here we'll have a dot. Okay, so now if you check, you can see this is livable dot, and now we'll have to define a class name. Will I forget to define it too, so the two will be root path. So if anyone click this logo, it will be on the home page. On the CSS, actually on the div, we'll have to define class name, and that would be nav dash dash logo. So that is actually nav logo. And if you check here, actually nav logo, then you can see your nav logo items is here. And next we'll have to make this type of nav icons. So for this, actually, so here we'll have define nav icons. We'll have to take a div, and inside this div we'll have class name. We'll have nav underscore underscore icons, and then it will be relative. So if you do this, and inside these, actually we'll have some span tag. Inside this span tag we'll have link components. So then this will be actually inside this link we'll have, we'll have a icon. But before that, actually let me install premix icons. So that is actually premix icon. Search it, then you can see this is premixicon.com. Go to the website, then we'll have to install it. So for this installation process, you can simply click this GitHub. Then here, if you scroll a little bit, you can see you will have this command, actually npm install remix dash dash save. So copy it. Now open the terminal again. As you can see, our project is running on this section, actually running on this section, and we will have an extra bash command template where we'll have dot slash the project name slash frontend. We'll run all the command for the frontend here command, and let me press enter. We are going to install remix icon. This is the first step. And then the second step is that we'll have to include this CSS at the root file. So we'll simply copy it, and we can just close this. Where we can input it, you can input it on actually main.jsx or something like here. So you can keep it here on main.jsx. Okay, so the app is not used here, so we'll remove it. If you do this, now you can use all the icons from here. So which icons we need? Actually we need a search icon. So if you define search, then you can see this is one kind of icon. We need this icon, so we can simply copy this, and inside these, actually inside this link, we'll have to paste it. And let me format this code. We'll have to define a path. So let me format it a little bit so that it will be more organizable. Okay, I'm just formatting. Okay, here the two will be a path, so that is actually slash search. Okay, if anyone click this search component, it will be redirect to search page. Now here we'll have class name. We can have to make it class name. Okay, this is checked, so let's check it. If you now see here, you can see a search icon, and all of this stuff is showing perfectly. Okay, and then so first section is done. Now we need another icon, that is actually shopping cart icon. So for this shopping cart icon, we can simply copy, we can simply take a span tag, then we can just take a button. Inside this button we will have a shopping bag line. So we'll go to remix icon, and here we'll search shopping bag or something like this. You can simply define shopping. Then you can see we'll have all of this stuff. Let me check. It's something like this. That means we can use these actually. So copy this, and now here paste it. So if you do this, as you have to make it class name, then if you check, you can see your website has a shopping bag, but we can just add some custom css here actually. So for this, what we can see on this button, actually we have a class name. We can make it on hover, we'll have text primary color. Okay, and now we can simply take a superscript tag. So we can just define 0 for now, and if you check, now we can see a 0 is here. We will have to add some css to this superscript. We can just define it. Text will be a small size. Then we will have inline block. Inline block we will have px 1.5, text white. Then we will have rounded full, and then what we'll have to do, busy primary colors. So this is busy primary color. We defined it on tailwind.config.js file. Don't worry. Text center. So if you do this now, we can see we will have 0, something like the same effect. And now the last one is we will have a login. So for this login, actually we need another span, and inside this span actually we will define simply a link components. Then we will have a true. So this will redirect to the login page, and after this, inside here actually we need a user. So that's why something like this, we need this type of login icon. So we can simply search it, user. So you can see we will have all of this user, but which one we can just choose. We can just choose this user and paste this. We can use this ri user line, copy it, paste it inside here. So if you just format your code by pressing Ctrl Shift F, then you can see it's actually something like this. So our Navbar is almost okay. If you want to make the color effects here, what you can do it. So if you check, we will have this type of color, but the color is not applied here. So let me check why the color is not applying. Each of this li actually we will have a class name. So the class name will be link or something like this. So if you define this, now if you hover, you can see it's colored. So all you will have to do, you will have to copy this class name link and keep it on is li tag. Fine, now perfect. You can see it's now hovering color, and here you can see all of this is working perfectly. And now if you check it on small devices, actually on small devices by default it's mobile responsive. You don't have not to work with extra work for this mobile responsiveness. If you just increase the size, it will be automatically working perfectly. So I hope you understand how awesome this project is, and don't be frustrated. Just code with me what I am doing, and you will get a better output. So the next task is we'll have to go to home page, and here you can see we'll have a this type of banner sections. And if you check it on small devices, you can see it's something like this. If you increase the size, it's showing the text is showing at the top of the girl image, and you can see when we'll have this type of size, you can see the girl's fashion is behind this image, but the text is at the above. So we'll make this type of beautiful banner sections for this website, for our website. Right now we'll have this home page. So if you check your router, then you can see we're rendering a simple div. Instead of this simple div, we will actually render a component. So that's why here on this src we'll create a folder that is actually named pages. Inside this pages we'll have another folder that is actually home page. We'll keep all our home component on this folder, and inside this home actually we will have home.jsx. Let me create a react functional component by pressing rfc. Let me press enter. Now instead of this simple div, we'll import our home. So that's why type home. Let me import it, and now you can see still it's home. We will design this as our main website is something like this. So for this, what you will have to do inside this home, actually let me close this navbar, and inside this home actually you can see it's actually div, but we don't need this div. We will have to make a component. So we will make a empty fragments, and then here on this home, actually home folder, will make a banner.jsx file. Let me import react functional component, and instead of this here actually we'll import banner. So now if you check, your home page will show banner. So we'll design our banner in this component, and that will be rendered on this home component. Okay, so let's make this banner for you. So here we'll define that will be a div is okay for now, and here we can simply define class name. So the class name will be section, then underscore container. So if you have confused about this class name, go to the app.css. I don't write too much css. If you just scroll, you can see it's not too much actually. The important css is just make it here. So what you will have to do, you will have to press Ctrl F, and here you will have to define section. Then you can see when you write section, it's actually showing all the section related tag. So we will have only 3 items. So you can simply copy this class, and then you can simply paste it here. So it's actually not a big deal. And after then actually here you can see another classes that is actually header container. So you will have to define header dash. Then if you just go and scroll a little bit, so you can see where is you can just define a dot header. Then you can see if you define dot header, it's actually showing header container. You can simply copy it and paste it here. So these two classes you will need to add here, and after then actually what you will have to do, you will have to take a new div, and inside this div we'll have a h4. Then we need the text, so we'll define up to 20% discount 1. Then we will have a h1 that would be girls fashion, and now after this h1 we'll have a p tag. And let me check our website is something like this, but we need some text. We can just copy this, or you can just use lorem text by this way. If you type lorem, and it will give you some lorem text, so you can use any text here. And after this we'll have a button. So let me take a button that would be explore now, and here actually we can just keep it inside a link component, import it from react router dom. Then we will have to define a path, so that would be slash shop path. and we need to define some classes, so that would be class name btn. Okay, so if you do this, now we can see the button is fine, but we need some styling on this section. So here at the top, here we'll define this div and make it header underscore underscore content, and that would be index 30. So if you do this, now you can see the color is applied and all of this stuff is now working. So we'll have some styling here. We can just make it capitalized or uppercase, so we can just define uppercase here. So if you define uppercase here, you can see all of this stuff is uppercase and this section is done. Now we'll have to use this image. So for this image, actually after this div, we can simply take a new div. So here we need an image tag and we need to use an image, so that's why let me import an image. So import, we can name it as banner img, then we will have to define from where we would like to import. So look, all the images are inside this asset folder. You can see the banner image is actually header image that is named. So let me check header image, we need to use this image, so that's why at first we will have to go to dot slash, then dot slash asset slash, then inside this asset actually it's banner header image, so that's why we'll have to define header dot png. If you are not sure about the spelling, what you can do, you can just click this image, rename it, press Ctrl A to select all, Ctrl C to copy, and then you can simply paste it this way, so to avoid any error. So next what we will have to do, we'll have to remove this string, we'll have to use curly braces. Here we will use banner image, and now I think we can add alt text, so that is actually banner image. Okay, so if you now check your website, what you will see, you can see your image is this, but it's actually not working perfect. So for this, actually here we'll have to add class name, that is actually header underscore underscore image. So if you do this, now let me check, it's perfectly working. Here you can see it's now a smaller size and it's added perfectly. And if you inspect it right now, you can see on the small devices you will have this filling, and when you just increase the size, you can see it's perfectly working. When you will have larger devices, it will show side by side. Okay, that is the thing. It's all about the banners. So after this banner section, the next task is, let me check, here is we'll have to make this type of category sections. So let's do it. So for these categories, so let me close the banner section, the banner image, and here what we will do inside this home, so when home is underlined, that means the home is selected. Inside this home, actually we will have to create a component that is actually categories, something like this. We'll have a JSX syntax, RAFCE, React functional components, and now we'll have to import this to the home page. So that's why here on home.jsx, here we'll import categories. Okay, now you can see after these, actually after this banner we'll have categories. So let's add styling and make this category components. So at first we can just take a empty fragments, and here actually we'll take a div. So let me take a div, and this will have a class name. So let me define class name, that would be product grid, product underscore underscore grid. Okay, so inside this product grid actually we'll have all the categories. So that's why let me create a array of objects, so that is actually Konos categories. That would be an array of objects. Here we will have objects, so that's why each object will have a name. The name will be the category's name, so we can use single or double quotation. So that is actually accessories. So let me check if it's accessories actually. So that is accessories, then we will have a path. path will be accessories, then we will have image. The image will be, we'll have to import image, so let me import image. Import category image1 or something like this. Category 1 from, will have dot dot slash assets slash, and inside this assets actually we'll have category 1 2 3 4. So let me copy the first category, we'll copy the whole name and paste it here, and we can copy it by pressing shift alt and down arrow. We'll need 4 categories, so that's why we'll have category 2 3 and then 4. So we need to customize here, so this will be the category 2, so we'll define it's 2, it's 3 and it's 4. So what we'll do for the image, actually we'll just use this category 1, okay, for the image. So we'll make this for others items, so that's why we can simply copy it 4 times, and here we'll have to change the text, so the name will be dress collection, and the path will be dress, and image will be category 2 image. Then the third one will be jewelry, jewelry, jewelry. Then the paths will be jewelry, we make it a small later, then category will be 3. And for the fourth one, actually we'll have cosmetics, and we can copy it, keep it on the path, make it a small later, and the image will be the fourth image. Okay, now we can just map these categories to render, so that's why here we'll have curly braces, we'll call categories dot map, then each time we'll get category, then we will have a arrow, we'll have a parenthesis, inside this parenthesis each time we'll take a link component, then inside this link we will have a 2, and this will be a backtick sign, that is backtick sign, you can just find the sign above the tab key. Then we'll have slash categories, then we'll have a slash, then dollar sign, curly braces, we'll have a category dot path, and inside this link actually we will have a image, this image src will be category dot image, and the wall tag maybe we can just define it as a curly braces category dot name or something like this. And after this image we will have a h4, we can just render category name here, so category dot name something like this. Okay, so if you do this, now let's check our website. So you can see here actually we will have this type of category, so we need to a little bit customization here. On this actually link we will have to add class name, so that's why class name will make it categories underscore card. Okay, so if you do this, then you can see the changes, you will have something like this, and nothing to do with it, it's okay right now. And if you click, it's actually go to categories slash accessories, something like this. If you click here, you can see categories slash accessories, and it will have, we don't have the page, so that's why it's actually no page found, but when we'll make the page it will work perfectly. Okay, so after this, actually in the next video what we'll make this section. So this section is done, next we'll have to make these sections. So for this, actually what you will have to do, let me go to VS Code, we can just close these categories, and right now on this home folder, inside this home folder we'll have to create a new component that is called it actually hero sections, you can name it anything, but for now as I already did, we'll have to make it hero section, and that is JSX syntax RFC react functional component, and we'll have to import it after this category. So that is actually hero section. So if you do this, now you can see this is hero section, and from this actually we can remove all of this stuff. Okay, so for now actually we will have to design it based on this design. Let's back, and on the hero section actually we need a card data, so that's why here we can just define const cards. It's an array of objects, so that's why we will have parenthesis inside this curly braces. Actually we will have an id. Id will be 1. Then we will have image. So for the image actually we can simply import some images that is related to the card option. So card 1, and that is from. Then we will have dot dot slash assets, and inside this assets actually you can see we will have card 1 2 3. So we can copy the name, and here we'll have card 1. We can just some copy of it. So this is actually card 2, card 3. Here the card 2 is, we'll have to customize it, card 2, and this is card 3. Okay, and now for the first card we will use card 1. Then we will have a comma, then title. Title is something like this. Here the title is women's t-shirt, or women's shirt. Okay, fine. And if you want to include, it's okay. So we can just make some copy of it. So that's why let me do a copy. We can don't need this actually. 3 times actually we will have second card, third card. So the image will be card 2, then it will be card 3. And let me change the title. So second one will be women's dresses or something like this. Okay, I missed another key actually we'll have to add another property that is actually trend. When it's actually trending we will make it a year 24 trend, something like this. And let me copy it for each section. We'll have second one, third one. Okay, so now this second one will be women's dresses, and third one that would be actually casuals or something like this. We can just define it casuals. Okay, so our card data is completed. You can see we'll have an array of objects here. So each objects include an image, friend, and title. And I just copy and just make a little bit customizations. When it's done, let me close it. And now here in this sections we can just take a section tag. So that is actually section tag, and we can add a class name. The class name will be our section container. If you check our previous components, if you check categories, here you can see we'll have sorry, if you check the banner section, you can see we will have section container. So we mostly use this class name all of the time. And then other stuff, so you can simply type here section underscore underscore container, something like this. Then we will have another container that is actually hero underscore underscore container. So you need to include these two class name here. And after adding these two class name, what you will have to do, you will have to take a parenthesis here. So sorry, curly braces here. We'll map the cards data. So card data dot map, every time we'll get card, and then we will have a arrow, we'll have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll take a div, and this div will have a key. So key will be card dot id. Every card will have an unique id, so that's why we will have card dot id. And here we'll additionally add a class name. The class name will be hero underscore cards. Okay, So that will be underscore underscore card, and inside here actually we need a img tag. We need to show an image, so that's why the image is inside card dot image. So if you now check your website, you can see the image is positioned perfectly, and now we need to define the text. So for this text, actually after this image we'll have another div, and then we'll take a p tag will render card trend. So that is actually card dot trend, and then we will have a h4 that is actually card title. So curly braces card dot title, and after then actually a href where will include a hash, and then it's actually discover more. Okay, so now if you check, you will see your website is doing something like this, but it's not similar to this. So what you have to do, you will have to do add class name. So the class name will be here on this div. We'll have to define class name. We'll make it actually hero underscore underscore content. Okay, so if you add hero content, then it will be perfectly working, you can see. And now if you check it on a small devices, you can see there is no errors, it's perfectly showing here. So you can see this section is okay. And next actually we will work with the trending product sections. Here we'll have some card. Actually this is the product card. Then we will have a load more button. If anyone click this load more button, then it will be loaded. So otherwise if you refresh, then you will see only 8 card is showing here. Here we will have a add to cart button and a load more button. So we'll make this awesome trending card section. Okay, so for this actually let me close this stuff and this stuff, and actually we will keep this trending products to the our product sections or the shop page. So what you will do, you will have to create a new page inside these pages. When the pages is underlined, that means if we create any component or page that will be inside this pages, so we'll create a new page that is actually shop page. And inside this shop page, what you will do, you will create a new component that is called it trending products. So trending products, and that would be jsx rafce. Will import these on our home section. So here we'll include trending products. Okay, so now if you check in your website, you can see trending products start with this position. What you will do, you will have to customize these components. So at first let me make it section tag. Then we will have a class name. The common class name is section underscore underscore container. This is the most common section css, and then we will add product underscore underscore container. So these two css you need to the parent div of this section actually. And after then if you check right now, you can see your section start with this position. So let me remove this text and press an enter. We will have a h2. So we'll have a h2, and we could include the text is actually trending products. Okay, we'll have a little bit class name here. The class name is section header. So that is section underscore underscore. If you confused about the spelling of it, you can check your app.css, no worries. So this is actually section underscore underscore header. So now it's start from this position. We'll have to take a p tag, and we need some lorem text. So you can use lorem text or you can write your own text. I'm just copying this text from here, and let me paste it inside this paragraph tag. We'll have a class name. So that is actually section underscore underscore sub header, and we'll add extra margin, so that would be MB12. So you can see we're using Tailwind CSS margin properties. Okay, now we'll have this type of stuff. We need to make this type of card, so we can just create a card components. So for this, actually what we'll do, inside this shop, actually we can create a product cards component. So that is actually product cards dot jsx. It will be RAFCE, and we will insert this product card section here. So let me add a comments products card, and this products card, let me import it, product cards, it will be self closing. Okay, so if you now check, your website shows product cards, but actually we need to pass some data. So what you will do, at the beginning here, you will define a use state. So that is actually visible products, and then we'll have set visible products. Let me keep it capitalized, and here we'll have use state hook. Use state hook will make it by default 8 products will show, so that's why we'll include 8 inside this use state. Then we will define a function that is actually will be set. We'll have a function that is actually load more products. So it's a arrow function. We'll have parentheses. Inside this parenthesis we'll have set visible products, and that will be preview count. So we'll have prev count, and that would be a arrow, and then prev count plus, so remove this space, plus we will add 4. So if you do this, then it's okay. You can see right now, we cannot see here, but here inside this actually we will pass products, where you will get products. So your products will be from this data file, because we don't have any backend right now, so that's why we will include this data products.json file to render. So that's why at the beginning, let me define here. If you just define products, so if not imported, you can just import it at the top. Import products from, actually from where we'll have dot slash we'll have data, then slash we'll have product.json. We'll pass these products inside this product section, and then keep it this way. Actually here actually we will just customize the pagination with a little more, but for now actually it's okay. So if you do this, now you will receive, actually you will receive some data from this product card. Here at first we'll receive products. So if you now console log the products, you will see the products is coming. Okay, so let me check. If you open the console log by using inspect, and if you refresh it, you will get a warning. That means there is a warning from invalid DOM property from Navbar. So let me fix it. You will go to Navbar, and here actually we forget to write a class name here. That is actually class name. Now I think the error has gone. Let me refresh. Okay, there is another issues. Just include a unique key props at categories. So we'll have to go to categories section. Here we forget to include the key at this div. Actually when you map, then you will have to must include a key property. The key will be category dot name, something like this. Now if you refresh, you can see the issues has gone and you are getting a console log of 10 array of objects from the product card.jsx line number 4. So if you close this stuff, you can see it's line number 4 and you are getting a console log here. So if you have data, you can show it. So how to show it? You can simply define some class name. Here you will have to define, this will be grade, and by default grade columns will be 1. On small devices will make it grade calls 2. On medium devices will have grade calls 3, and by default on large devices grade calls will be 4. And finally we'll add some gap of 8. Okay, so inside here, actually, let me remove the text. We'll have a curly braces, we'll call the products, then we'll map it. So that's why we'll have a map, then we'll receive every time product and index number, then we'll have arrow, we'll have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll have another div. So this div will be a key property. When you apply map, you will have a key. So that's why at first I will define the key will be index number, then we'll have a class name that is actually product underscore card, and inside this div actually we'll have another div, and this is actually take a link component and it will be a true, that will be curly braces hash, and we'll define slash shop slash, we'll have dollar sign curly braces, and we'll make it product dot underscore id, something like this. Okay, and now inside this link what you will have to do, you will have to insert the image. So that's why image, and here the src will be parenthesis. And if you check your products.json file, you can see every data will have a name, categories, description, price, and image, colors, and rating. So what you will do, we need image, so that's why if you define product dot, then you will have to write image. Now if you do this, let's check how it's going to look. Let me remove it, and here you can see on image is showing, no image is showing. Look, there is a single image and our website is loading, so wait until it's complete. Okay, you can see all the images here. We will have all the product image. So if you have image, you will have to write some css here. You can just define its product image, and let me define some class name. So image will have a max height, so max height will be 96. Then on medium devices age will be 64. That means it will have a specific width. Will height actually will define w full, that means it will be take the full width. Will have object cover, then we will have on hover, actually will have a scale 105, then transition wall duration 300. So if you do this now, look, if you hover you will get this type of effect. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have, you will have to define this button. Actually, look, we'll have this button, but the padding is not working. Why? If you check here, maybe this merged bottom is not working. What you can do, let me check. We can just define mb12 again. It's not working. So in a state of these, actually what you can do it, you can just define some class name. Here we can just define a little bit. Okay, actually Is it important to do? Let me check. Margin top 12 or something like this. For now it's still not working. Okay, it will be fixed. Let me remove this and try to fix it here. Actually, it's margin bottom. I think it's fine, but the class is not applying. I'm not sure, but let me add the card button. So for this adding a card button, what you will have to do, you will have to, after this div, actually let me add some css to this div. So this will be class name relative, so relative, and then after this div, actually, so after this link item, actually here we'll have a div. So this will be a button. This button is actually add to cart button, so that's why we will need an icon. So this icon is actually shopping cart, shopping cart. So we need this type of, let me check, this type of cart. So this is shopping cart true. We can use this. Let me copy it and we'll keep it inside this button. We'll have class name here. And now if you check, actually you can see the button is here at the bottom. We'll make it position, so that's why here we can include some class to this icon. So the class will be busy primary, then we will have padding of 1.5, then text will be white. On hover, actually we'll have busy primary dark. Okay, now you can see if you hover, this is something like this. And now for the positioning, we'll add class to this div. So let me class name hover will be block, that would be absolute, top will be 3 and right will be 3. So if you do this, then you can see it's something like this. And finally, after doing this, the next task is that we need to add this description section, something like this. So for this description sections, we can remove this div, and after this, actually we can just define product description, and this will be a new div, and this div contain a is4, that will be product name. So product dot name, then we will have a p tag. We'll define dollars curly braces. We will have product price dot price. You can check the text from here, that is actually price. Then we will define another curly braces. We'll have product dot whole price. So you can see every some of these items has old price, so we'll copy this old price and make it old price. We'll have a dollar question mark, and here we'll text a yes, and that will be dollar sign curly braces, inside where actually product question mark old price. Okay, that is the thing. Otherwise we can just make it, if this is not happen, we can just add a clone, and by default it will be null. So that is the thing we'll have to do. If the first time it will show the price, otherwise it will, if the old product price is there, it will show, otherwise it will be null. So if you check right now, you can see you will get this type of effect. And finally, after this p, actually we'll need to show ratings, but before that let me add class so that it will be more appropriate. Here we'll have product underscore underscore card underscore content, something like this. Now you can see it's on the middle position, and then we will need to just use the rating. So that's why here we need to create a new component, that is actually rating component. So where actually we can keep this rating, we can keep it at maybe it will be inside the components folder because it's a reusable rating. So that's why we can just simply inside this component we can keep it ratings star stars.jsx rafce. Let me input it here. Ratings is stored and it will receive rating. So that's why it will receive rating equals, so it will be ratings, and we'll pass product dot. So let me check the spelling. So that is actually rating. We'll pass this, and that is actually will, if we pass it as a props we will receive it. So that's why from here we'll have parenthesis, sorry, curly braces, and receive it. And then actually let's make this component. So for these components, what you will have to do here, we'll define const stars will be a empty array. After then what you will have to do, we'll have a for loop. So we'll have a for loop. Every time it will check let I equal 1, then it will be a question mark, sorry, a semicolon, then I is less than or equal 5, sorry, less than or equal 5, a semicolon, and I plus plus. Then we'll have curly braces. We will just define stars dot push. Then we will have something like this. We'll just define a span tag, and this span we will have a key will be I. Then we will have a class name. This class name will be the stars. So that is, you can just go to the remix icon and you can search star, and which type of star you need. We can just check the star is something like this. This is a star line, but we can use this way. We'll copy simply r star. Then okay, we can just keep it inside a parenthesis. Then we'll use backtick sign so that it will be dynamically. So we'll have a dollar sign here, curly braces. We'll check I is greater than or equal rating. If this, then it will be fill, otherwise it will be dash line actually. So the thing is that when you will have no ratings, then it will show this icon, otherwise it will show this fill icon. So this fill icon, so we'll have a dash fill. So we include dash fill here, look, dash fill here, and dash line here, that will concatenate with this text. So if you do this now, from this return div, what you will have to do, you will have to define a return div that will be a class name of product underscore rating. Okay, and inside here actually we will have to pass the stars. Okay, now check if it's working or not. You can see it's actually working based on your ratings. So if you have, let me check, if you have, maybe the last one will be 3 ratings. So if you check right now, you can see it's actually 3 rating. So that is perfectly working. But here's the that is actually needs some space. So how to fix it actually? So to fix it, we can simply define something. Let me check how we can just do this on the trending products here. Let me format these actually. We'll have the paragraph here. Why the margin bottom is not working? Let me inspect. Is margin bottom is not working? Why? This is paragraph and it's actually not working. You can see the style is by default cutting. What you will do, if it's removed by default the styling, what you will do, you can simply define class name that will be mtop12 for now. Okay, if you do this, maybe it will work. It's still not working. So how to fix it? So we can do a little task this here. Actually we can take a div, and inside this div, let me keep it, and here what if we add class name margin top will be 12. Okay, this will work now. Wait, and it's loading actually. So after this actually you can see the gap is now more specific and it's perfectly showing, but the button is not there, so we'll have to need this type of button. So for doing this actually, after this div we will have the button. So we'll add a comments, load more product button, and here actually we will have a div, and inside this div what you will have to do, will simply define a class name that will be product button underscore underscore button, and then here actually we will just take curly braces, we will call visual products, then is greater than products dot length dot length, then we will add a and operators, then we will have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we can simply take a button, solely that would be button, and inside this button we will make it load more, and let me add class name, so that would be class name b3n, and on the one click here, so one click, on the one click handler will pass this load more products. Okay, finally straight of this, so if you check you can see the button is here load more, but it's actually, if you click it will nothing does actually. So what you will do, inside these actually product card you will have to slice it to shorten it, so that's why slice, and we'll slice start from 0 and the end is the visual products, that is actually 8. And after doing this it will perfectly work by default. If you now refresh, you can see by default it's showing only 8 products, but if you click this button it will show another 2 products because we have only 10 products. If you refresh again, you can see only shows 8 products, but if you click the more button it will show another 2 products. Okay, so that is the thing how we can design this trendy product sections. So now for the deal section, actually this section will have to make these deal sections. Here we'll have an image, and then on the left actually we'll have text and all of this. Okay, so how to make this type of deal section? So for this actually, let me close trending products, product cards, productization, start rating, all that stuff, and here to make the deal section actually, inside this home folder we'll have to create deal deals section something like this. That would be JSX RAFCE. As usual, you are familiar with this, and now we'll have to import this. Okay, so for this import, actually that is deals section. Now you can see the text is here, deal section. We'll have to make it, so that's why on these actually we'll have to take a section tag, and as usual we'll have to add section container, section underscore container, and then we'll have deals container. So deals underscore container, something like this. So this is the basic CSS you must have to include on the section. Okay, so after this actually, if you now check, you can see the section is something like this. Okay, so the next thing is that we'll remove this text, and instead of this we'll take a div. This div will include a image. So let me import the image. So here we will simply define deals image, so that is deals img in short. Then we'll have from, then dot slash assets. Inside assets actually we'll have deals. So if you check, it's actually deals.png. Let me copy and paste it here to avoid mistake, and here on the src actually we will simply paste it this way. So now if you check, you can see the image is here, but it's not appropriate. We'll have to add some css. So the css will be here. We'll have class name, we'll make it deals underscore image. So if you do this, then you can see this is the image, but it's not actually perfect. So next section is that we'll have to take another div. So this is actually for the content div. What you will have to do, we'll have to add a class name that is actually deals underscore content. And now inside this div actually we'll have a ace5. So we can just get the text from here. So get up to 20% discounts, and then we'll have a ace4. Ace4 will be, let me check the text, deals of the month. So let me check it here, and after then we'll have some paragraph. So let me copy this paragraph. You can use lorem text if you need, then actually it's fine. And after then we'll have a div section, and this div, okay, keep it this way right now. Look, now it's much better. But inside this div actually we'll have class name that would be deals underscore countdown. That would be flex verb. Okay, and inside here actually we will have deals card. So that's why let me copy here, this is class name, then that would be deals underscore count down underscore card, something like this. Then we will have a ace4. Ace4 will be maybe 40 14, and then we'll take a p, that is actually days. So let's check it. So if you see, you can see 40 days. We can simply copy this div for several times. So the second one will be 20 hours. This is 20. Here we'll have hours. Then the third one is actually minutes. So it's actually 15 minutes. And finally we need an extra div, so that is actually seconds. So that is actually 5 seconds or something like this. Okay, so if you do this now, this section is much better. But Why this is not looking properly? So here is some issues. Actually, you can just fix it. So if I check this website, it will have something like this, but why not this? So maybe we made any mistake to the CSS. So let me check it. If you do this, so everything is fine. Maybe paragraph. Okay, I got that. Actually, I write the whole things here. That would be means something like this. It will be in shorts, and here will be text. So text will be in short version, so then it will be working perfectly. So this is the deals of the month section. So after these sections, we have to move to the next section. Next section is these sections. This is actually promo banners or something like this. You can just define it delivery text or something like this. But for now, as we are just following our code, so that's why here inside this home we will create promo banner, promo banners dot jsx, and it will be RAFC React functional component. We'll have to import it on home page. So that would be promo banner. So import it, then self closing it. Now you can see actually that is actually promo banner. We'll have to customize it and make this something like this. So for this actually, as we will always follow, it will be a section tag. Then we will have class name. This is section underscore underscore container. Then we'll have banner underscore underscore container, something like this. Now if you check, it will be something like this. Then for this actually, let me remove this text. We'll take a div. This will be a class name of banner card. So this is banner underscore underscore card, and inside this banner card we will have a span tag. Inside this span tag we will have a icon something like this. So if you check, it's a track icon. So we'll search track track icon. So is it filtered? Okay, it's something like this track icon. We will copy it and we'll paste it inside this, and we'll have to make it class name. Okay, so that is the thing. After this span tag we'll have a h4. We'll make it free delivery. And after these actually we will need a short paragraph. So that is actually, let me copy this paragraph. We'll have something like this. Okay, so if you now check your website, you will see failure delivery is here. So we can simply copy this div for twice, and now you can see this is repeated course, repeated thing. So what you will have to do, we'll have to take a dollar sign. So let me check something like it's actually a money dollar. So we can simply search dollars, and we need to money dollar circle, something like this. Okay, we can use these icons. So where we'll keep it, it's for the second on. So here we can simply define. Let me remove these icons, paste it here. We'll have to make it class name. And the third one is actually something like this. It's actually user voice. So it's actually user voice, or you can simply define voice. Then we need to check fielded, something like this. Okay, user voice fielded, we can use this. Let me remove these icons and paste it here. We'll have to make it class name. Now you will have to edit the text based on this. So it is 100% background. Then we can simply, the text you will have to use your own text. It's not mandatory that you have to copy all the single steps. It's actually up to you what will include as a text and what the design you will follow. I will just only show the main topics, how you can do this type of awesome projects. Okay, so that is the field, and we'll actually implement the features. So if you have, you can see this is okay right now. And next actually we will design this latest blog section. So for this promo banner sections actually, what you can do this, for this actually you can just make a blog page. So let's do it. We can create a page for this. Let me close home and shops. We will click these pages, and then we will simply make a blogs page. Inside this blogs we will have a blogs.jsx. So that is actually blogs.jsx RAFCE. And for this actually we will have to import it on the home. So that's why here we can simply define blocks, and then we'll have to design this block page. So you can see the text is here right now. So how to make this? So to make this actually, what you will have to do at first, you need to get the blog data here. So let me close this promo banners. We need to get the blog data. So let me import blogs data from where. Actually, if you check your data file here, you can see we'll have blog.json file. We will use these blocks for now. uh actually, so that's why we will go above, then we'll have data, then we'll have blogs.json. So now if you console log this blogs data, then you will find the data. So let me check. If you just inspect, click this console and refresh, you can see you are getting the blog data. This is the from blogs.jsx line number 6, and there is a console log on product card. We can simply remove the console log from the product card. So that is inside the shop. Here let me log out, console out these actually. So let me close that. So if you get the data, what the next actually, the next thing is that we will just take a section here, then we'll have class name. We can make it section underscore underscore container, then we will have blog underscore underscore container. Okay, now if you check, your website is must something like this. This is the blog sections. So inside here actually we'll have a h2 that will include latest from blog. Okay, and then we'll have a p tag. So that is actually something like this. We can have a simple text. We can simply add some text here. Then if need, then we can just define some class to this h2, that is actually section underscore underscore header tag. And for this paragraph actually, that would be section underscore underscore sub header. Okay, so if you do this, let's check here. This is section title and subtitle, and after this p actually we will have a div, and this actually inside it actually we will call this blogs data. Then we will just simply map it. Then every time we will get blog and index number, then we will have a arrow sign, we will have parenthesis, then inside it we will have a div. So this div will have a key, so that is actually blog, or it will be key will be index, sorry. So this will be index. Then we can simply define some class name, that is actually blog underscore underscore card, then that would be cursor pointer. Then on hover actually, on hover we will have a scale on 105, then transition wall duration 300. Okay, so after this actually we need to add an image. So the image will be something like this, blog dot image url, and all tag here, this is blog image. And after this image actually we will have a div. Inside this div we'll have a a6, so that is actually blog subtitle. So let me define blog dot subtitle. we can add css to this div. So this div will have a css that is actually block card content. So blog underscore underscore card underscore underscore content, something like this. And then we'll have a h4 will be block title. So let me define blog dot title, and then we will have date. So that is be um, blog dot date. Okay, so if you do this now, if you check your website, you can see here we'll have some blog, but it's actually not perfect. You can see this is not perfect. We'll have to make it grid. So that's why here in this div we'll have class name, we'll make it grid, will by default show single product. So that's why grid calls 1. Then on small devices will show grid calls 2. On medium devices will show grid calls 3, and on large devices will show grid calls 4. By default we'll have gap of 8. So if you do this now, you can see here you will have something like this, but there is no mass space to the above. So what you can do, you can just define margin bottom 20 or 12 or something like this. Let me check. So if not much gap, what you can do, you will have you can just define something like this, margin top 12. Let me check. Okay, it's much gap here, and if you check, it will be perfect on the large device is 4. If you just reduce the size, it's 3. If you reduce the screen size, it's 2. And when you are on a small devices, it's actually 1 by 1. And lastly, you can see all of this stuff is completed. You can see almost our home page is completed, state of the footer. So we'll have to make this type of footer. So this footer is something like this. We'll make this type of footer. So for this, actually, let me close this, and we also close home.jsx, and on the component folder, actually we'll create footer.jsx, and that will be rfc. And where we'll actually import it, actually it will be common to the all page. For example, if you go to the shop page, and you can see it's actually still loading, and wait until it's fetched. It's actually there is the footer is there. If you go to single page, you can also see the footer. So if you have this footer is a common element, so that's why we'll include it on app.jsx. Where is app.jsx? This is our app.jsx. We'll have navbar outlet, and after this outlet we'll have to import footer components. And now let me format this code. So if you do this now, you can see your footer will be here, and it will be common to every page. So let me go to home page, and for this footer, actually you can see we'll have actually 4 grid here, something like this. So let's do this. So to design the footer, actually here we'll have to take a empty fragments, and here we'll define a footer tag. So this footer tag will be class name section underscore underscore container. Then we'll have footer underscore underscore container, and inside this footer container, what we'll have a div. This div will have footer column class. So let me define add a class that is actually footer underscore underscore column. So that means it's a footer column. Then we will have a h4. h4 will be contact info. So it will be capitalized. So contact info. And after this h4 will have some text. So we'll have a span tag. We need to use an map icon, something like this. You can see it's a map icon. So for this, actually what we will have to search, we can simply search map. Then we need to this type of field type icon. Let me check. something like this. Maybe this is okay. We can simply copy this and we'll have to paste it inside this. We'll have to define it class name. After this span, actually we will have to define the address. Let me define a simple address that is actually London Bridge Street, and that is actually London, something like this. So now if you check, you can see your footer is something like this, and after having this we will have another p, we'll have a span tag, we'll have another icon, so that is actually mail icon. So let me go search mail icon. We need to just get a fill mail icon, something like this. Copy it, paste it here. We'll have class name, then we'll have to add your mail address. So that is actually, we can just define libba.com, something like this. And now you can see this is the supports email, and after then we will have a call icon with a phone number. So for this, let me take a p, that is a span tag. We'll have to define the phone numbers. This is the phone numbers, and here actually we need the icon that is called it phone. So we need a phone fill icon, something like this. We can copy it, we can keep it inside this span. Let me make it name. Okay, so the left section is done. Next we'll just make these sections, that is actually company. So for this, the div is same. We'll have to take a new div. This div will have a class name of section content footer call underscore call, and here actually we'll have a h4, that is actually company. Then we will have anchor tag. So let me define by default hash. This is actually home. Then we can just copy it for several times. We will have about us, then we will have work with us, then we will have our logs, then terms and conditions. So for example, here will be terms and condition. Okay, so if you check, you can see this section is done. After then the useful links, so it's actually the same. We'll have to take a div, we'll have class name of footer underscore calls, then a is for, that is actually useful links, and we can simply copy the same anchor tag, and you will have to just make edit this text for now. So if you check help track your order main omen dress, so we can simply define, that is actually help. Then let me define track your order, then main, then we will have omen, then we will have something like this phrases. Now let's check, it's actually this section is fine, and after then we will have Instagram grid. So that's why the same way we will have a div, we'll have class name. Let me define footer underscore call. We will have a h4 with Instagram. Then we will take a new div. So this div will have some icons, and there will be a class name that is actually Instagram. underscore underscore grid. Okay, so we'll use some icons, sorry, some images. So let me import images. Import insta img1 from dot slash assets slash, and if you check the assets folder, we'll have Instagram, total 6 number of Instagram images. So let me copy it 6 times. So this is second one, this is third one, fourth, fifth, sixth, and also maybe edit here. So this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6. Okay, now let me import image, and the src, sorry, the src will be insta image 1. Sorry, first one will be insta image 1. Let me copy it for 6 time. Okay, this will be insta image 2, this will be 3, this will be 4, this will be 5, and last one is actually 6. So if you do this now, right now, if you check your website, you can see there is 4 grid. Okay, and finally we need to make this footer. So that's why after closing this footer, we'll have a new div. So this is actually the new div. We will just call it class name footer underscore underscore bar. Here we'll have the copyright text. So the copyright text is simply a simple text, something like this: copyright at the rate your website name, and something like this. We can just define rate by libaba, all right preserved, something like this. So if you do this now, you can see all of this stuff is perfectly done, the footer section is perfectly done. And next we'll actually move to the shop page. Our shop page will be more awesome. If you check the shop page, you will see it's actually loading state, and after the loading, you can see we'll have to make this type of shop page. We will have categories based filtering, we will have pagination, and all the other stuff. So we have already make our homepage. You can see our homepage is ready, and next we'll have to work with the shop page. But before that, what we can do here, if you check our main website and go back to home, we will have some categories. It's a minor component, so we will design this category section first, then we'll move to the shop page. So if you click any of these items, for example, if I click dress items, then you can see it's dressed labeled by dress, and here you will have some related product to the dresses. And if you go back to jewelry, here you can see jewelry related posters showing. We'll have to make these sections. When you click cosmetics, cosmetics related product will show, and the label will be cosmetics. And here the path will be categories slash cosmetics, and we'll make these actually right now. It's a little component, so we can easily can do it within a few minutes. Okay, so at first what you will have to do, you will have to, let me close this, and here we'll have to set a router. So the router would be something like this. Here we can just, let me just make it in a single line so that it will be a little bit easier to tackle. And here we'll have something like this. We'll have to make a path, and the path will be something like this. Look, when you choose a specific category, for example, you are right now on cosmetics, so it's actually cosmetics path. And if you choose accessories, then you can see categories is fixed, but this name is actually changing. So that's why what you will have to do, you will have to make it this way. Our path will be categories slash, and here we will take a dynamic names. So that's why what you will have to do, you will have a clone, and here we will keep it category name. So every time we will get a category name, and then we will have to define a elements. So the elements will be, for now maybe we can just simply define it's a category page. So let me check category page. Okay, we'll just create a new component within a few seconds, but keep it now a div. So if you do this now, if you click any of this, you can see category page is showing. So we will get the category page when you clicking any of these items. So that's why our task is now we'll have to create a components for this and render it here. Okay, so what you have to do, let me close the home page and the shop page, blog page also, and we'll click this pages, then create a new page for category. So maybe we can just name it category or categories. So it's okay, category. Inside this category, what you can do, you can just simply define a new files, and then this is actually categories, category page, actually category page.jsx. Okay, so as usual, RAFCE get functional components, and instead of this div, we will simply render our category page. So category page, let me import it and self closing it. So you can see we just rendered the category, import the category page here on this element, and now if you click any of this, you can see this is category page. Okay, so let's design our category page. So to design our category page here, at first we need to get a use state hook. So here we'll have a use state, not actually user state, we need to get the category name from actually params. So that's why here we'll get use params, and this will get exactly the same thing that you define it here. If you define it category name, you will destructure category name from this params, and you can simply just console log this category name. So let's check it. If you just inspect, let me make it little bit. So if you refresh, you can see you are getting accessories, because here the path is accessories, this is the category name. If you try to get dress, then you can see it's dressed, and you are getting a console log that is dressed. Okay, so next thing is that here's a console log from blog.jsx. So we can just go back to the blocks. So let me remove the console log from there. Let me comment it. Okay, now that's fine. We don't need to comment actually console log it. What you will have to do, you will have to define a user states hook. So user states hook will be something like this. Let me define use a straight, let me import it, then it will be empty array, and here we'll get two things actually: filtered products, and then we'll also get set, copy it, paste it here, we'll get set filtered products, and after then we'll have a use effect hook, and this will be have a empty dependency, and here we will have a anonymous function. So that would be a arrow anonymous functions. Let me define curly braces. Here we'll define const filtered equal, we will call products. So where is actually products? Products is actually, if you just get this JSON file, as we don't have any backend, so that's why we'll get the products. So products, if you're not getting suggestion, you can import this way actually. Let me import products from dot slash inside data. We will have products.json file, and we'll call this products here. Then we will have to apply filter method. So let me apply filter method. Then inside this filter method, what you will get, every time you will get a product, and then we will have a arrow function here, and that is actually we will define product dot category. Look, In this products.package products.json file, we'll have a category field. We'll just simply define this category. Product category is equal, that means matched with the category name. So the category name is this name. So category name this is, and we make it to lowercase, to lowercase, and we'll have to call it. So if you do this, then this line is okay. And finally, we'll define set filtered products, and inside it we'll pass this filtered. Okay, and finally we can add as a dependency, that is actually we can simply define this category name as a dependency. So that is the task we'll have to do. And then here we'll have to design it. So let me remove this. We will have a empty fragments here. Then we'll take a section tag, and inside this section tag actually we'll have some class name, that is actually section underscore container. Then we'll have bg primary light color. Then inside here actually we'll have a h2. We will just pass our category name. So let me define this is category name, and we'll have to add class name, that would be section header, section underscore header, and we'll make it uppercase, or sorry, it would be capitalized. Okay, so now if you check here, you can see by default getting trace for now. Then we need to add some paragraph, so that's why the paragraph will be, let me check which type of paragraph we will use, something like this. So this is a p tag. We can add classes, that is actually section underscore sub header. And now if you check, you can see this section is okay. And now we need to show this type of card. So for this card actually, after this section we'll have products card. Okay, so what we'll do, you will take a div. Inside this div we'll have product cards. Let me import products card, and inside it we'll have to pass the products. So our products will be these filtered products. So if you pass simply filtered products here, our components is almost done. So now what you will have to do, you will have to simply apply some class name, that is actually class name section container underscore container. Okay, so that is the thing what you have to do. If you do this, now if you check your website, you can see all of these three cards is there. If you go back and click dress collection, now you can see dresses. If you click accessories, it's accessories, but it's not loaded from the above. So for this actually you can just write another use effect hook. So that would be window dot scroll to, so we'll make it a scroll to 0 0. It will start from the top as we are writing this hooks actually. Okay, so if you make this, then if you click any items, for example let me click cosmetics, it will be loaded from the top and it's saying it's cosmetics. If you click jewelries, let me check, I just clicked here, now we can see jewelry is rendered perfectly. Okay, so after this category based filtering, if you check any of these categories, it's loaded specific categories. And after this actually what we can do, so if you go our main websites, after doing this we will create a new a little component, that is actually search features. When someone click this search icon, you can see this is search icon. If anyone click this search icon, it will load to a search page, and you can see you can search products. And if you write anything here, for example if you want to define maybe it's bag. And if you search, you can see bag related product is showing. If you just simply define, maybe I'm not sure which one we will search, so maybe everything is one time, so we can simply define anything and we'll get that trace here. So if you just define trace, let me check if trace is okay. If you search the trace, you can see two trace is there, so that's why it's working perfectly. So we'll make these little components, the search components. So for this, actually what you will have to do, so for the search components here, we will have to create a routes for it. So let me close this, and here on this, actually we can define a path. The path will be slash search, then we will have element, and for this actually we will have to create a element. So let me close blocks categories, and we'll click this pages and create a new folder that is actually search folder. And inside the search folder we will have search jobs, search.jsx rafce, and we'll import it here. Okay, so if you do this right now in our website, for example, if you click the search button, it will load to the search page. So we'll design this search page based on our this design. So let's do this. So for this, actually what you will have to do, you will have to go to search.jsx, and here the first thing you will have to do, we will define const. We will have a use state, so that's why let me define use a straight hook, and that would be empty for now. And we'll define search query, search query, and then that is actually set search query. Let me copy it, paste it here. S will be capital. Then we will have to define another use state, so that is actually const. We will have filtered products, and that is actually set filtered products. It will be capitalized, and then we will have a user state, and this user state will render product data. So where is actually product data? You can simply import product data, products data, and that is actually sorry, it will be imported syntax. Sorry for this. Import products data from, and it will be from the JSON file. So dot slash data slash products JSON file, and we'll pass this product JSON file inside this use straight. So okay, fine. And after this, actually we'll need to create a function that is actually handle search, and that will be a arrow function, curly braces, and inside this curly braces, first you will get the query. The query will be search query dot to lowercase, sorry, it's not to lowercase. So we'll get the query and we'll convert it to lowercase, and after this actually we will have to define const and filtered, and that is actually we'll just call this product data. So products data dot filters, and here every time we will get product, and then we'll have arrow, we'll get product dot name, and we'll convert it to lowercase, and we'll have to call it, and after then we'll have sorry, actually we'll have another method that is actually includes, and inside this includes we'll have to pass this query. So the query is our query, otherwise we'll have a option. So this is war operators, and then we will get, it will search not only product name, it's actually search with description. So that's why descriptions, then we will have two lowercase, then we will have a dot, and includes we will get based on the query. So that is our filtered functions. It's actually we're applying filtered here. So first time it will get a product, will match the product name and will convert it to lowercase, then will include if this query will search inside this product name, if then it will return, otherwise it will also check the description section and convert it to lowercase and then check this query here. Okay, so finally after doing this, actually what you will have to do, we'll have to set filtered products and we'll pass this filtered. Okay, and finally this is okay. What you will have to do, you will have to take a empty fragments and then we'll have something like this. Inside here we'll have a section, and this section is similar to the section of the category page. So if you check this category page, you can see this section is the same section. So as it's same, we can just copy these from the categories. Here we'll copy this first section and keep it here. We don't need to make this section again. We'll have to customize this h2. Instead of this actually category name, we can simply define it search page. And now if you do this, you can see when you click this, it's actually search page. And maybe, or you can just name it instead of search page, search products. And okay, everything is fine. And after this, actually what you will have to do, you will have to need a input field, something like this. So for this input fields, we will have a another section, and that would be section container. So let me copy this class name, keep it a class name, section container. Then we will have a div, and inside this div we will have a input field, and this will be, we don't need to include name and id. We can just simply define placeholder. Placeholder will be search for products. Then after this, let me press enter. Then we will have a value. The value will be this search query from the above search query. Then we can just define on changed, and here we'll get events, and every time we will just set it to set query, set search query. So we'll define it event dot target dot value. Okay, so inside this on change we'll have to include this event dot target dot value. And finally we'll have to add some class name. So class name will be search bar, and then we will have w full, then we will have max w for excel, and we'll have a padding 2 and border and rounded. So if you do this, let me check here, we will have this. And after having these, actually maybe let me check if I just write the proper class name. I think this is fine, and check the class name again. Okay, and after this input field, actually we will have a button. So here we need a button, and this button will be search, and let me define class name. The class will be search button, then w full md w auto, then we will have py2 px8 busy primary text white and rounded. Okay, so if you check now, you can see this is the button, but it's actually not okay. Here we'll have to add one click. So on click event, that would be handle search. Okay, fine. And finally we'll have to target this div, and let me define some class name here. So class name will be w full, margin bottom 12 will apply flex, then we'll have flex call on medium devices, flex row will have item center, justify center, and gap will be 4. Okay, so now I think the search is perfect, but we need to show the products. So for showing the products, what you will have to do, after this div, actually after this div we'll have to just show products. So that's why we'll render products card, and we'll pass the product data, so that would be products, and then we'll pass the filtered products. So where is the filtered products? This is filtered products, we'll pass it here. So if you do this, then it will work perfectly. Let me show you. By default showing all the products, but if you search phrase and click this search button, it's showing dress related product. If you search maybe bag, click search, then it's actually showing bag, and when this is empty and click here, it will show all the search product. Okay, so that is the search page. I hope you understand. So if you click the search button, it will go to the search page and it will show all the details of the search, and with this search field and search button. And if you check the responsiveness, it will be perfectly responsive. Let me check it. Look, perfectly responsive. Let me close it. Perfect. So after this search page, actually next we will have to work with the shop page. Our shop page will be something like this. We'll have all the products on the right hand side, and on the left hand side there are filtering options. You can filter based on the categories. For example, you can filter based on the accessories. You can see all the accessories related product are showing. If you click dress, then dress related product are showing. If you click jewelries, then jewelries. Then if you click cosmetics related product is showing. By default, if you click all products will be shown. And then it is not the end, you can filter based on the colors. For example, if you click black, all the black related color is showing here. If you click gold, then gold related color is showing. Then green, on product is available, so this pant is actually green, something like this. So that's why this filtering will work. And by default here is page range. If you select under $50, then you can see all the products that are under $50. And then if you just want to get know about the products which is are in between $50 to $100, if you click there, you can see all the products is related to $50 to $100. Then $100 to $200, that is all the product, and above $200, this is the most higher pricing product. And then if you click this clear filtering, then you will see all the product are filtered without filtered actually. And here is a pagination option. You can see there is a pagination options. By default you can select preview because you are on the first page, but here if you click the second page, it will load the 9 products, actually the second page products. And here the next button is not selectable, but if you click preview, then it will go to the first. And here is the status. It will show 8 products of total 14 products. This is the status bar showing how many products and how many are showing on this page. Okay, so that will be shown here, and we'll make this page right now. So for this, actually what you will have to do, let me close this search page, and here we'll go to the router and we'll have to make a routes for this. So that would be actually path will be shop path, so slash shop. Then we'll have to create an element, so the element will be shop. So where is actually shop? Inside this shop, actually we can create a component that is actually the element will be shop page or something like this. So let me create a page inside this shop. Where is the shop folder? This is shop folder, and we will create a new file that is actually shop page or that is actually okay. Shop page is fine. Shop page.jsx, and let me define rafc, and now we'll import this here. Actually, that is actually shop page. Okay, let me self closing it, and after doing this, now if you click this shop, then it will load to the shop page, and you can see the shop page text is here. So if you have the shop page, then the task is that here what you will have to do, we need, if you check here, we need a banner. This banner is the same above that you will have. You can just see it's actually same as search page, or it's actually for category space. We can simply copy it. So let's do it from the category space. We will copy this section. This is common sections, and we don't need a div. We can take a empty fragments, and we keep these sections here, and then we make it the name. The name will be shop page. And then after these, actually, if I check the website, that would be, you can simply copy this, and just you will have to write your own text here, so no matters. So I just put the text here. So now if you check your shop page, you can see your shop page is something like this. So we need to show this type of categories and this type of product section. So for this, actually, after this sections, we will take a new section, and this section will be section container. So let me add a class. So that is actually class name section container. You can copy it from the above. Let me paste it here, and inside it, actually, we will have a div, and inside this div we'll have left side. This will be a div, and then we'll have right side. So there will be a div. So we can simply, at the left side div, what we will keep, we will simply define this will be shop filtering, and on the right side it will be, maybe we can show a h3, and that would be, for now, it will be available products, or products available, something like this. And we can name it class name will be text excel. Then we will have font medium, then we will have margin bottom 4, something like this. So if you now check your website, you can see this is shop filtering and product available sections. So we'll target the parent div, and here we'll apply class. So that is actually flex. By default, flex will be column, and on medium devices, flex will be row, and then we'll have on medium devices, gap will be 12, and by default the gap will be 8. So gap will be 8. So if you do this right now, you can see this is shop filtering and product available. So next thing is that we'll have to make this type of categories. So for these categories, actually, let me write some categories at the above. So here at the top, we will define const filter, and that would be an object. Inside these objects we will have properties. So properties will be, first properties categories, and that would be, here we'll define, look, our categories is at first wall, accessories, dress, jewelries, and cosmetics. So that's why here inside this array we'll have wall, then we will have accessories, so let me check the spelling. Then we will have dress, then we will have jewelry, GEWELLERY, jewelry. And lastly we need cosmetics, so COSMATICS, cosmetics. So as a category we'll keep all of this stuff inside this. If you need any more categories you can include it here, so no worries. If you need anything here you can just use as an string, a string here. So, okay, I hope you understand. After these categories, actually what you will have to do, you will have to define colors. These colors will be and also a array. So at first value will be all, then second will be black color, so that will be black. Then we can include red colors. It's up to you how you can just define the colors. Then we can just define gold, so it will be inside a string, that is actually gold. After then we'll have blue colors. Then we will have silver color, and finally we'll have something like this, basic colors, and lastly we will have green colors. So we'll have to make all of these colors here inside this array of colors. So I hope you can understand how you will write these sections. And lastly we will have price range, so that is actually price ranges range. So that will be an array of objects. So inside this actually we will have objects, so that is actually at first level. So label will be here. We will define it under $50. So that is something like this. And after then we'll define a minimum value, so minimum will be 0. And then we'll have a max value will be 50. Okay, so we'll have to make it this way. So let me copy of some of it by pressing shift alt and down arrow. Okay, then we will have here the value will be 50 to $100. Then minimum value will be 50 and maximum value will be 100. Then level third will be 100 to 100 200. Actually minimum value will be 100 and it will be 200. Okay, finally it will be the level will be $200 and above, and the value will be minimum 200 and maximum will be infinity. So that is infinity. Okay, if you do this I hope you have create your own filtered. So this is your own filtered structures. And after doing this, what you will have to do here inside this shop, actually we will have a use state hook, so that would be products. And then we'll define set products. So let me define set products. We'll have a use state. Is it imported? Yes, imported. And inside this actually we will pass our product data. So let me import product data. Import products data, and it's from we'll have dot slash data slash. Don't worry, we'll use our backend API, but right now we don't have our backend API, so that's why we're using a static data from the product.json file. So we'll keep here this product data here, product data. Okay, fine. After this actually we'll have to define another user state hook, so that would be user state hook. And inside here we'll have user state and we'll pass some objects. So here first is actually category. category will be by default wall. When you are working with the first time, it will be work. Color will be wall, and lastly price range will be empty. Okay, that means no price range. And inside here, actually what you will have to do, you will have to include filtered states, filter state, and that is actually set filters state. So paste it, make it capitalized. So we'll include this here, so after doing this, we'll have a function. So that is actually filter function, filtering functions, and that would be, we'll define const apply filters, that would be arrow functions. And inside this arrow functions, what we'll do, we'll define let filtered products. So filtered products, so that would be our products data. Okay, and after this, what you will have to do, you will just add a comments. So that is actually filter by categories. Okay, we'll check if filter states. So filter state dot category, then we will take a and operators. So and operator filter state dot category not equal wall, then we'll just make a curly braces, and here we'll define filtered products equal, will have filtered products dot filter options, and inside this filter we'll get product. So product, and this product will be something like this, product dot category, it's suggesting, then it will be equals, let me, here's it will be equals sign, and that would be filtered state. So that is filter state dot category. Okay, so if you will find filtered category and filtered category is not equal wall, then it will just simply set it to the filtered variable. Okay, otherwise we will just check filter by color, and we'll check the same way. We'll have a if conditions. Here we'll define filtered state dot color, then we will have and operators, will have filtered state dot color is not equal wall, then inside it actually will return this filtered products equal, we'll have to map it. So filtered products dot filter, and inside here we'll get product, we'll just define an arrow, we'll define product dot color, then it will be equal filtered state dot color. Okay, so that is the thing for the color filtering. And lastly we will have for filtering filter by price range. If here's for the price range, what you will have to do, you will have filtered state dot price range, and that would be what you will do. We'll define const, and it would be an array, so it will be filter states dot map, sorry, filter state dot হচ্ছে actually price range. Then we will split it, and inside it actually will split by dash sign, actually dash sign. You can see we include dash here, so dash. Then we will actually do map, and we'll pass number, and then actually we will have filtered products equal, we'll have filtered products dot filter. Inside here we will get product, and that would be array, and every time we'll get product dot price, and that is actually greater than or equal minimum mean price. What is actually mean price? Here you will have to destructure it, so mean price and max price. Okay, it will be mean price, and do and an operator will include product dot price, and it will be greater than, is less than actually max price. Okay, so that is the thing. And finally, after this if conditions, we'll define set products, so that would be set products. We'll have to keep it capital P, and will be set product, and inside here actually we'll pass filtered products. Okay, so if you do this, then this condition is done. And finally we'll have use effect hook, so that would be here will be a anonymous functions. Let me define curly braces, and after then we'll have a dependency, so that is actually filtered state, and we'll define inside here actually we'll call the apply filtered, so apply filtered function every time. And finally lastly we need clear the filters, so here we'll have const clear filters, and that would be a function, and we'll have something like this. We'll define set filtered state, and here we'll define curly braces. We'll have all of this category. You can simply copy all of this category and keep it inside here. So the function is done. Now what you will have to do, you will have to just show it on the UI. At first, after this actually right side div, we'll call the products card, and then inside this actually we'll pass products, so pass products equal products. Okay, so if you do this, now you can see here all the products is showing. We'll have total 8 product, sorry, 10 products, so it will be showing, and we can show the length, so that is actually products dot length. Okay, so now we can see the product length is showing, it's actually 10. Now for the this filtering, so what you will do, we'll have to create a components. So let me, instead of this single div, we will create a shop filtering components. So inside this actually shop, we can create a shop filtering, shop filtering, and dot would be JSX, and let me RFCE React functional component. Instead of this div actually we will import shop filtering. Okay, and inside these actually will pass filters. Filters will be all filters, then we will pass filter state. So that would be all our filter states. And then additionally we need to define set filter state, so that would be our set filter state, so that is actually set filter state. And finally and lastly we'll pass clear filters, so that would be we'll pass clear filters. Okay, so if you want to make it more organized, you can just show it this way. Finally, okay, so we'll pass filters, then set filters state, set filters and clear filters as a props. And if you pass it at a pros, it will have to receive it. So in these sections we will just simply receive this one by one. So let me add a comma, receive it, then third on, paste it here, and finally clear filters. So if you do this, next thing is that what you will have to do, you will have to design this set filters sections. These set filter sections will be similar to these sections, so let's do it. So for this actually here set filters, actually it will be shop filtering. What you will have to do, we'll have to define a div with a class name. So the class name will be a space y5, so we'll make it a space y5, and then we will have flex shrink 0, so it will be not shrinked. And then we will have a h3. H3 will be filters. Okay, and after this actually we'll take a div, we'll keep a space here. So if you do this right now, we can see this is filters, and after inside this div what you will have to do, we'll have a h4. H4 will make it category, and let me define class name. So class name will be font medium, then we will have text large size. Okay, and after this actually we will have to take a hr, so that would be a hr. You can see this is hr, and inside these actually after these actually we'll have curly braces, we'll have filters dot categories. So that is actually filter dot categories, and we'll do map here, and each time we'll get category, and then we'll have a arrow. We'll have something like this. At first we'll take a label, let me close it. This label will have a key, this key will be category. Then inside this label actually we will have an input, so input will be type radio, and then we don't need to include, okay, we can just make it category. And then lastly, if you need id, you can just define it category. Then we will have a value, the value will be category, and then we will have checked. Let me press enter, and we'll have checked, and the checked will be by default, which will be, we'll have to define filtered state dot category equal category. And finally, after these actually we'll have on change, and each time it will get a events, then we will have an arrow. We'll make it set filtered, that is actually it will receive objects, then we'll have dot dot slash filter state, then we'll have category equals event dot target dot value. Okay, something like this. And after these actually input field will have a span. This span will be render the category. Okay, we can add some css here, that is actually margin left 1. And finally on this level actually we'll have class name capitalized, and that is actually cursor pointer. Okay, so if you do this now, let me check it. You can see all of this stuff is something like this. Let me add some css to this div, and here we'll have by default flex call, then we'll have a space y2. So if you do this now, you can see it's something like this. If you click accessories, it will have 3 products. If you click dress, we'll have 3 products. If you click this, it will be 2 products, and cosmetics have 2 products. Okay, so it's actually showing perfectly. Now after this actually we need to color field. So what you will have to do, you can simply copy of it, copy of this div, and now let me close the first one. Here we can add a comment, so for colors, and this is for categories, so gories. Okay, okay, for colors actually we'll make this name will be color. Okay, and here actually instead of these filters we will include colors, then each time we will get color, and we'll pass the category will be color, and then we'll filter based on color. We'll have filters dot color will be color, and here we'll define color will be the target dot value. Okay, finally I think everything is fine. Here instead of category we'll have to define color. So if you do this actually instead of category you need to include colors everywhere. The name will be color, that will be color. Okay, finally I think everything is fine. Let me check. Here so you can see all color is there. Let me check if is it filtering. Yes, is it filtering perfectly? Okay, click all, by default all showing. If you click accessories and click black, so only black labeled accessories is showing here. If you click red, there is no red product on accessories actually. Yeah, there is a blue colors, there is no silver color, no green colors on the accessories, but if you click on green it will be just showing perfectly. Okay, so something like this, showing all the products. And after this actually we need to show the pricing. So for this actually we can simply copy it again. Let me copy it. We'll have to collapse it and we'll make it, that would be pricing. And here the pricing is will be, will define price range, and instead of these filters we will have price. If you're not sure that spelling, you can simply go at the above and you can just simply check this label price range. So that is the thing, we will paste it here. Then every time we will get range, then the label key will be range dot label. So let me check, that is label. And then here the ratio button is okay. The name will be price range, the id will be price range, the value will be here. Inside this curly braces we will have a backtick sign, we will include dollar sign, then we will have curly braces, will include range dot mean, and actually let me make it here. So we will have something like this, we will have a range dot mean, and here we will have something like this, a dash, then we will have dollar sign, curly braces, uh range dot max. Okay, that is the thing. And we'll check filtered will be price range, price range, and then the color will be, here's the same thing, we can simply copy this straight, and instead of color we'll pass it here. And finally on the set states we'll have here, instead of color we will have price range, so price range, so that would be event dot target dot value. Okay, finally we'll have range dot level. Okay, let me check it if it's showing perfect. Okay, let me refresh it. If you click 50s, now all the pricing is under 50. If you check this, it's in between 50 and hundreds, in between 200, 100 and 200, it will be above 200. Okay, all the filtering is working perfectly. And lastly we'll have a wall filtering, so that's why where you will include. And after these, actually let me define clear filters comment, and here we'll take a button, this button define clear all filters, and here we'll have to add class name. The class name will be busy primary, we'll have py1 px4, then we'll have text white, and finally rounded. And on the one click of this button, on click, we will simply show clear filters. Okay, so let me check if it's work. So by default choose rate, we'll have two products, and we can just simply click this filter, so it will show wall. Okay, so this product page is perfect right now, but we'll work with pagination and this stuff when we'll have backend, because we'll implement this pagination system from the backend, and it is the most convenient way so to remove the caches. So this will be from the backend, so I will ignore this and will work with this when we will have backend setup. Okay, so after this shop page, what you will have to do, we'll have to make a single product page. So for example, when you click any of this product, and if I show you from our website, wait, if you click any of this product, for example this product, it will load this product with this way. We'll have product name here, price, then color details, and here add to cart button. After that we'll show all the comments, and also have a option to add new post, new comment actually. So if anyone click this, it will actually give you a way to post review, and you can write something. The authenticated users will can able to post a review, and you can submit or just simply cancel it. Okay, we'll have this type of simple shop page, sorry, product details page. And here if anyone click this home, it will redirect to home page. If click this shop, then it will redirect to shop page. So we are going to make this. So for this, let me close this and also close this category page. And here we'll have to set up route first. So at first let me create a path. So the path will be single product. So as it's a single product, what we'll have slash shop slash clone id. So we'll get an id. Based on this id, we'll show the product. We'll have a element. This element will be single page element. So inside the shop actually we'll create a folder. So we'll name it product details or something like this. So that would be product details. Sorry, I will have to rename it product details trails or something like this. Inside this product details we'll have a single product. So that is actually have single products. So let me define single products dot jsx RAFCE, and we'll import the element here that is actually single product. Let me step closing it. So if you do this right now, if you click any of these projects, let me close. If you click any of this, it will actually show single product page. Go back to the shop page, click the second one, it will show single product. Okay, but what the next actually, the next thing is that we'll have to design based on this. So for this, let me design the single page. Here we'll start with a empty fragments. Instead of this, we will copy the section. So this is the common section. We'll keep it on every pages, and here we will define it. Let me check the name. This is single product page, and then instead of this paragraph actually, if you check, it will have this hamburger. So what you will do, we don't need to define this way, we can simply remove this paragraph actually. Then we'll take a div. Inside this div we will have a span tag. Then this span tag will contain a link. So let me define link component from react router dom. We'll have a path. So that would be slash, that means we'll keep home here. So this is home, and after then we will have a arrow right icon, something like this. We'll have this type of icon. So we can search arrow, and then you can see we will have lots of arrow, but we need something like this. We can use these icons. So s line or something like this, we can simply copy it, keep it after the span tag, and now we'll have to make it class name. If you check, now you can see here is the thing. After then we'll have to copy this span and paste it here. We'll make it shop page. So shop page will have shop here, and finally we can simply copy this icon again, keep it here. And then what you will have to do, look here, so we'll have home shop, and then we'll have to show the product name here. You can see this is a product name. So for this product name actually we'll have to copy this span. We'll have to copy this span tag, but we don't need this link element actually. We will just show the product name. So for now actually, let me define the class name here. The class name will be when hover actually will have text primary. Okay, and we keep these to the wall span tag. So the above span tag. Okay, fine. So here will be product name. So now if you check your website, you can see something like this. We'll have to move it to center position. So that's why we'll target this div. We'll make it class name section underscore underscore sub header. Then we will have a space x 2. Okay, so let me check it. So it's now on the center. If anyone click this shop page, it will redirect to shop page. If anyone click this home page, it will redirect to home page. Okay, so that is the thing. Next, what you will have to do, we will have to show the product name here. So to do this, what you will have to do at first, we need to destructure the id. So we'll have an id. So maybe it's actually underscore id. Okay, now it will be id. Then we will call use params hook. So now if you just console log this id clg id, then you will get the id. Let me check it. If you inspect, check the console and refresh this, you can see we're getting the second product. If you go to the third product, for example, let me click this gold necklace, you can see it's third. So we're getting the product id. If you get the product id, you will have to show details. So for this, actually what you can do right now, we can have a filter, or okay, keep this actually hard coded. Actually we will make it dynamic when we will have backend data. So right now we will make it hard coded. So here this actually will have section, and inside this section we'll have section container. Let me define class name. We'll have section container, then we'll have margin top 8. After then here we will define a div. So this div will have product image. So let me define product image, and here we will have another div, and this div contain img tag. So for now actually I am showing a single product image. So let me show import product img from can we use an id? Actually let me show. We can just simply copy an url so that we can just show it here. We don't have to input it, we can simply show it this way. We'll pass it on src, and now if you check here, you can see this is an image. We'll have to resize it. So that's why we'll target this div. We'll make it flex. By default flex will be column. Then we will have item center, then on medium devices flex will be row, and gap will be 8. Okay, and here on this div actually we will define class name. We'll define on medium devices w will be half, by default w full. Okay, and for the image actually we can just include some css. So let me define class name. The class name will be rounded md, then w full h auto. Okay, so this section is done. Now you can see it's something like this. If you refresh, the error has gone. Let me just do it. We can just remove this console log. We don't need this. And after this div actually we will have another div. So this div will have same classes. We can simply copy this class name and keep it here, and inside here actually what you will have to do, we'll have h3. This will be the product name. So let me define product name, and here we can just define class name. The class name will be text to excel, then we will have font semi bold, then we will have margin bottom 4, then we'll have a p tag. We will need to show the price. So that would be simply we can just define a hard coded price, maybe $100, and then we will have another hard coded price that would be inside s. We'll have maybe $130. So let me check it. You can see this is the pricing. We'll have to get the references. Each will have some CSS. So let me define class name here, the class name here, and this class name will be text XL. Then we will have text primary color. Then we'll have margin bottom for. Okay, so after these actually we will have another p tag. Let me p tag, and this will be product description. So here uh let me define, this is product description, this is product description. Okay, and this will have a class. Let me define class name. We will make it text gray 700 and margin bottom for. Okay, so after this p tag actually we'll have additional product info, and that would be a div. Inside this div we will have a p tag, we will have a strong tag. Inside this strong tag we will have category clone, and we'll define this is actually, and let me check, this is actually accessories. We'll have accessories something like this. We can just take a space and we can make it a copy. So the second category will be color. So now this is color. We will have brain-j, and then we'll have rating components, ratings start, and here ratings will be maybe right now it's 4. So let me check if our website is working. Yeah, but our rating will be something like this. We'll have to keep it on a string, a strong tag. So that's why here we'll take a div. Inside this div we'll have a strong tag that is actually rating, and then we will keep this after this strong tag. And now if you check actually you will have something like this. Let me define a space here, and then we'll have to define flex. So class name, that is flex gap 1, and item center. If you now check, you can see this is working perfectly. And after these actually we'll have a button. So this button, we can keep this button after these actually. After this additional div we'll have a button. So that is actually add to cart, and here we'll add some class. So that would be class name, margin top 6 px 6 py3 busy primary text white, and finally we'll have rounded md. Okay, let me check it. So we'll have something like this, and finally we'll have all comments and other stuff. But for this actually we will keep it closed. This section and this section is closed, and after these two sections we will have display reviews. Okay, so that would be a section tag, and we'll have class name, that is the same section container, and margin top. So margin top will be maybe, okay, fine. And inside here actually we'll have review card. So we will design this later, so that's why here we'll define reviews here. Okay, so we'll keep it this way, and we can just define a to do. Maybe let me define to do. So work with review when we'll have API. So in the previous video, we have created our single page for the product details page. And if you click any of this product, you can see the product details is showing. This is the first image, but we'll have to work with later. We'll change all of this information when we'll have backend. So right now what we can do it, so we can do simply implement the cart system. So by default you can see the cart is now 0, but if you click any product it will be added 1. That means one product is added, and if you try to add again it will not be added because this product is added. If you try to add the second one, now it's 2. If you click third one, now it's 3. And if you click the cart icons, here you can see all the products is showing on this model. You can increase the quantity, you can just do this way, you can decrease it. If you want to remove any products, for example, if you want to remove this product, you can simply click this remove button, so that product is just reduced. Then you can just remove the quantity. Here this is selected item, this is total prices, and this is tax calculation. If you add a new product, then you can see the total price is just increased, and selected items 3, and here grand total. So this way, and there is another clear cart. So if you click this button, it will be removed everything, and now your cart is empty. We will implement all of this functionality, and for this functionality actually what you will have to do, for this functionality we'll have to work with Redux toolkit. So we'll search Redux toolkit, and from there actually you can see Redux toolkit.js.org. This is the official website. We'll have to go there, then you will have to click this get started, and if you scroll a little bit, then you will find installation. And how actually you can install, you can just create a React Redux app by this way, but we have already an app, so that's why we'll just check this. An existing app, will have to install it. So the command is this command. We'll copy it, go to the terminal, and here what we'll do, let me close everything. Look, the left side is running our front end, and right side is for the back end. And now we have another terminal. In this terminal actually you can see, make sure you have your projects, then slash frontend folder. When you are a frontend folder, you can run your comments. So but let me show you again. So if you have two terminal, then you will just click this plus icon, then you can see this is your project name. And after, then what you will have to do to go inside the front end, you will have to define the front end. Then now you can see project name, then slash front end. That means you are on the front end folder. So in this folder here you will have to run these two command. Actually we will have to install Redux.js toolkit. So copy it, paste it here. Let me press enter. Within a few seconds it will be installed. Wait until it's completed. Okay, then we have to make a binding between React and Redux. So that's why we'll have to just install these packages. So we will install npm install React hyphen Redux package. So it will make a combine in between React and Redux. So when it's done, let me close this. And next thing is that if you scroll a little bit, you cannot get the proper way. What you will have to do, you can go to the quick start from this left side panel. You can see this is quick start, and if you click here you will get a step-by-step guidance. If you just scroll, then you can see you will have JavaScript format and TypeScript format. As we're using TypeScript, so we'll select this TypeScript app. So at first what you will have to do, you will have to create a Redux store. So how you can just do it, so let's do it. So we will maintain a folder for this actually. So inside this src folder, actually we will create a new folder, that is actually Redux. We will keep all our Redux related code inside this folder, and inside this folder we will have a store.js. You can simply copy this, or you can simply type it this way. Inside this Redux we'll have a store.js, and our store.js contain this code. You can simply copy it and paste it here. look what we are doing. We are just making a variable that is named store, and we call configure store. This configure store will come from the Redux.js/toolkit, and inside here we will have a reducer. So lastly, what you will have to do, you will have to connect it to your project. So that's why you will have to take provider, and then you will have to pass a store to this store variable. Okay, so we'll have to do this. You can keep it on your app.jsx, you can keep it here, or you can go to main.jsx and keep your provider here. So to do this, actually we will copy import provider from React Redux and keep it here. Import provider from React Redux, then we'll wrap the provider. So let me copy it, and instead of strike mode, we can just remove this and keep it here. So we'll have to pass it this way, and then we'll have a store. So let me copy this store equal store. So this time actually we'll have to import a store. So let me import it from the Redux/store.js. So we have imported it. Now if you just refresh your project and inspect it, then if you just click this arrow, you will find Redux. Then you can see your state is here. You can see the graphs here in it. That means your store is connected. But how you find this Redux tab? So to find this Redux tab, you will have to search Redux Chrome extension or something like this. So you can have to search Chrome extension. So if you search, you will find this React dev tools. You have to install this to get the suggestion that I am getting here on this tab. So let me show you. After installing this extension, if you refresh and then if you inspect, you will find dev tools here. Also you can inspect it and get this dev tools here. Actually you can see the first one is in it, because we don't have any reducer, so that's why it's actually empty reducer. And after this, if you just check the documentation, you have to create a slice. So to create a slice, look, the recommended way is you will have a features folder, then you will have counter. That means this is the slice, which type of slice, then slice.js. Okay, we will follow that. Inside this Redux folder, we will have a features folder, features folder. Inside this features folder, we will have to work with cart. So that's a cart. Inside the cart folder, we will have cart slice.js. Okay, so what you will do, you will have to do this way. At first you will have to import this create slice at the top, then you will have to define an initial state. Let me do it. Initial state will change the value. So let me remove this value from here. We'll have empty right now. Then we will have to make this way. We'll have a variable that is actually cart slice. So let me create it. So I am just making this way, const cart slice, and that would be, we'll call create slice, and we will have an objects here. And inside these objects, what you will have to do, you will have a name. So let me define name. Name will be by default cart. Then you will have initial state, so we'll pass this initial states, and after this initial states we will have reducer. So we will have reducer. Let me define reducers, and here objects. And finally we'll make some just actions here. This is increment action, decrement action, and increment by amount action. So we'll make define an action here. So let's define an action. So we would work with add to cart. So that's why here we'll define add to cart, and this will be a clone. So let me define a clone. It will have two things, one is a state and another is action. Okay, and here we will have an array then we'll have parentheses. We'll do the calculation, but before that let me define the initial states. Here our initial states will be products. Products will be an empty array. Then we will have by default selected products, or sorry, selected items, and that would be by default 0. Then we will have total price, that would be 0. Then tax will be 0. Then we will define tax rate, and this tax rate will be, let me add a comma here, will be 0.05%. So how you can calculate the tax rate? To calculate tax rate, you can just open calculator, and if you define the 50% tax, then 5 by 100, sorry, 5% tax actually, that means, so if you define 5% tax, that would be 5 by 100. And if you define, it's actually 0.05. if you define 2% tax, then 2 by 100, then it will be 0.02. so we define 5% tax, so that's why 0.05. and finally we'll have grand total, and grand total will be 0. So inside these initial states we will have all of these. Actually we will have an products array. We will have selected product 0, total price 0, tax 0, tax rate 5%, and grand total 0. Okay, now here inside these, actually what you will have to do, you will have to define const is exist. So is any x exist is exist, is there any product exist? So that's why we'll call the state, then we'll call products, then we will apply find method. Inside this find method, how you can just find it? You can find it based on, actually firstly you will get product, then you will have the options. Firstly you will check product dot underscore id. if you check your package product data, so data is here. If you go to product.json, you can see we will have underscore id. So here we'll match with underscore id, and this will be equal action dot payload. Inside action we'll have payload, and after then payload we'll have underscore id. So if you include this, then you will get existed product, and then what you will have to do, we'll have to do a if condition, and we'll check not is exist. Then we will have something like this. Inside here, actually we will define state dot products, then we will just define push method, and inside this push method we will have objects. We will destructure, sorry, we will use a spread operator. This is a spread operator, action dot payload, and additionally after this we will have a comma, and we will define quantity, and that would be 1. So we'll define the quantity 1 here. So I maybe okay, this quantity, sorry, this quantity will be 1. Is there, I mistake the typing, I'll do lot of typing mistake. So state is 1. Otherwise you can just simply define else block, and you can simply console log the message. So item is already added, something like this. And otherwise what you will have to do, you will have to define state dot these selected items. We will copy it, keep it here, and then we will define equal sign, and now we can just write a function here. So that will be set selected items function, and inside this function we will pass the state. Okay, let's write the function. So for this, actually we can just define utilities function. Okay, that would be const set selected product, it will receive a state, and then it will have something like this. You can simply export it, and here what you will have to do, we will have to define it something like this: straight dot products. Then we will apply reduce method. So this is reduce, and inside here we'll have total and product. Then we will have a arrow. Then what you will have to do, we'll have a curly braces, and we'll return number format. Inside this number, what you will return, you will have to return the total plus product dot quantity. Each product will have this quantity. You can see we included quantity here. We'll make it quantity. Okay, so this is the set items function, set selected items function. And after then, actually, let me add a colon here, and then we'll have to define, we'll back here, and we'll define a straight dot total price. And this total price will be a function. We'll have to define set selected total price or something like this, or okay, it's up to you. If you want to rename it, you can just do it. Selected set selected. Okay, keep it same. It's actually not need to modify. Set total price, and that would be a straight. And then these straight will be, let me add a functions. We will have same way, we will have export, then const, then we'll have set total price function, and that would be, here we will have a straight inside here. Then let me define an arrow. We'll have this same thing, we'll have reducers and all of this stuff. Let me keep it here, but the customization is that we will customize it here. So what to customize? The customization is that we will have to define, let me remove this section. We'll have total, then we'll have a plus, then we'll have product dot quantity, then into will have product dot price. So that is the customization. And after then we'll back here actually, and then what you will have to do, we'll have to get the text here. So we'll have to define the text. So let me define a state dot text, and then we'll have to define set text function here. Set text function will have to pass a straight as usual, and now we will have to define the function. So copy it here, we'll have export const set text, so that will receive the straight, and then we'll have arrow. So the text will be, we'll call this selected total, say total prices, and we'll define this total price. We'll call this straight, so we'll call the function actually this set total price function. Then what you will do, you will include into, and that would be state dot tax rate. So tax rate, so if you avoid the mistake, you can copy it. So that is actually tax rate. Okay, and after then again we'll back here. After this actually we'll have grand total, we'll have straight dot grand total, and that would be, we'll have set grand total, and we'll pass the state as usual. So we'll have to write a function again. So this will be export const this function, this will receive a state. Then every time what you will have to do, you will have to define this grand total actually will be curly braces. Let me define return. Then return will be, what you will do, you will call this set total price, and that would be straight, so we'll call the function. And after this function, what you will have to do, you will have to add plus, then we will call this actually you will simply call this function. So set total price into state dot tax rate. So you will have to define this. So if you do this, now almost done, what you will have to do, and lastly we will have to export const. We'll have to export, and if you want make sure if you want to sure, we'll have to export all the actions. So let me define, it will be cart slice dot actions. Okay, and then here we'll pass this add to cart. So this is add to cart, we'll pass inside here. And finally we'll have to export the resourcer function. So this is actually export default, and that is actually cart slice. So that is actually cart slice dot reducer. So this is the export. So cart slice is reducer. After making these, actually what you will have to do, let me format this. We will use it on a store. So how to use it? Here we will simply define cart. The cart will be, we'll have to import cart reducer. So import cart reducer from, we'll have dot slash features slash cart slicer, and we'll pass this cart slicer here. So if you do this, then here check this is okay, and if you check this, now if you refresh and check it here, nothing happens, but we'll have to deploy actions so that then it will show. So let's do it. So to do it, actually we'll go to products card. Where is products card? Our products card inside page, inside shop, then we will have products card. Here we will have to define const dispatch, and we'll call use dispatch from React Redux, we'll call it, and then we'll have to define a functions const handle add to cart, and it will receive product. Then we'll have something like this. At first we will simply call this dispatch, and inside this dispatch we'll have add to cart, call it, then inside here we'll pass this product. So our add to cart handler is okay. Now we'll use it. So where is the add to cart button? Maybe this is the add to cart button. Here we will define one click, and this will receive a event, and then we will have arrow, we'll have curly braces, and we will pass handle add to click, and we will pass the product. So this is the product, we will pass the product here. So but above it we will define event dot stop propagation and stop it. Okay, so we'll include add to cart on the product cart. So if you do this right now, here if you click, you can check the state why there is not happening. Let me check it. Init states. So refresh this, inspect, and if you go to Redux, look, here is a cart. You can see our initial cart is loaded, and this is actually empty. All of this is empty. Okay, so if this is empty, but we need to show it at the top, so that's why what you will do, to do this actually we will go to Actually navbar, where is our navbar? Inside this component we will have navbar. So this is navbar. Here we will define const, we will call products, and that would be, we will call use selector from React Redux, and inside here actually we will have a state. Then we will define array, so that is a state dot cart dot products. Okay, so now we can just console log it, clg products. Okay, so if you console log, let me check it, refresh it, inspect it, open the console, and here by default it's showing 0. If you click any of this product, you can see it will have one products. Look, this is one products. If you click again, it will have two products, but if you click again, first already exist, so the item is already existed. And if you click the third one, you can see we will have array of 3 items. So if you have this, you can just show it this way. How to show it? Actually, you can see here we will have cards. Let me remove this, and if you check where is the cart, here is the cart quantity. Instead of this, actually we can just define cart dot length. So this is the thing we'll have to define, or you can just simply define products dot length. So by default, if you do this right now, we can see, refresh it, now 0. And if you add one item, it's added on 2, 3, 4. If you click again, it will not added multiple way. Okay, that is the thing you will add. If you refresh, the card will be gone, and if you click again, so if you click again, it will be work perfectly. And it's not there. If you just want to click here, actually look, one item is let me refresh. If you click here, one item is added. If you want to click this on, it will be 2 items is there. So this is perfectly working, and in the next video we will implement this functionality. If anyone click here, actually it will show the cards something like this. So right now we're getting the add to cards, but when we click, actually it's doing nothing. So how to fix it? To fix it, actually we will just have to define a states add navbar. So here you can see we will have to define some sprites. So at first we'll define const, we'll define is cart open, and set is cart open, and that would be use a straight, and that would be by default false. Okay, and we'll have a handle const handle cart toggle. So this will be simply a function. This function will have something like this. We'll define set is cart open, not is cart open. So we'll have to define these two use states and a function. And if you have these functions, you can just show this actually based on the toggle. So how you can do it? So to do it, actually here on this button, this is the cart items. You can see this is the cart items, and here we'll have a one click function, and this one click function will call handle toggle cart toggle. Okay, so if you have this, then the next thing is that we will have close everything. So let me close this navbar, and here actually we will have curly braces. We will call is cart open, then we will have and then we can simply define a div for now, so that is cart model or something like this. Okay, so now let's check if it works or not. If you click, you can see cart model, but we don't want to show it this way. Let me click again. when you click, it shows the card model. We don't actually want to show it this way, so that's why what you will have to do, we'll create a component. So where we can create component, we can create it on this shop folder. Actually, we'll have card model, that would be JSX. Let me define RFCE, and here actually instead of this simple div, we can just simply render it. So let me define card model, let me self closing it, and here we'll pass our products. So our products will be products from above, then we will pass is open, is open, is open will be is cart open, and we will have a on close. So on close, so on close will be a function, so we didn't define it, so we can just simply define cart handle cart colon. So we can simply define handed cart toggle. So while we define this thing here, and if you define it, we can just destructure it. So let me destructure it here. So this is firstly card products, then we'll have is open, then we will have the last one is on close, on close. So if you define this, now it's almost okay. So from these actually card page, what you can do, let's design it. So inside these actually we'll have some class name. What you will do, we'll define dynamic class name, so that's why curly braces backtick sign, and here we'll have to define this is fixed, then we'll define z index 1000, then we will have insect 0, we will have busy black, then we'll have busy opacity 50 or something like this, then we will have transition opacity, and then we will have dynamic class, so that is actually docent is cart open. We will have something like this quotation clone quotation, and here the first quotation will be opacity 100, otherwise here we will have opacity 0, opacity 0, and then we'll have pointers events none, and finally we can add an style here. So that's why style will be inside this curly braces, we will define transition, so will be opacity, and this opacity 30 millisecond. Okay, so if you do this now, I think fine. If you click, you will see a background effect applied. If you refresh, it will be remove. Look, if you refresh, it will be remove, and we can just define opacity will be 80%, then it will be mass opacity. Look, mass opacity is here. So after this div, what you will have to do, you will have another div, and this div will have class name. This class name will be by default again dynamic class name. Will have backtick sign, will have fixed it, then we'll fix it based on right 0, then top 0, then we will have on medium devices, we will have w 1/3, then w by default full, then busy will be white, h will be full, then overflow y will be auto, then JSON transition transform, and finally we'll have $sign dynamic is open. So is open will be something like this. We'll have to make it translate x0, otherwise we'll have a colon, single quotations, we'll have translate x fill, translate, so translate x, where is sorry, y full, and where is x fill, okay, x full. And finally after doing this we'll have a style tag, and that would be style, and this will be again, we'll have transform, sorry, we'll have transition. This transition will be transform 300 millisecond. Then we'll have cubic Bezier, GHIER. Then inside here we'll have to define opacity will be 0.05, then 0.46, 0.45, then 0.94. okay, all of this stuff. So I think it's okay right now. Click here. So this is the white backgrounds. Refresh it, it will have removed. And after adding this, what you will have to do, you will have another div inside this div. So let me define this div, and this div will have a class name. The class name is actually p4, then margin top 4. okay, fine. And now here actually we will have a h4. This is actually your card, something like this. You can make it capital, and now if you click here you can see your card is here. And now here we can apply something. For example, we can just define this will be text XL, then we'll have fonts semi bold. okay, after this actually we'll have a button. This button is actually close icon, so we can just simply define an icon from here. The icon would be something like this, XRP icon, something like this. We can use this icon, copy this, or can copy this icon, it's up to you, and we'll keep inside this button. And what you will have to do inside this button, we'll have to define class name, that would be text gray 600 or something like this. We'll have on hover, we'll have text gray 900, and on the icons actually, on the icons we'll have class name. Actually it's not simply class, and we'll apply busy black color, then we'll apply padding 1, and text will be white. So if you do this, now you can see what happened. It here is a close icon, and now we can just define a one click here. So on click will be the close, so we will call on close, and we'll call this. So if you click this icon it will be close, and if you click it will be open. And now here actually what you can do, okay, so we can keep this h1 and button inside a div. Actually let me define this. You can keep it inside a div, so div, inside this div let me cut this and keep it here. We'll have to define it flex, so that's why it will be side by side. So let me define class flex justify between items center, and margin bottom 4. Okay, now you can see it will be closed. If you click this close button, it will removed, and if you click pen, it will be open, something like this. Okay, so after having these, actually you will have another div. So let me close this div, and after this div, actually we'll have a new div, and we'll check something like this. We'll define products dot length, trace length is equal 0. Then we will show something. So we'll have a div. This div will show your card is empty. Otherwise we will have a clone. Then we will have something like this. We'll have another div, and this div will be sorry, here actually we don't need this div. Actually we can simply define curly braces products dot map. Then we will every time get. So why actually it's not there, why the error? Maybe we'll get item, then index, then we will have arrow parenthesis. Okay, why the products is not there? Let me copy it, keep it here. Why the map is not applying, I'm not sure, but it should apply. Expected why actually not working here? If it's there, then it is 0. Otherwise it will have something like this. So let me check it by this way. Otherwise we will have something like this. We'll have products dot map here. So, okay, there was an issues. We'll get item and index here, and then we will have arrow parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we will have a div. This div will have a key. The key will be by default index, and inside this, actually inside this div we will have another div. Okay, so we'll have a span tag. This will show index plus 1, and here will be 0. So let me check. If by default click your cart item is 0, but if you have product, so click here, so 1 items, and then you can see 0 1. We'll have to design it. So for this, now at this point, let me define class name on this span tag. So class name will be margin right 4, will have px1, will have busy primary color, then we'll have text white, then we'll have rounded full. Okay, so now you can see it's actually 0 1, and after this span, actually we'll have a img. This will be src will be item dot image. Now let me check it. So here is item dot image, and let me add class name here. So the class name will be size 12. Then we will have object cover, then we will have margin right 4. So now it will be something like this, and after having this, actually we'll have a div. This div will contain s5. S5 will be product name, so that's why we'll have item dot name, and check the item dot name, and after this we'll have a p tag. We will have dollar sign. So here is actually dollar sign, and we'll define number, then we'll call item dot price, and that would be true fixed, and we'll define it to. So now you can see this is the total price, and after this actually we'll have button. But now let me style this. So at first, when you are mapping here, when you have index, this div will have some css. We'll define its flex, by default flex call, and on medium devices flex will be row. Then on medium devices items center, on medium devices justify between, and we'll have shadow md. Then we'll have on medium devices p will be 5, and by default p will be 2, margin bottom will be 4. So now something like this, and then we'll have to target this div. We'll have flex item center. Let me check it. Now it's flex item center, and then we'll have to apply some css to this name. So that is actually text lg. Then we will have font medium, and on the p tag actually we'll have class name text gray 600, and text will be sm size. Okay, so now we can see something like this. But lastly, what you will have, you will have these quantity icons and this remove functionality. So let me do this. So after adding these, actually after this div we'll have another div, and we'll have a button. This button will be simply minus, and after then we'll have a span tag. We'll define items dot quantity. So let me check it here, item dot quantity -1, and lastly we'll have a button, so that is actually plus. Okay, so for now actually you can just customize the css. What you will have to do on this button, actually you will simply define class name. Class name will be by default flex, by default flex row, flex row. On medium devices justify start, and by default justify will be int, and items will be center, and margin top will be 2. Okay, so let me check it, something like this. And then we will have to apply some css to the button. So here on this button we will have class name. Class name will be size 6. Then we'll have flex items center, justify center. Then px will be 1.5, rounded full. Then bg gray 200, text gray 700. On hover actually we'll have busy primary. Hover text will be text white. Then margin left will be 8. Okay, so this is the css. Now we can see something like this, and then we'll have to define the span tag, and add to define css. The css will be px to text center, and finally mx will be on. Let me check it now, the one, and now we will apply the same css to the button plus icon actually. So let me define it here, format it. Now we will have something like this. We don't need to define margin left, so we'll remove it. Now I think this is okay. Okay, and now lastly we will have a button for these actually. So let me define, after this button we'll have a div, and we'll define a button. The button will be remove. Okay, and this will be class name margin left 5, and this button will have class name. Let me format this code. So here class name will be text red 500, hover will be text red 800, then margin right 4. Okay, so if you have, then you can see we will have on items. If you add another item, so let me go to shop page, and if you add second items, third items, you can see all the items is showing on by one. Okay, so and lastly what you will have to do, you will simply define when this div is done. Let me check if there is any css is left. So here actually you can just define class name. We can just simply define cart items. Okay, fine, now much better. And lastly you can see something like this. Do I need? Okay, style is up to you. I don't have to spend it much here. And after this div actually, this is cart details, cart trails. Okay, and after then actually we can make it here. Actually we can just define calculation. Okay, inside these actually we will have a div. Sorry, we don't need actually div. We can simply define parenthesis if product dot length is greater than 0. We'll have AND operator, and we can simply define we can just add a summary component. So that is actually order summary, order summary summary dot jsx rfce, and we'll render this order summary here. So let me define order summary. Yeah, so now we can see order summary. We will make the order summary components in the later video. So for this order summary page, what you will have to do, you will have to get the products. So let me define const products, that would be use selector. Then we will have store or state. It's actually no matters. So we'll have store dot purge dot products. Okay, then after doing this, what you will have to do, let me define it. So in this return actually we'll have a class name. Let me define class name, that would be bg primary light color. We'll have margin top 5, we'll have rounded, and then we'll have text will be beige. Okay, so let me check it. So this is something like this, and instead of summary we'll have a div. We can just define h we can just define h2 actually. That would be order summary. Let me define the class. So that would be class name text to Excel. Then we will have font bold. Then we will have text dark. Okay, something like this. Let me check it. Something okay. It will be much bigger. We don't need this actually. We cannot just remove this bold. So now something like this, we can just define it Excel. It's fine. Okay. After this, actually, we can just define some CSS to this div. So that would be px6, py4, then space y5. Okay. And after this, actually, we'll have a p tag. We'll have selected items, and that would be we'll have selected items. So where is selected items? We'll get selected items from the cart. So here after these actually we'll get const something like this. We'll have use selector, then we will do a store or a state, it's up to you. We'll have a store dot cart and we'll destructure tax rate, then we'll destructure grand total. All you have to destructure this thing. We'll have total price will have grand total and selected items also. Let me selected items. Okay, so now we'll pass selected items here. So if you do this, now we can see selected items is none. Why? Let me check. Store.cart. Why it's not there actually? Selected items is none. Why? Let me inspect. We can simply define, let me console log use state and cart here. Okay, if you click, then if you check inspect, you can see we're getting the nan here. So nan is because what you will have the errors. So if you just check the cart slice here, the error is that when we use reduce, we'll just define a accumulator function, but there is no zero here. We'll have to define a initial state. So this is initial state and we'll have to do it for the first one. So that was my mistake. I'm sorry for that. So if you now do this, now you can see if I click any of this and open it, then you can see cart and there is no nan. So the mistake was here actually. We don't include this 00 here in these two sections. So that's why the error. But right now, if you have this, then here actually we can simply destructure all of this stuff. So let me destructure again. We'll have selected items. So let me remove everything here. We'll have selected items and we will also remove this. Then we will have total price, then tax, then tax rate, then grand total, and that would be grand total. And here we'll have a p tag, we'll have selected. So we'll have selected items. These items will be selected items. So let me check it. So now if you refresh, click here, as the selected item is 1. If you have 2 items, you will see this is 2 items. So now this problem is solved, and after doing this, here we can simply define some CSS. The CSS is actually class name, text, dark text, and here we will have simply defined margin top 2. And after doing these, actually we will have total price. So let me define here total price, and this will be dollar sign. Will calculate total price, and will define two fixed, and will convert it to, okay, now we can see there is total price and it's two fixed. And after this total price, we will have h3, and that would be grand total. Sorry, we will have a tax, so that's why here this is tax. Tax will be, here will define parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we will have tax rate into 100. That will be percentage sign here, and finally we will have a clone. Then we will define dollar sign, that is actually tax dot to fixed, and we will have two again. So now we can see tax is 5%, and this is total tax. And after this, actually h3 will have grand total. So grand total, this grand total will be dollar sign curly braces. So grand total dot to fixed, and this will be again to number. So if you check, almost okay. And here is something like this. We'll have this two button. We can apply some we can just simply define font bold, okay. And lastly, we will have a div, and this div will have a button. Then this is actually clear cart, so cart. And after then we will have another button. So this button is actually proceed payments or something like this. Proceed checkout, double CWD, proceed check out, says is check or out out, okay. So here now we can see we will have this two button. We will have to define class name to this div. We'll have defined, this is actually px4, then pb6. We'll have to apply some css to this button. I just copy the css, but it's very simple css. You can design your button based on you. Actually it's not a big deal. And then we will have to, let me copy this proceed checkout button styling, and it's actually, you can pause the video and actually write this css. It's actually not a big deal. And finally you can see this is two thing. And if you need icon, you can just need two icon. One is actually delete, so delete icon. This delete icon will be something like this. Delete bin something, where is a bin, okay. You can use this type of line 7 or okay, something like this. You can just copy it and keep it. When here is, you can simply define it here. We need to include class name. And now we can see the button is here. We can apply here's in, we can just take a span tag. We can simply take a span tag, and inside this span tag we can simply define margin right to. Okay, and here we'll have same span tag, and that would be class name margin right to, sorry, class name margin right to. And then for the checkout icon, actually the icon is actually bank card. So let me check bank card icon, card. So bank card, we can just use this type of bank card here. So after this span tag we can just include this bank card. So our card design is perfectly done. Let me check. If you refresh, there is no data, and if you open, there is, your cart is empty. If you close, okay, now add a new product. This product is added, and if you click another, two products is added here. This is total calculation, selected product, and all of this stuff. And next video actually will increase the quantity and will implement the remove buttons features, and when someone click this click cart, it will be cleared everything. So in the previous video, actually we will work with the add to cart functionality, and here when you click add to cart, then on quantity is selected and on product is selected on the cart, and if you select second, then we will have two products. But here we'll have lots to do. We'll have to add these plus icons. So when we click this plus icons, it will increase this number, and when you just click this minus icon, it will reduce the number. We will have to enable the remove functionality, and we'll have to also work with clear card functionality. When we click this clear card, then it will remove all of this card. Okay, so that's the task we will have to do right now. So let's do it. So to do it, actually where you will go, here's lot of tab is here. Let me close unwanted tabs, will remove. Okay, card, we can just remove the store and product main.csx. Okay, now we will go to card slice. You will find the card slice at Redux folder. Inside this Redux folder you have features, and inside these features you will have actually cart. You can see cart slice. So this is your cart slice, and here right now we will have on function, that is actually add to cart functionality. But we need to add or update the quantity, and also need to remove from carts and clear carts, all of these functionalities. So that's why here after add to cart we will make another action, that is actually update quantity. Update quantity, this will have the same thing. It will receive always a state and action. Then we will have a arrow curly braces, and inside here actually we need to check if the product is active, or is there any product. So that's why we will define const products, and these products will take the state dot products. Then we will apply map method. Then inside here every time we will get product, and then we will have arrow curly braces, and inside here actually we will check if product dot underscore id equal action dot payload dot underscore id. So we'll match if the products id and payload id is the same, then we will do something. What you will do, we will simply define if action dot payload dot type, this type equal increment. So that is increment. So if this is increment, what you will have to do, you will have a curly braces. We'll define product dot quantity plus equal 1. So every time actually it will just you can just we write it in shorts. Actually the syntax is that we'll have something like this: product dot quantity plus 1. So if this is the syntax, you can just simply write it this way. You can simply define plus equal 1. That means the same thing. So this is the thing. Otherwise, else if action dot payload dot type equal decrement. So decrement, so it's actually decrement. Then we will have curly braces and we will check if product dot quality is greater than 1. Then we will simply define the same rule here: product quantity equal 1, and instead of plus actually we will use minus. So this is the thing what you will have to do. And after this actually, after this if conditions, we can simply return the product. So where we can just define return the product. Okay, so let me check it. Here's something like this. We'll have to define a comma here, and after these actually what you will do, you can have to just manage this way. You will have to define a state dot selected items. That would be set selected items will pass a state, and it's actually same that we will have. We can simply copy all of this state and keep it here after this conditions. Okay, make sure you are on the conditions. Okay, so if you have all of these actually, then I think it's fine. Let's check if it's work or not. So to add it actually, where you will add it, you will have to add it actually where is handle plus icon. So maybe it's on card model.js. Here actually you will find plus icon and minus icon. You can see it's actually where is plus. Okay, you can see this is minus icon and this is actually plus icon. So we will use it on these actually. So here at the top we can just define const dispatch, and we will get dispatch from use dispatch from React Redux. And after this dispatch we'll have to define const handle quantity, and that would be an arrow function. So let me define arrow functions. These functions will receive two things. One is actually type, and second one is actually id. And here actually we'll define const payload equals, here we'll just define type and id. And after then actually what you will have to do, we'll have to define dispatch, and inside this dispatch we'll have okay, we didn't export it, so let me export it. We'll have to export it here from this. Let me update quantity, and now if we export we can just get it here on this. So update quantity, and inside it actually will pass payload. Okay, so that is the thing, we will have to pass it. And now we will use this handler to this plus icon and minus icon. So this is minus icon, you can see here is actually minus icon. We can just take a one click handler, and inside this one click handler, what you will have a function, and here we will call handle quantity, and inside this handle quantity we will have two things. One is actually decrement, so you can just check the spelling from here. So where is decrement? Yeah, let me copy this text, and that is here we'll have in string decrement and then a comma, that will be item dot underscore id. Okay, so if you do this, let me check. So I think it will work. And for the plus icon, where is plus icon? So we can just simply copy this from the minus icon, and this is plus icon. We will simply define this, and instead of handle decrement we'll have to increase it to, we'll have to use it increment, so the text will be increment. So if I format this code, it's fine right now. And now let's check if it's work or not. Let me select a product, and if I now click, it's doing nothing. It's doing nothing. Let me inspect. Oh, invalid keys. Let me refresh it. Click here. Now there is an issues from order summary, so go to order summary. Maybe we forget to use class name. Okay, so now refresh it again. So if you place plus icon, it's not actually updated. It's not updated. Why actually? So here you can see the quantity is item dot quantity. So this is not updated. Why? So it's not updated because here actually maybe the issues is, here we made it will be payload dot id. It will be, you can see we just make it id here, so it's actually not underscore id, it's actually id. So that's why maybe it's not showing. Let me show you. Now if I click, look, the quantity is increasing, and this calculation is by default doing, you don't have to do it. So if you have another product added, so you can see two product added, and now and see the first one has 6 quantity and the second one has 3 quantity. You can just uh, reduce the quantity by clicking minus button, but when it's 1, it's you cannot just reduce the quantity. And again here is the same thing. So this is working perfectly. Now we'll implement the remove functionality. We'll have to remove from cart functionality, so let's do it. So for this actually we'll go to cart slice. Here after this update quantity, we will have remove from cart. Okay, something like this. It will be the same thing, state and action, then we will have arrow curly braces, and this is here what you will have to do. You will have to define state dot products, and this will be equal sign state dot products dot filter. We'll apply filter method here, and every time we'll get product, and then what you will have to do, you will have curly braces, and then you can just we don't need to define curly braces, we can write it this way. So product dot underscore id not equal action dot payload dot id. So action dot payload dot id. So using these actually the first thing is done. Here first thing is done, but we'll have to include all of this stuff because we need to remove the calculation. So that's why we'll have to copy all of these stats and we'll keep it here. So this is actually repeated code. You can just make a function for it if you want but I think it's okay. And if you do this, then this functionality worked. Let me use it. So here on the card model, you can see there is a remove button. There is a remove button. We can have to use it. So let's do it. So to use it, at the top we can just make a function. So let me define const handle remove function, and that will receive two things. It will receive event and id. Then what you will do, you will have curly braces. We can simply define event prevent default by default, and we'll call dispatch. And inside here, actually, if we forget to export it, so let me export it from cart slice. So remove from cart. Now we can import it here. So remove from cart, and inside here, actually, it will simply receive id. Okay, so if it's the id, then go back to the remove button. So this is remove button. You can see this is your remove button. What you will do, you will have to simply define one click here. Then we will have to get a events every time, and then we'll call handle remove. Then inside here handle remove, we'll have to pass event. Then we'll pass item dot underscore id. So let's check it. For now, let me select three items. So we'll have three items. We can just increase the quantity. And now if you want to remove the first one, evening ground, click this remove button. Look, evening is done. And if you want to remove this gold necklace, click here, it's done. Now the calculation is based on this two quantity. If you reduce, then it will be on, and if you click remove, it will be done. Okay, and lastly, the last thing is that we'll have to work with clear card button. So for this button, okay, so again go to card slice, and here actually after this remove, we'll have to define the last one. The last one is actually clear. So let me define clear card, and this will actually only receive a state. We don't need any actions. And from here, actually what you will do, you can just define state dot products that will be empty, so that when this button is clicked there is no product. Then we will have a state dot set selected items, that will be 0. And then a state dot total price, that would be everything will be 0. Then you can just check it here. So every properties will be 0, but at the behind of it you will have to include a state. Okay, so that's why let me do it. State dot text is everything 0, and grand total is 0. We'll have to include all of this stuff. Okay, so let me export it. So we forget to export every time. So firstly I will do it, and after doing this, what you will have to do, where is the actually clear cut buttons? The clear cut button is inside actually ordered summary. So here to each you have to take the dispatch method. So dispatch will be use dispatch, and then we'll have to make a function. So const handle clear card. So that would be something like this. We'll have a arrow. Then inside here we'll call dispatch, and inside here we'll call clear cut, and we'll simply call it. And after this we'll use this handle to the button where is, so there is actually clear cut button. And let me add some space. so that you can understand it properly. We'll have to I just format it so that you can understand it properly. So inside these actually we'll have on click, and this on click will simply define let me take an events. So after having an events, we can simply define curly braces. We'll just use e dot stop propagation, and finally after these actually we'll have handle clear cut, and we'll call it. So if you do this, then your task is complete. Let's check it if it's work or not. I'm just adding 3 products. Let me increase the quantity. It's increasing. Let me decrease. If you want to remove this evening ground, let me click remove. It's removed. Now we'll have 2 cards, and if you just click this clear cards, it will clear everything and everything has gone. And if you close, it will be closed. Okay, our card slice is working perfectly, and this is the end. Next we will work with a new components, and that would be probably our login and register components. Okay, we have already calculated our cart, and for example, if you click the on products, it's 1, and you can increase, you can reduce the quantity, you can remove it, and all of these stuff is done. Next we'll implement our login functionality. Okay, so for the login page actually, if you click this icon, you can see it's go to the /login. So we'll have to set up a router and a page for it. Okay, let's do it. So to do it, we can just close all of this stuff. It's done. And this time actually what you will have to do, we will have to create a routes for it, and this is a routes, this is for root routes, but we will make our login and logout routes after these curly braces. This is the parent curly braces, you can see, and the path is root. But for the login and register, we will take another curly braces here after these curly braces. Make sure after these curly braces, and here the path will be /login, and then we'll have to make a element. This element will be login elements. So let me create a components inside this component folder, that will be login.jsx rwfce, and we'll import these login elements here actually. So this is login component. Okay, so now you can see the error has gone, and you are on the, when you click these icons, you are on the new page, and that starts from here. So we'll design these components. So for this here, at first it will be a section tag, then we'll have class name, we'll make it is screen, that means full of the screen, then we'll make it flex items center, and justify will be center. Okay, and after this what you will have to do, you will have a div, and inside this div will have a h2. This will say please login. And if I want to show from our page, you can see when you click, you will have this type of login. We'll have an email field, password field, and a login button. And here if you don't have an account, you can go to the register page. So we'll make it something like this. So for this here, you can add some css, that is actually text will be to excel, then will be font semi bold, then will be padding top 5. Okay, and then here on these actually div, we can simply define that would be max width. So max width will be a small size, so sm, then this, that would be border, then shadow, after then we'll have busy white color, mx auto, and padding would be 8, something like this. So let me check how it's going, and if you check, you can see please login, something like this. And after these actually we'll have a form, sorry, it's not for, we'll have form tag, we don't need actions here. We can simply keep this is a form, and inside this form actually let me define some CSS. The class name will be space y5, so we'll have to make it a space y. Then we will have max w sm size, again mx auto, and padding top maybe 8. So now you can see it's still nothing changes, but inside this form actually we'll have two input actually input, and first one will be for email, and we can just keep it email, so type will be email. Okay, so now here in this email field we'll have a placeholder, so placeholder will be email address, something like this, and we can make it required. Okay, fine. And now if you check here, you can see this is email address, and what you will do, you will have to define some class name. So let me define class name. The class name will be w full pg gray 800, sorry 100, actually it will be not 800, it will be 100. And after these actually we'll have focus, outline none, and then we'll have px5 py3. Okay, let me check it. So this is your email field, and after this email we can simply copy this, and instead of type email we'll make it password type, and then name will be password, id will be password, and here we can just define this is password. Okay, so let me check it. Now you can see this is email field, this is password field, and after this actually we'll have a login button. So after this input field we'll have we can just show message. So for this actually we can just define a user state for the message. So let me define const message set message. So if any error happened, it will be show the message use a straight hook, sorry not use params, actually use a straight, and this will be by default empty string. Okay, so here after this actually we can check if messages then we will use AND operator. We will define a p tag, we'll make it maybe we will make it inside it we will have to pass the messages, and we'll have to add some class. So that would be, we'll make it text will be red 500, something like this. And after this curly braces we will have a button. So let me define a button. We'll have type, so type will be submit type, and this button will be login. Okay, and we'll define some CSS. So class name will be w full margin top 5, then busy primary color, text white, then hover color, busy indigo 500, font will be medium, and py, that means padding top and bottom, will be 3, rounded will be empty. Okay, so if you check now you can see it's something like this, and after this actually we will have this text. So for this text actually what we will do, after this form actually will have a p tag, and this will say don't have an account. Then we will define a link component. We'll make it register space, and after this link we'll have here. Okay, so we'll have to define it too. So the path will be slash register. Okay, and let me add some css to this paragraph. The css will be my5 italic. Then we'll have text small size. Then we will have text center. So I think it's now fine. Let me check it. Okay, here is something like this. We can just define this way. We can remove this and make an space here. Okay, so this is something like this, and here is the register button. Now we can just define some use states and console log the data when the login button is clicked. So for this, actually we'll have const email, then set email, that would be user state empty, and we'll have to make it for password. So password, set password, and user state empty. And after then, actually we will have a handler function. So const handle login, then it will receive an event, and it will be something like this. We can make it async function. So after these, actually inside here, what we will have to do, we'll define event default prevent. After then we will define const data equal, we will just get email and password. So now if you just console log clg data, then let me add this handle function to this form. We'll define on submit, and we'll call this handle login function. So if you do this, let's check if we're getting data or not. We'll inspect it here, refresh it. If you type anything, for example user1@gmail.com, if you click something like this, and then look, nothing happens here. No console log is happens here. Why? Actually login successful, but nothing happens. Okay, it's actually, sorry, I did it on our previous way. Here we'll define user1, and then we'll define a password, something like this. And if you click, you can see email empty, password empty. So but what you will have to do right now, here you can see this is email field. Here we can simply define on change handler. So on change, and inside this on change we'll have events, and every time we will define set email. For the email field we'll have event.target.value. So we can do it for the password fields as well. And then here instead of email it will be set password. Okay, fine. Now it will be perfect. So let me check it. If you refresh again, let me define a password, and if you click, you can see email. This is the email and this is the password. Will implement the login functionality when you will have the backend, but here's the thing is that we'll have to define the link colors. So here link colors will be something like this. Let me define class name. We'll define text red 700. We'll define it px1 and underline. Okay, now I think this is fine. Refresh it. So everything is fine. Password, click here. So we're getting a console log from login page number 15, so something like this. So if you have this, actually you can work with the backends, then you will just using this help will just implement login functionality when we'll have backend. So when you will have the login page, so let me check when you will have the login page, and if someone click this register button, it will go to the register path, and this is not found. So we'll have to implement a register page. Our register page will be something like this. So let me log out, and if I want to show it, so our register page will be something like this. We'll have username, phone, password, and a register button, and if accounts have, then we'll redirect to the login, the same design. So we can just use the login page code for that. And for the register, actually we will have curly braces, and then the path will be slash register, and here element will be register. So let me create a component. We'll create this component on the components folder, that is register.jsx rfc, and now we'll import it here. So that is actually register. Okay, so we'll import this. So right now you can see this is register page. We can mostly copy all of this code, so we can simply copy this section and keep it on register. And for this, actually we'll have to copy all of this stuff. We'll copy from the login code and keep it at the top. And instead of login, we'll define handle register, and this will be handle register. And for the handle register, what you will have to do, you will have additionally, look, if you now check, user state is not defined. So let me import user state. Now we can see link is not imported. So let me define link. Okay, now we can see it's actually registered. Let me edit. It's actually login here. Please register, something like this. What is actually please list register will have email, password, register button. So let me change the button register. Okay, then you can see our register is something like this. We need a user name. So for this, we can simply copy the first one, and we can define the type will be text type, and then it will be username. This is same username, and here username. So this is username field, and right now we'll have to make a handler for it. For the username, we'll define const username and set username, that will be user state, and instead of this set email we'll make it set username. And for the data, actually we'll console log username, and finally let me console log this. So data is this data. Okay, so now if we inspect, so let me inspect here, refresh this page, and if you define username, for example user1, then user, so it will be this page. Actually this is our page. So refresh this, and that would be user1 will have user1 will have password, If you click register, you can see where console logging, this is the user email, this is password, and this is username. So all of this is getting. And now the last editing is that we'll have to edit on this paragraph tag here. Sorry, here what you will have to do, we'll have to define don't have, actually have an accounts. We'll call, let me check what is there. Have an account, please log in. So we'll define please log in, and that would be something like this. And instead of this path, it will be login. So let me format this code, and right now we can see we're on the register page. If anyone click this login, it will go to login page. If you click register, it will be go to register page. Okay, all the stuff has done. And next, actually we will set up our basic server and implement the auth functionality. Okay, so for the basic server, what you will have to do, let me close everything. And here's, we don't need this Redux actually. Next, what you will have to do, we'll have to search Express.js. So we'll work with the server setup right now, so that's why we'll go to Express.js, and we'll have to install this. But what you have to do, you will have to click get started, then you will get a step by installation process. So at first you will have to create in app, so this is a folder. mkdir means make a directory or folder, then you will have to go inside this folder, then you will have npm init. Okay, so as we will have already created a backend folder, we don't need to follow this step. We'll start from this command. Okay, so look here, I'm closing everything. Our frontend folder, let me close the frontend folder. I'm just closing everything. So our frontend folder is closed. Now what we will do, we will go inside this backend. Right now we can see there is no files inside this backend. We'll open this, and as I said, we'll have frontend code run on the first terminal and left hand terminal, and this is right hand terminal. We will run all our backend code. So that's why we'll have to go to inside this folder. Right now we can see we're on this current folder. This is our project name. We'll go to backend folder, so that's why we'll type cd backend, so b, then you can press tab to get suggestion, then press enter. Now you can see the path is actually your project name, then slash backend. When you will have slash backend, you can run commands here. So the first commands you will have to do npm init. So npm, let me copy it, npm init, then you will define a dash y. That means you are agree with some command. So if you ignore that step, you will have to define npm init dash y. Let me press enter, and after doing this, it will create a package.json file. You can see it created a package.json file inside this backend, and if you open the package.json file, you can see this is your project name. You can just edit it this way. You can edit that, but it's actually not needed. Libaba commerce backend. So this is the thing. Main means it's your entry point. This is your script, and you can write your name on the author tab. It's up to you, so you can just do it. And if you want to write descriptions, you can write descriptions here. So the first step is done. Then second step is you will have to create a index.js file. So let me create a index.js file. We will create it on the backend. So this is actually index.js file, and then we'll have to install Express. So let me install Express. So let me install Express, paste it, npm install Express. Let me press enter. So you can see after doing this comment, here's node modules is created, package.log file is created, and all this stuff is created. And after then, what you will have to do, you will have to click this next. Then here you will find a example server. You can simply copy this, and then you can simply paste it on your index file. So if you do this right now, to run it, you will have to define node, then your app name. So our app name is index.js. So let's define, to run this, actually you can simply define node index.js. So if you define this, you can see Okay, allow it. Then you can see a console log, that is actually example app listening on port 3000. That means here you can see a console log, example app listening on port, and this port is 3000. If you make it 5000, now again stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C, and again node index.js, then you will see it's actually example app listening on port 5000. So this is actually 5000. So if you have this, next thing is that what you will have to do, you will have to install some others packages actually. What packages we will need? We need actually course, we need .env file and others file, but for now actually let me install NodeMon. So NodeMon is needed because if you do any editing you will have to run node index.js command, but if you want to ignore it you can simply install NodeMon. So go to NodeMon, and first time this is the npm packages. You will have to copy this no npm I NodeMon, copy it, and let me stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C uh, and Ctrl V to paste it. Let me press enter. Okay, node is installed, and right now we will go to package.json file on the backend folder, and here we'll write some script. We'll remove this script actually, but before that let me define the script. How you can write a script? You will have to define uh, double quotation. Here we'll write a start script, then this will be node index.js file, then we will have comma. So we'll define the name of the script, then we'll have the command we would like to run. We don't need test, we can remove it, and after this we'll have a start dot type command, and this will be nodemon. So that is actually nodemon index.js. So we will just define these two script here. So if you do this now, right now if you open your terminal, and here on the backend you can simply define npm run start, and if you want to define dep command, then it will run actually nodemon index.js. So let me check it. Here you can see it's run nodemon.index.js, this command actually, then it will return this actually. Okay, so if you check your server on online, let me close the packages unwanted things. Here if you just define local host 5000, so then you can see hello world. Here is hello world. If you define any text here on index.js file, you can see app.get. If you define any text, it will be, for example, let me define hello developers. Then if you refresh this, you can see hello developers. And if you define this is a libab e-commerce, libaba e-commerce server, you can see when you writing anything it's actually re-rendering. You can see on the terminal re-rendering is running dot something like this. Now if you close this and back to here, if you refresh, you can see this is the get. When you are hitting on this 5000 port, it will get that. So this is the basic stuff. This is a basic server, you can just make it. And lastly, if you want to edit here, you can simply define process dot env dot port, and we'll define the 5000 port is optional. So if there is any this 5000 port is booked, then it will get a optional port and it will run this project. Otherwise, if the if you only keep 5000, if this port is booked, it will not run. So that's why we'll define that. If you refresh, you can see it's still working. So after the server created, you can see our server is here. Next step is you will have to install Mongoose. So let me go to Mongoose, and you can just type Mongoose installed, and then you can see this is actually mongoosejs.com, and here actually this is official website. If you just click the first website, let me go to home page, and here you will have to click this Redux. Then you will find, at first you will go to quick start, then you can see this is the command to install Mongoose. We will simply copy it, and now here we'll have to open the terminal. Our server is running here. We can simply stop it by pressing Ctrl C and then paste it here. We're going to install Mongoose. So this is Mongoose, and wait, it's actually working. Make sure you're on the backend path, so that will be your folder name /backend. So package is added. Next thing is that you will have to define this way. You will have to add this required syntax. Required means you will use import syntax. You will keep it at the index.js file. So I will keep it here, something like this, Mongoose. And after this, let me close this terminal for now. You will have this main functions. So let me, you can simply, firstly you can just copy this async function and keep it here. And after these, actually you can simply copy these actually. Okay, so after the function, you can just simply, you can keep it at the above if you want, or you can just keep it anywhere. So not actually mean, you can just keep it this way. So if you this way, actually what happened, it will have to replace this URL. Here you will have to pass your MongoDB URL. So let's collect the MongoDB URL and keep it. So to collect the MongoDB URL, you will have to go to MongoDB. You will have to search MongoDB, then go to mongodb.com. Next, if you don't have an account, you will have to create an account. So you can simply click this login or sign in. Then you will have options to either log in with your Gmail and GitHub accounts, or you can simply log in with this way. I just click this Google login, and here choose an accounts. For example, let me choose these accounts. By default it will actually redirect to a page, but if you are new, then you will see you don't see something like this. What you will have to do from this, actually you will click this at last button, logo here. You can see this is at last logo. Then it will redirect to the project page. You can see it's redirect to the project page, and you can set up a new project. So this project's name will something like this. What you will be, you can simply define a new project. Click this new project button here. Name your project. So our project name is Libaba e-commerce. Okay, something like this. If you want to include anything, you can do that. So after writing this project name, you will have to click this next. Then it will take your email address as a permissions. Then you will have to click this create project button. It's actually loading your project preview, and after then you will have to click this create button. Here you will have to choose your plan. We will go with the free version. Then we'll choose a name for this cluster. Actually you can just check, you can just write your project name. So you don't not to include anything here, so that would be web e-commerce. Then you will choose your region, so you can choose any region from here, and I keep it by default. And then we'll click this create deployment, and after clicking here, actually next thing here, you will have to add your IP address. So let's do it. If you click this add IP address, then it will take your IP address, and then you will have to create a database users. So by default, if the database users is not created, you can just simply create a database user. So let me define the database user will be admin. Then let me generate a password. So for example, let me define a password. So this is Libaba hash. So something like this, you can just copy this so that it will need, let me define comments here, and also copy this, so you can simply paste it here. Okay, so after then you will have to click this create a database user. Now database is created, and now choose a connection method. The connection method, you will choose the drivers. Actually, if you want to work with the programming language Node.js, Python or others stuff, you will have to install drivers. Click here, and here you can see on the driver you will have options to choose language. By default the Node.js is selected, but if you need to work with another language, you can just work with, you can see, choose Python, Java, Java, Kotlin, and then others step. Then what you will have to do, you will have to install MongoDB driver. So copy it, open the terminal, and here on the second terminal paste it here, install MongoDB. So keep it installing, then close it, and after then what you will have to do, you will have to if it's not showing, you will have to click this third option is not showing actually. After actually 3 to 10 seconds it will be provisioned, so wait until it's going. And for now I think it will not. Okay, after the 10 to 15 seconds you will get this. So copy this, or you can simply copy the whole thing, and we can simply paste it here on Mongo Connect on our index.js file. So if you do this, actually look why I just copied here, you will have to replace your password. This password is not given, so that's why you will just simply paste your password here. And now sorry, let me show you. You will have to paste the everything from this opening angle brackets to closing angle brackets, remove everything and paste your password. So if you do this right now, if you run your projects, so for this run command is npm run start drive, you can see nothing actually. You will get an error. So the error is actually password contains unexpected character. So why, I'm not sure. Password contains unexpected unescapable characters. Okay, if not, okay, let me close it. We have to reset the password for now. Maybe refresh this page, and let me go to database access and let me generate a new password. Here edit, we will have to create a edit password, auto generated password. Let me copy this password and then update the password, and for now our password is this password. And next what you will have to do, after doing this, we will go to the overview page, then we'll click this connect button. We will select this, and here we will copy it again, paste it here. We'll have to replace our password, so this password is something like this. Now I think it will be okay, so let me check. Control clear it. Now npm run start dev. Now you can see there is no error, but how you understand your server is your MongoDB is connected. So if you now refresh these projects, then if you just click this cluster, you can see this is connecting. So you will see this type of graphs here. Or the next thing is that you can have options to just check it. So what you will do here on the main, actually you can just define, then you will have a parenthesis, you will have a dot. Here you can simply define this way. You can simply define a console log clg, and we'll define MongoDB is connected, is successfully connected. Okay, something like this, and you can just keep it a small later. So if you do this now, you can see MongoDB is successfully connected. But here is another thing you can just do. You can simply cart this app and you can keep it inside these main functions. So everything is fine perfectly right now. When the MongoDB and app is connected, you can see the console log. Actually MongoDB is connected and Express app is running. Okay, so that is the thing what you can do. And you can see your app is connected. We can remove this actually, and if everything is fine, so that is the end. Next video will work with uh, .env packages to secure our MongoDB string. So now in the previous video we'll have set up MongoDB, Mongoose, and then next this time actually what you will work with, will just secure this string using .env packages. But before that, from the dashboard of MongoDB, what you will have to do, you will have to just make sure your network access, you will go to network access and you will set up an IP address. So click this add IP address and make access from anywhere and confirm it. So it's very important to have to do it because we'll work with server access. So that's why we'll just make it access from anywhere. Okay, so keep it going. So this time what you will have to do, we need to, let me close this, let me take a new terminal, sorry, tab. Here we will search .env packages, and this is .env packages. We'll install it by using npm.env. So copy it, we'll open the terminal again, and here we'll close the backend terminal, paste it the command, and at the same time we'll define course packages. So the course packages is actually course, so course is actually course npm packages. If you search, you can see is the installation is that simply npm I course. So we can simply copy this course keyword. We don't not to copy everything, or you can just simply type course. Okay, we need these two things, so we will install this right now. So after doing this, actually what you will have to do here, after this we'll have to require this .env packages. So from this .env packages, how to use it, you will have to create a .env file. So let me create a .env file on the root directory here. You can see at the same level of .index, the index.js file, we'll have .env file, and here we'll have this way, we'll have this way. So instead of this way, actually we'll have database URL or db underscore URL, and here we will have to pass this string. We'll simply copy this, copy the whole thing and paste it here. So this is the database URL. Now how to use the .env file? To use the .env file, you will have to import it at the top level. We will copy simply this, and then on the index.js file include it something like this here. And now if you simply console log process .env, then you can simply get what you will get if you just open the terminal and run your server again. So run command is npm run start dev, then see the magic. Actually wait, you can see lots of stuff is here. You can see lots of stuff you are getting here actually on the console log. But if you define now this name db url, then .env.db url, then see the magics. Actually you get the string. Look, this string is printed here as we console log it here. So we're getting this. So if you get this, actually you can use it on here. So let me close this. We simply cut it, and instead of the whole string we can simply use process.env.db url, and right now you will see the same results. Our MongoDB is connected successfully. Okay, so and this is the example port. And if you check on the server, you can see your server is still running, so there is no error. Next thing is that we'll have to use dot course. So let me use these course packages. So for this actually you will have to define const course equal requires course. So let me do it. We can simply copy this, and now here you can just simply define, instead of var keyword we'll define const, and then we'll have to use course. So to use this course you will have to app.use course. Okay, so here actually we'll define middlewares set of, and here we'll define app.use, and here we'll call express middleware express.json, and inside here actually we can simply define a limit. So curly braces, then we will have a limit will be 25 MB. So we'll define a limit of the data, so that will be 25 MB. Okay, so this is the limit we'll include, and now we'll use the course. So for this actually we'll define app.use, then inside here we'll call the course, and inside this course we'll have curly braces, and here we'll define origin. So origin will be our front-end URL. So the front-end URL will be, let me check, our front-end URL is this URL. So go to root directory, we will copy this and paste it, the front-end URL. We don't need to define slash, actually this is localhost slash 5173. So that is the root directory of the front-end projects. And after doing this, after this origin actually we'll define credential. So credential will be true. Okay, so these two thing is done. The next thing is that we can just install cookie parser and body parser. So for this actually go to cookie parser, cookie parser npm, you will search it, and then you will have to copy this. Let me install these two packages. Here's stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C, paste it here, install cookie parser, and there is another package you will need, body parser. So search body parser npm packages, go there. So where is body parser? So let me define body parser packages. Let me click here. So we'll also install these two packages at the same time. So all the stuff is done. Let me check it here. This is body parser and this is cookie parser. It's installed successfully. So after doing this, the last thing is that let me run the project again. npm install npm run start dev, the command. Let me close it, and on the index actually here, after this actually we will simply use it. So for these packages, how to use it, we'll have to define, let me go to the cookie parser. Here we'll have to require it by this way. So let me copy it. We'll simply define after this .env, we can just simply define const cookie parser equal require cookie parser, and after this we'll need to define body parser. So where is body parser? This is body parser, and we'll have to define this way, required body parser. We have to convert it const body parser. Okay, and now we will use it here. So app dot use, and here we will define, let me define express dot url encoded, and here we will define the limit, the same limit that we defined above. We can simply copy it, paste it here, and after then we will define app dot use. Here we'll define cookie parser, so that will be cookie parser. We'll call this cookie parser, and then we will define app dot use, and here we'll call body parser dot json, and we'll call it, and lastly we'll have app dot use, then we'll call body parser, then we'll have dot url encoded, and inside here actually we'll define extended, so extended will be true. So we all need to include all of this stuff as a middleware so that our projects will work perfectly. And in the next feature actually we will create models and routes for the users actually. So for now it's okay. So in the previous video we'll actually set up all of this middleware, and still right now our server is running on this, and right now what we will have to do, we will have to create a model for the users. Actually we will create a user schema and insert this users to database using login and register method. Okay, so let's do it. For now we can just close all of these unwanted tab from the browsers, and we only keep MongoDBs, and for now everything is fine. So next time what you will have to do, you will have to go to your VS Code, and let me close these .env files and package.json file. We can close everything from here, and at the backend folder we'll create a new folder that is actually src folder. Inside this src folder actually we will organize all our code. So we will follow a method, something like modular method. So for this, inside this src we will have a specific folder. For this folder is actually as we work with authentications, we will have a users folder, and inside this users folder we will have two types of folder. One is user model, second user routes, and user controllers. It's up to you, but we will maintain two folder. So let's create a model. So we will have inside this users, be careful here, users is underlined. That means if you create any file, then it will be inside this users. Okay, if you have underlined, if you have something like this, if you have underlined the src, then it will be created new file on this src, but we need to go to users. So that's why we will click users, then we'll create a new file. The file will be user dot model .js, and inside this file actually we will have to create a model. So for this you can go to MongoDB, and here if you scroll a little bit you can see with Mongoose you can create dividend schema, and let's reference it to make you define your netting. Okay, so for this you will have to create a schema. So how you can just create a schema? At first you will have to require Mongoose, so let's do that. So what we will do, we can just simply copy it, and here we can simply destructure schema and model from here, but let me destructure it. We don't repeated code. So here we will is just destructure schema and model. Okay, we will destructure this two thing, then we'll have to create a schema. This schema is something like this. You can copy it, or you can simply define const user schema, user is CAC schema, and that would be, we will define new keyword and we'll call the schema, and inside this parenthesis we will have curly braces. And look, when we are just will log in, we will have username. So that's why the first thing is that we'll have username, and this will be, look, we will have to define the type. So the username will be string type, and so that's why we'll have something like this string type. But if you want to make this field required, then you don't have to do this way. You will take a curly braces here, and then we will define type. This type will be string type, and then if you want to make it required, then you can simply define required true. And sometimes you may find that the username will be unique. So if you want to make only one type of username for a user, so you can simply define another property that is actually unique. Unique will be true. Okay, so if you define, then only one username will be on user, so no one can duplicate the username, so that's why you will have to define unique true. And this way we will have to make for email, so our email field will be something like this. The email will be the same way, we will have a type unique true or something, so you can simply, as it's the same thing, we can simply copy it, and this time we can just define the username will be unique as well, so we'll copy it, paste it here. Okay, after then we will have a password field. Password will be something like this, it will be type string, so our password type will be string as well. Then we'll require it true, so without password actually no one can create account, so that's why we will have true. Okay, after then for the next, actually we'll store role, so the role field will be by default user, so we will have role field. We'll define this role is type will be string, and then we will define a default value, so default will be user, so that is actually default. By default the user will be user, and you can make it admin when need. Okay, then the next thing is we will have a profile pictures, so for the profile pictures we can just simply define here profile, sorry, we'll have to define text that will be profile picture, and this will be type string, so we can simply define string here. After then we will have bio will be type will be string, and here we would like to define a max length, so our bio will have a max length, and trace length will be 200 characters, so this will be 200 characters. Then we will have a profession, so let me define profession, this will be type string, and finally we will have created at, so created at, so let me define created at, this created at will be type will be date, and then we'll define default will be date dot now, so default will be date dot now. Okay, this will create a method, it will insert the date time, and after doing this you have schema done. Next you will have to create a model using this schema by this way, we will have to create a model by this way. So let's create this, we will have const, we will have user, and then we will simply call new keyword, and then we'll call model, and inside this model we will have to pass the database collection name, so always keep it singular. If you make it plural then it will convert it again plural, so keep it singular. And after then you will have to pass this schema, so if you pass this schema then it's fine. And lastly you will have to export it, so to export anything from the backend you will have to define module dot exports, and you will have to export these users. So okay, fine, so our model is created, and it's a very simple type of model. And after creating this model, what you will have to do, you will have to create a routes for this user. Okay, so we'll create the routes in the next video. Okay, after creating this model, actually we'll have to create a route. So here inside this users, make sure you are underlined on users, you will have to create a route. So the route name will be user dot route dot js. So this is our user route, and inside this user route we'll have to define our route. So at first we'll have to require express, so const express equal will require, and that would be express. Okay, and after then what you will have to do, we'll have to define router. So const router will be express dot router. We will call the method, and finally we'll have to export it. So let me export. So module dot export, and we'll export this router. So if you define this way, next thing is that what you will have to do, you will have to define a endpoint. So API endpoint, this is our API endpoint for register. So let me define register endpoint. Okay, so the endpoint will be something like this. We'll have router, and for now actually let me define a get route, and right now we will have something like this. And next we'll have to define a async function, and this will have a require, request and response. Then we can simply define a status. So let me define res dot send, and this is registration route, something like this. We are just only getting this console log when you hit this API. Okay, so now at this point what you will have to do, we'll have to use it on your index.js file. So to do this, we will have to open this index.js file, and after this actually, after this block and above this main, actually we can just define routes, or you can just define all routes. Here what you will have to do, you will have to define simply, let me define const what routes. So what routes we will have to require it, require from where, we'll have .src folder. So we'll go to require, we'll have a single quotation, we'll have slash dot slash src. Inside this src we will have users, we'll have user route, and if you'll have user route, you will have to set up the API. So that's why you can simply use it app.use, and inside this actually we will define the path. So our path will be API slash what, then we will just pass the auth routes. So we made a mistake here, so let me correct here, routes. So you have a spelling mistake here, routes. Okay, so we will have to pass this. Okay, so right now if you go to localhost 5000 slash API slash what, then you will just hit this route and you will get this text on your browser. So let's check it. So if you go to here localhost slash, sorry, localhost 5000, let me refresh it. Here localhost 5000 slash API slash what, and then if you press enter, you can see registration route. If I increase the size, you can see this is actually registration route. So if you get registration route, this is a get route. That means our routers is connected to our index.js file and it's working, but we don't make the registration endpoint this way. We'll have to make a post request. So that's why what you will have to do, you will have to router dot post method, and inside this post method what you will have to do, you will have to define a path. So that would be register path, and then we will have to define async function here. So we will use arrow function that will have a request and response, in short request and response, and inside here we will have parentheses. And then what you will have, you will have a try catch block, and inside this try catch block we will simply define console, simply let me define console log. So if you define console log, and here you can just define request dot body, what you will see. Okay, so if you define this console log, let me check it. So for now, to test our API, we can just go to postman. So you will have to define postman, and then you will define download. Then here is the link to download postman. You can just simply download on your Windows. I have already postman downloaded. and here is your postman. When you are just open it, you will have this clean interface. And now to work with, actually we'll create a collection. So from here you can simply click this plus icon or simply click here. So we'll click a collection and we name it. The collection will be, you can just define your project name, Libaba e-commerce. Okay, and inside this we'll have new folder. You can just create a new folder to organize. So this folder you can just contain it based on this name. So this is actually the folder name will be users. So you can just simply define users, and inside this users will keep all our user related routes. So you can just add a request, and inside this add request you will have a registration register route. Okay, something like is register request or something like this. You can simply keep it register. Okay, so inside this actually it will be post method as we defined here. You can see it's a post method and the path is here. We'll have this path first, localhost API slash auth, then this path. Okay, so for this let me go to copy this path from here, and here we'll paste it. So localhost 5000 slash API slash auth slash will have register or register. Let me remove it. And for now actually you can see the path is this, localhost slash 5000 slash API slash auth slash register. And when you will have inside this body you can pass some data. I will click raw data and choose this JSON format, and inside here for example let me define, when registering we will have username. So username, then this user will be, maybe let me define Mamun, and then we will have a email. This email will be something like this. This is actually @gmail.com, and finally we will simply define password. And then if you define something like this type of password, and if you click this send button you can see it's sending request. And if you open your console you can see here, if you check your backend int you can see you are getting a console log from this line. Actually you are getting a console log from this line. So if you have data then you can store this data or destructure this, it's up to you. So right now let me close this request, so otherwise it will not be int. And after this actually what you will have to do, you can destructure it. You can simply destructure this way. You can destructure from request.body. Destructure method is we will destructure username. So you can simply copy it, then you can destructure email. So email, and then we will have password. Okay, so we'll destructure from here. Let me remove this console log. We don't need to have a console log here. We'll create a user, and this user will be new keyword, and we'll call the user model. So let me import model from slash users dot model, and inside here we can simply pass this username username sorry username and password. Okay, so we will just simply pass this. So after doing this actually we'll have to save it to the database. So that's why await, and we'll call user dot save method to save it on database. So this is the save method, and if you do this right now, lastly we can just define a res.status. So we'll set a status code that would be 200. That means 201 actually it's a success status. And after then we can just define send a message. This message will be inside curly braces. So this message will be user registration registered successfully, something like this. Okay, and then if you do this, let me check it. Now if we hit this, if you click here, you can see this message that means user registered successfully. If you have user registered successfully, and go back to MongoDB and go to overview, click this overview, and after the overview it's loading, and then here is browsers collection. Click this browsers collection. Then inside this test you can see user, and here you can see this is the username, this is the email, this is the password, and this is the role field and created at field. So all of this stuff is taken, and but it's inside the test. Actually we don't want to keep it on test, we will have a specific collection name. So what you will have to do, you will have to remove this. So you can simply define the database name and drop it. So if you drop it, then the collection will be removed, and then what you will have to do, you don't have no collection, and you will go back to the .env file, and here you can see we will have slash and forward slash and question mark. Inside here you can keep your website name. If you keep anything here, it will be your collection name. So this will be your collection name, and if you just click right now, you can see it's created successfully. And now if you check MongoDB and refresh it, then look, the collection is yet test, it's not created. And let me do it again. Click here. Maybe you will have to restart your server again to work with. Let me load it. It's creating, but it's actually not working. So what you will have to do, let me restart our server again. And here what you will have to do, you will have to define control C, control C, and here let me clear everything and run our server. So command is npm run start drive. Let me run again, and after doing this we'll have to just request this again. Let me click here, registration successful. And now we'll check. If you refresh, maybe it takes a few seconds. Look, here is the collection name, and here is you have the users, and inside these users you can see the data is saved. So right now on the test we can remove this collection. We can click drop delete sign, and here drop it. So that's the way you can just take it few seconds to do it. And in the next video actually we will have to hash password. We don't keep it the password this way, so we'll have to make it hash password so that no one can extract the password. So that is a task we will do in the next video. So to make this password hashed, what you will have to do, let me close this Mongoose, we don't need this, and here we will call bcrypt.js. So bcrypt, bcrypt js, and here we will have a package. So let me install this bcrypt.js packages, and if this package is needed, let me check it which package we used. That is actually simply bcrypt, so we don't use this package. You can simply go to the second one, that is actually bcrypt. We'll use this package, and using this package actually we can just define this way. We'll have to require it, and after requiring it you can just use this way. Okay, so let's install these packages. So the command is here at the top, we'll copy it, and now we'll stop the terminal again. Let me stop this terminal again. Let me paste it and install it. Okay, that is done. Let me run our server again. npm run start dev. Close it. We don't need .env. We will go to users model, and here actually we will have to create a middleware function. So when we would like to save our data on backend, we'll have to hash password. So hashing password. Okay, so for this actually we will have to call user schema. So call user schema, then we'll have to define pre method. So when the pre means before you save the data to database, we'll have a pre method and post method. So pre method works before saving the data and post method works after saving the data. Okay, we'll call pre method, and here we'll define the save. Look, here we use the save user.save method, so that's why we'll define when which type of method. It's actually save method, and here we'll have a async await function, and this will have a simple function that is actually function keyword, and this function keyword will receive next as a parameter, and inside here actually we'll define const user equal this user, that is the model. So this is the these users, and after doing this actually, if not user dot is modified it, and inside here we'll have password, then what you will have to do, we'll have to return it. So to return it, we can simply return next. Okay, and after this we'll define const hashed password, that would be, yeah, wait, we will define bcrypt.js. So let me import bcrypt.js. So to import bcrypt.js, let me let me copy this const bcrypt required bcrypt and keep it at the top, and here we'll define bcrypt dot hash, and inside this hash we'll define the password. You can just read the documentation, look this way, you will have hash, and inside there you will have your password, and you will define the salt will be 10. Okay, so let's do this. Here actually we will have user dot password, and then we'll have a salt, the salt will be 10. Okay, so that is done, and next what you will have to do, you will have to define user dot password equal this hashed password. Okay, finally we'll call the next method. So if you do this, then your users will be hashed when you saved. So let me do it. So if we now define this is Mamun on, then it's Mamun on, and now if I hit this send button, look, registration successful. And if you refresh your database, look, we will have two users, and the second users Mamun on is hashed password, and this password is hashed. So this is the perfect one, you will have to do it, and I hope you understand how you can just use the hashed password using bcrypt. Okay, so that is the thing, don't worry, just continue with me. So in the previous video actually we will implement how to define the hash password, something like this, we will have a hash password. So next actually we will implement login functionality. So for this actually let's back to the VS code, and here we left this block. Actually when any error happens, what you can do, you can simply define console.error. so if any error happened, you can just simply throw an error, something like this, error registering user, something like this user, and you can just console log the user so that you can understand it. And then you can just define a status. So res dot status, this status code would be 500, and then you can simply define a message. This message will be inside send. So the message will be fetch error registering users, and you can simply console the okay, you can just simply show these messages when it's done. Okay, our register is done. So let me try it again. Firstly, we can just drop these users. So we can just drop these users from the database, and we can create a proper users right now. So from now we will go to backend, and for the users for the register route is actually localhost 5000, and here API slash auth slash register, and here if you define a username, so maybe user1, and then we can just simply define the email. Email will be user1 gmail.com. Then password will be the same thing, no changed. And if we click the send button, look, we will get a message, success message. That means user is created. So if you now go to the MongoDB and refresh your database, you will see the data is inserted. That means the user is collection is created. This is users collection, and make sure it's underscore it's lowercase actually. And here you can see this is user one, this is user email one, and this is the hashed password, and finally the role is user. Okay, so next thing is that we'll have to implement login functionality. So for this, actually, let me add a comments. So login user endpoint, something like this, and here we'll have router dot post. As usual, we'll post it, and then we'll have slash login, and here as usual we'll have a async function. Let me define request and response. So at first req in short of request and res in short of response, then we'll have a arrow curly braces, and inside this curly braces we'll have to implement the logic. So at first what you will do, when someone hit this login route, so the login route will be something like this. Let me copy this, and here we'll create a new endpoint. So that is actually add a new request. This is actually login, and this will be something like this. We will have a API slash auth slash login, and this will be a post request. You can see here we define post request, and here we will pass actually when login. You can see if you check your website, you can see when just login we'll have to pass email and password. So that's why we will receive two things. Actually we will pass email, so that would be email. So the email something like this, we will just keep your email, and then we will have password. So password, the password will be our password. So for the user one, actually the user one email is, if I check the database, you can see here. So this is the user one email. Let me copy this email, and we will keep it here. And then for the password, the password is this password. Okay, so when someone just send a request here, we can receive the this information. Actually we will receive this information inside a request.body param. So that's why we can destructure it. So destructure will be from request.body. Okay, so what will be get, we will get actually these two things. We will get email and password. So if you want to console log, you can simply console log email, and then you can just get the password if you want to check it. Okay, so if I hit this button, then you can see request sending, and if you just open your terminal, here you can see you are getting users email and password. So if you have two things, let me stop this. Okay, so next thing is that what you will have to do, we can remove this, then we can check if user is exist. So that's why user, we will define await, as we are already using async function here. So we will have await, we call the user model, then we'll define find one. It will check actually find one, it will check based on email. So if the user is there, so our email will be email field. So we'll check on based on this email field. Look in your database, you will have email. We'll check if this user is exist based on this email x. So that's why email is email. If you are using ES6 ES 16 versions, then you don't need to write it proper twice. Actually you can simply define email, then it will be in shorten, and then we will check if not user. If not user, then we will throw a error. We can simply define return a status. So res dot status, this status will be 404. and then we'll define a message. The message will be no users found, so user not found, something like this. Then what if this is not matched, actually user is available, then it will check if it's matched. So that's why here we'll define const is match. So to match, actually what you will have to do, you will have to define a wait, then we'll match the user. So user dot here we'll have to define a compare password. So we'll just compare password if the password is a same or not. So that's why we can simply define compare password. Okay, so compare password would be inside here. We'll have to pass the password. So where is the password? We'll pass this password. Okay, so after this, actually what you will have to do, we will compare it when actually the request is sending. So that's why what you will have to do, you will have to go to the user model, and here you will have to define a pre-middleware again. So for this we will simply define match passwords. Okay, so for this we'll call user schema, then we'll call the methods. So methods, and here we'll define compare password. So compare password if this text is not, actually if this text is, let me copy it, you can sorry. So compare password, so methods dot compare password. If you're not sure, you can just simply copy these, actually that would be compare password, I'm sorry. So user dot compare password, you can simply copy it, and here you will have to paste it, and inside here actually it will be a function. This function will receive something like this. We'll define here, this function will receive candidate password, but your password, it's up to you. Let me define candidate password. Okay, something like this. And here actually what you will have to do, you will have to return based on the bcrypt. So bcrypt has a compare method, so we'll compare it, and this compare method will compare this password, the candidate password, with the given password. So that's why this dot password. Okay, so it's done. So if you make this, then it will work actually here. It will work actually here, this compare password. Let me import this compare password. We'll have to import. Okay, we don't have to actually import it. Actually it will work perfectly because it's we used it here, so we don't need to import it this time. And next thing is that what you will have to do after doing this, we'll check if not matched. So if is not matched, then we'll simply return again. So we can just simply define return these, and here we can just what to do, we can just edit it. It will be 4001 request, and the status will be password not matched, password mismatched, or you can just define not matched. Okay, otherwise next thing is that what you will have to do, you can define a status. So let's do it for now. So we can just simply define res dot status, then this status will be 200. Then we will send a message. This message will be what will be, we can simply define the message is logged logg, it logged in successfully, and we can keep it this way. And after then we can return the user. So let me define the return the user. So if we make this, actually let me see what happens when you just try to log in. So if you hit this, actually look, the login successful, and this return the users. Actually you can see the user is returned. But what if you just use a incorrect password, and let me hit this, then you can see password mismatched. If you just use correct password but email id is not a valid, so user 2 we don't have this email address actually. But if you try to get it, you can see user not found. So every time when you use perfect username password, you will get the users here. You can see you are getting the users here. So that is actually the login and register functionality. And actually this is the login functionality, but we need to do more. So for this, actually we can keep it inside a try catch block. We can simply cut this point and make it in a try catch block, and inside this try block we'll paste the code. And after this, we can simply copy this console log from the above and paste it here, and we can just define error logged in user, and it's the same thing here, error logged in user. Okay, so the error is done. And next thing is that after doing this thing, we actually do a lot task. We have to generate token. So for this, actually let me generate token. When the users request for the login, then it will generate a token and set it to the header. So it will set it to the headers. For example, when you just, if you check, let me inspect, and if you go to the applications mode, and if you go to cookies section, here when we will just try to log in to the main website, here let me define user1.com, and if you try to log in, then you can see after login, when login successful, wait, login successful, and then you can see here actually the token is generated. We need to generate this type of token, so we'll have to make this type of token and store this token to define users. So we'll have this type of users here. Okay, so that's why we'll have to make this thing. So that's why next part we will generate token and complete this. Right now our task is we'll have to generate token, and we'll have to set it on cookie, or you can set it to the header section. So for this, actually we'll go to the backend, and here after this matched, you can see we're working with login route. And here after this match, what you will have to do, you can simply define const token, and we need to generate token. So that's why we will await, and after this we'll have to write a function that will be generate token. This is a function. This function will receive user dot underscore id. Okay, so it will receive this user dot underscore id. And after doing this, actually from where we need to just use this function where we'll do it. So to do it, actually what you will have to do, you will define a middleware function folder. Inside this src we'll create a folder that is actually middleware. So inside this middleware we will create a generate token. uh, Let me create a file, and that would be generate token.js. It will be javascript file, and here we'll implement the token generation. So for this, actually we need to use jwt token authentication. So we'll search jwt, and this is actually jwt to json web token, and you can go to the npm packages, then you can get this. We'll have to install this. Let me copy it, go to here, let me stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C, paste it here, npm install json web token. Let me install it. So it's installing. After installing it, the process is, look here, if you scroll a little bit, you will have to import it. So this way we can import. So let me import it at the top, and here we'll have to define const, and that is actually JSON web token. And after doing this, what you will have to do, let me define a variable, so sorry, a function here, so that is actually const generate token, and this will be a async function. Let me define it this way, let me curly braces, and here this function will receive user id, user id. The user id is sent from here. Actually, you can see we're sending user id, so that's why it will receive here. And after receiving this user id, what you will have to do, so if you check this documentation here, how to do, we'll have to use jwt.sign and to generate a token, and then we'll return token. Okay, so let's do this. We'll take a try catch block, and inside this try block we'll find const user, and we'll get the users, so we'll use await, and this await will be, we'll call the user model, so user model is this, and then we'll have find by id, find by id, and inside these actually we'll pass this user id. So when the user is found, what we will have to do, we'll check if no user found. So what we do, we can simply throw new error, ts throw new error, user is not found, otherwise we need to generate tokens. So here we'll define const token. Token will be, we'll have to define this way. Look, we will use jwt.sign method, so jwt.sign method, and inside here actually if you check, we'll have to pass your information here, then private key, then the others stuff. You can do this. If you scroll, you will see more methods, and you can just check it here. You will have to, so where is generate token, so at the top actually you can follow any of this. So jwt.sign, then your data will be inside here, then your secret, then expiration, we'll use this format actually. Okay, so for this, for the data actually, at first we need to pass our data, so we'll use curly braces, and inside here actually we'll pass our two data. So user id will be user dot underscore id, and then we'll also define role field, and this role field actually will be user dot role. Okay, so this is the data, and after this data we need to pass a secret token, so that is actually secret token. We name it jwt underscore secret. So we'll have to set the secret, so let me do it. We will keep this secret to the .env file. So here you can just define jwt secret key, secret underscore key, and you can just define any type of keys. You can just keep your own keys. For example, you can type a b c d e f g h I j and all the alphabets. You can just use combined number, something like this, or if you want the actually node generated random key for you, what you can do, you can just search crypto random bytes method. It's a default method by actually node, so that's why we can just use that method. And if you click these actually, the stack overflow, and if you read, and here you can see you will have to use this method. you can just first command is node, then we will command this. Let me copy it. We can just open the terminal, then we will type node and then press enter, then we will paste the command. So here if you press enter, then you can see it will just generate a random key for you. But if you want to get more keys, for example if you want to get 64 bits, then you can simply define 64 here instead of 32, then it will generate more strong key, and you can see it's the 64-bit key. We can simply copy it and we can keep it here. So this is our key. Let me remove all of this stuff. Okay, so now we can use this generate key here actually here. So let's do it. We'll import const jwt underscore secret. So this is actually, you can just simply define jwt secret, and that would be your secret. So that is inside process dot env, and then you will have to include the name. So the name is, you can simply copy it and you can keep it here. So that is the end, and after this key you will have the expiration. So for this actually you can see the expiration, you can just keep it this way. So it will actually based on 1 hour, or you can just simply use this way. I prefer to use this syntax, so I will copy this and keep it after this here. So if you do this actually your task is okay, and when the generate key is done we can simply return it. So return this token. Okay, what token is generated. So after this finally we'll have to export it. So we'll export module dot exports, then we can export this function generate token. Okay, now here we can import it. So let me import it. If you click and get suggestions, so it's imported. You can see at the top the generate token is imported from middleware slash generate token. Okay, so after this what you will have to do, the next task is that after generating this token we will have to set it to cookie. So that's why the method is res.cookie. So we'll set it to cookie. So inside here actually we'll define a name of the cookie. So the name of the cookie will be token, and after this actually we will define this token. So this is the name of the token, then we will define the value. So if you want to console log this token, you can just simply get it. So let me define token, and I am now just commenting it for now so that I can show you what is the token. So now if you try to log in, so a error is happened. So let me check it. So here actually our server is not running. Let me run it again. Control C to escape, Control C again, and let me clear everything, and we'll have to run our server. So command is npm run start dev. So it's running, and wait until the MongoDB connected. Is still not connected. Wait, let me stop it. Let me command it again. Okay, so it's taking connection. Okay, at this time let me hit this. So if it's work, if you try again send, then sending request, MongoDB is still not connected, so that's why it's not working. Okay, here is actually as the operation failed because MongoDB timeout. Let me see, this is now connected, and if you hit again, click here sending request, and here any errors. Okay, you can see the generate, and here is the users, and if you check here you can see a token is here. So this is your token that is console logged here. So your token, if you want to just make sure, you can just define a name. So token, and then add a comma here. Okay, wait, our server is restarting. MongoDB is not yet connected. Maybe it's for the internet connection, so sometimes it issues based on the internet access. So wait until it's perfectly work. MongoDB is connected successful, and now if you hit again, sending a request success, and here you can see that token, this is your key that we define token. Okay, so this is your token. We successfully generate token. Let me remove it, and when the generate token is done, we can simply close it, and here we'll have to uncomment it. At first we'll have the token name, then we'll pass the token, and then we will define some others stuff. So here inside this curly braces we can simply define it HTTP only, and this would be true, and then we can simply define secure will be true, and lastly same site will be none. Okay, so if you do right now, it will work, I hope. And after doing this, actually, so after doing this, what the next? Actually, after doing this, we will have to do this status, but we will make it differently. Here on the users, we'll just pass a objects, and inside this objects we don't pass everything. Actually, we don't send the password to the front end. So that's why we look, when we are just generating code, here it's providing the password, we avoid this password. Actually, we need underscore id, user, email, and other stuff. So that's what you will do. You can simply define inside this users, we will create objects, and inside this object we will have underscore id, that would be user dot underscore id, then it will return email will be user dot email, then we will return username, so that would be user dot username, then we will return role, and finally we will return, look, from this actually we need to return profile image, so we will define it. So profile image will be user dot profile image, then we need to return bio, so this is bio, and let me bio will be user dot bio, and finally we need to define professions, so we include professions. Yeah, professions, the professions will be user dot professions. Okay, so all of this stuff will return, and I think now it will work. Let me try again. If you click right now, wait, you can see all of this field, because this field actually not included, all of this field is not included, and that's why this is the thing, and it's also generated token. So if you want to take the token, you can just define before the users, you can just define token. So this token will be, now you can see it. Okay, let hit, if you hit, then you can see your token is this. So this is your token, you are getting this token. You will have to use this token, you will, when you will work on authentications, so that's why you need this token. So after this generate token, what you will have to do, you will have to verify it. So for this actually we will have to define another's utility functions. So for this, let me close generate tokens and .env file, and we need to define another middleware, that is actually verify token. So when generate token is done, you will have to define verify token .js, and here on this verify token, at first you will have to require actually jwt. So where is jwt? Let me import it at first, copy it and keep it here. We need to define this is const, and after these actually we need to get the secret. So let me define const jwt underscore secret, and this secret will be process dot env. Then the same thing that is here actually, let me check it, the name, copy it, paste it here. Okay, after doing this we need to define a function that is actually verify token, and here it will be a function, and this will be, as it's a middleware, it will receive three things. Firstly, it will receive request, then it will receive response, and next function. Okay, next is actually function, and then inside here actually we'll have a try catch block, and finally we will export it. So module.export verify token. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to get the token. So from where we'll get the token, so the token will get from request dot cookies w cookies dot token. Okay, so we'll get the token here actually. If you simply define a console log the token, then you will check it. So how to use it actually, to use it actually, let me define a routes here. For now it's maybe we can simply define a users route. So for now actually all users, so we'll just protect this route. So it's for the get route, router.get. Here we will define slash users, then we'll have async function, then maybe we can simply define a status res. Here we'll have request and response, and let me define res dot send. We simply send a message. For now the message will be protected users. Okay, and we'll have a parenthesis. So if you make this actually, we will use this verify token to ensure this is the secret protected. So that's why here we'll have to use verify token. We'll import it. Look, verify token is imported here, and we'll use this way. So now if you hit this actually, look, if you hit this route, so let me go to here, we'll have this. We simply, let me copy it from here, and instead of the login we will have something like this. This is actually users. If you just define the path users and try to hit here, look, request sending, so it's still sending. It's actually the token is verifying, but if you just open the console here, you can see your token is here. So that means you are receiving a token from the cookie. If you are not sure, let me just show you again. So here if you just define a name, so that would be verify token. Okay, so let me do it. So after doing this, MongoDB is connected, and now if you hit again, then you can see verified token. If I just increase the size, here you can see this is verified token and it's your token. So I think you will get the token from here, from actually from here. So if you have the token, you will have to verify it. So for this actually, let me check if the token is not there. So not token, we'll just, if not token, we'll just define a status. So return a status res dot status, and that would be 404, and we'll send a message. This message will be what you will have to do, invalid token, something like this. Okay, otherwise we'll have to verify it. So that's why we'll define decoded, and to verify it actually, if you read the documents here, If we scroll a little bit, then you can see verify methods. So look decoded and JWT verify, it will just provide the token and your secret key. Okay, so that is the method. We will have jwt.verify. So let me define jwt.verify. So jwt.verify, and then inside here we'll have to pass your token. So let me pass your token, and then we'll have to pass the secret key. So this is your secret key. We'll copy it and use it. So we'll get the verified token, and after this we can simply define not decoded. If it's failed, then we can simply return another status. So let me define this status code. The status code can be the same. We can just define it's invalid token, okay, or not valid, okay, something like this. And after then what you will have to do, you can return, so req dot user id, that would be decoded dot user id, okay, something like this. Or here we'll have to use equal sign. And finally what you will have to do, you will define required dot role, and role will be decoded dot role, and finally we'll call the next method. Okay, so I think this is perfect. These two things will perfect. And finally inside this actually we can simply define cl console dot error, then we will define a error. The error is actually error while verifying token, and then we'll just pass the error. And finally we can just define a status code. So raise dot status 500, here the status code will be 401, and we can just simply pass error while verify token. Okay, so this is perfect. Okay, if you do this now, let me check. So if you now hit this, actually you can see protected route, so the message is showing here. The message is showing here. If you include, if you want to return the users, then you can simply do that, but it's working perfectly. And that's the thing, when the token is verified, it will just send this message, otherwise not. Okay, so this way we can just use the verified token. Right now I will remove this, we don't need it, so we will remove it right now. When we'll work with protected route, we will use this middleware, verified token middleware. So after this verified token middleware, what you will have to do, let me close this, and from the user routes actually we'll have to implement logout functionality. Log out endpoints. So for this, as we are just doing logout, we'll have the post request. So router dot post, and we'll have the path. So the path will be log out, and here we'll have the function. It will be async function, or we don't actually need to define async, it's a logout, so it will just simply log out. So request.response, and inside here what you will have to do, you will have to clear the cookies. So that's why res dot clear cookies, actually that is clear cookie. And inside here actually you will have to define the cookie name. So the token name is simply token, you can just define it. And finally you can just send a status. So res dot status, status code will be 200, and then we'll send message will be logged out successful, so logged out successfully. Okay, something like this. Okay, let's test this API. So for now, if you just define logged out here at request, this is log out, and here we'll have post request, we'll have localhost slash was slash log out. And if we hit this, actually if you hit this, then you can say logged out successful. Okay, so this is logged out successful. This is a little text, and after this actually we will define another one. So that is actually what you will have to do to delete a user. So to delete a users, let me define delete a user, and for this what you will have to do, router dot delete method, and we'll delete based on id. So that's why here we'll have slash users slash id. Okay, so we'll have to define async function. We'll have request response, then we will simply define curly braces, and inside this curly braces what you will have to do, you will have a try catch block, and we can simply define the errors. If error happened, you can just open any of this to copy this error, and then we can simply paste it here. So error deleting user, we can simply define this, and inside this try actually we'll get the id from the params. So id will be request dot params. Okay, and after this actually with the method is that we'll define const user equal to wait, we'll call user model, then find by id, and so that will be and delete. So I'm sorry, I'm not getting suggestion, but it's okay. And inside here we'll pass the id. Okay, after then what you will do, we'll check if not user, we'll have to return a status. So simply return a status user not found, and after then what you will have to do, you will have to define a status code. So that status, so status code will be 200, and will show through a message that is user deleted successfully. Okay, so to test these actually right now we will have only one users. You can see here actually here we'll have one users. Let me create a new user. So we'll go to register. Here we'll create a new user, that is user 2. Let me define user 2, and if you click here you can see users register successful. And now if you check on MongoDB, you will see a second user is created. Look, this is user 2 is created, and we will delete this. So to delete this we'll have to define a request. So that is actually request delete a user, and for this the method will be delete method, and the path will be localhost slash what slash users slash, you can check the path. So the path is something like this. We will just define after the what will have users, then id will have the user id. So user id we can simply right now copy it from here. So this we want to delete this second user. So right now we can see we will have two users. Two will copy the id and paste it here, and now if you click this delete button, you can see user deleted successful message. And now if you refresh this page, then you will see there is one users only. So that's why you can say that users delete functionality is working perfectly. And finally we will get all the users. So get all users, so that would be get route, so that would be get, and inside here we'll have users, and then we'll have async, we'll have request response is the same task you will have to do, it's a repetitive task. And then we'll have a try catch block, we'll have to copy the catch block from here and paste it here. That would be error fetching users, and we'll define this. And inside this try block, what you will have to do, we will simply get the user, so that's why we'll define const users will be a wait, then we'll call user dot find method. If not such thing, let me try it. We can just restart the TypeScript server. So it's still not working. We can just reload the windows if it's work or not, I'm not sure. So anyway, it's not suggesting, I don't know why it's only it's doing, but we can just, if you have the knowledge, you can simply define this here. We'll define the find operations. So inside these, actually inside this find block, we'll have curly braces, and that means we don't need define anything. And what we will actually return, we will return id, then email, then role. So that is the optional things will return. When the user is returned, it will return all of those two fields, all of those three fields. After then we'll have to define sort method. So sort method, and inside here we'll have created at created at, so that would be -1. Okay. And finally what you will do, you can just simply define press dot status, that would be 200, and then we'll have send, and we'll send the users. Okay, so if you hit this route, now you will get all the users. Let's check it. So I can just copy it, and let me add a request, and that will be get all users. Why I'm doing it, look, if I close this, it's close everything actually to organize our projects. We are just doing it instead of this. Actually we have API /auth /users, and if you click, look, you are getting one users using underscore id, email, and role. So we don't need everything, actually we need these three properties when we are just requesting it. You can just test it with the browsers also, not it's a big deal. So I think you are getting on user. So if you have second user, let me do a register new users, click here, the users is registered. Now if you try to get this, you will have two users based on all of this stuff. Okay, so I think you understand how you can just implement get all users, delete users, and logout functionality. Then the next task is that we will update a user role and edit profile endpoint. And finally, our user routes will be int. And after then, we will move to the front end. So this time actually we will work with update the user role. So admin can update a users from the front end. So that's why we'll have to implement the users role. So update user role. Okay, so this will be put route. So router dot put methods, and inside here we'll have to define slash users, then we'll have clone id, and then we'll have async request response. And then inside here, actually what I will have to do, we'll have a try catch block, and inside this catch we can simply get this. We can just paste it here. We can just define that would be fetching error updating dating user role, and we'll have to paste it here also. Okay, fine. And inside this try block, firstly we need to get the id. So the id will be id from request dot params, and after then what you will have to do, you will have to get to define the role. The role will be body from request dot body, and then we need to get the user. So user will be wait, then we'll call the user model, then find by id and update. And here actually at first we need to define which id user will be updated, so that's why we'll pass id, then we'll pass the role, and finally we'll have to define new keyword, and that would be true. Okay, something like this. And after then we'll check if not user, we'll return a status code. The status code will be not found, and finally we'll define res.status to thousands user role updated successfully, and this is the role. Okay, so let's test it. So for this actually we'll have this path. So let me add an endpoint update user role. Okay, so we'll paste something like this. We'll have a api slash auth, then user slash id. So for example, let me create a user, so that will be admin. So this is actually admin user, and here we'll have admin 1. We can just define the user is admin 1, and then password is same. Actually I used the same password because I forget the password every time. And if we click this send button, user is created successful. And now check it on database, refresh it, then you can see you will have a admin users and the role is actually user. So if you have this, then you can update the user role from this CRUD operation. So for this we'll go to update users, and here we'll have to pass the role field. Here the role is actually admin, and then we'll have to actually pass the id. You can see we're passing, and this we'll have to copy it, paste it at the top, and the id will be for the, let me go get all users, and here's for the admin users. You can see this is the admin users id. You can collect it from database, and you will have to define it. So our path will be api slash auth slash user slash id, and then we'll make it admin role. And if you now here, that would be put request, and if you now just hit the send button, you can see user role updated successful, and this admin will have admin role. Okay, you can see it's actually the admin role. So now if you check your database and refresh it, look here, this is admin role. So that means the admin role is successfully done. So this point, after updating the role, the last api endpoint is we will update profiles. So that would be update or edit profile endpoints. We can add a comments. So edit or update profile. Okay, so for this we will define router dot pass method. So put and pass is more likely similar, but if you want to update everything, you can just use this method, and if you partially update, then you can use pass method. Okay, and this will be a new path, so that would be edit profile profile. And for this, here we'll have async request response, and I'm not sure if its spelling is correct or not. Okay, after this curly braces, we'll have again try catch, and let me just copy this and paste it on the error. We'll have update user profile. Okay, instead of role, we'll make it profile. And here actually what you will have to do, you will destructure from the body. So what we'll have to destructure, will destructure from actually request dot body, sorry, that would be request dot body, and we'll destructure user id. Let me get user id, then we'll get user name, then we'll have profile image, then we'll destructure bio and profession. Okay, so after doing this, we'll check if not user id. So this is actually, if not user id, we can simply define a status structures, that is user id required, and after then actually we'll define const user will call await, then we'll call user dot find by id, find by id, and inside here we'll pass this user id. Okay, so if you just console log here, let me just do find this. Okay, so if you hit these actually, let me create an api update user profile. Okay, the path will be api slash auth slash here edit profile, and inside this body we'll have to pass all of the information. Let me copy these informations. Firstly, we'll have user id, then the user id will be an id from the front end. For example, we want to update the user 2, so this is the user id, we will pass it here. After then we need to pass username, so it will be the username. So we can just, for example, if you want to just update the username, will be in name of, maybe we can just include joy, so this is updated name, so joy, actually joy. And then we will have the next thing, profile picture. Then let me define profile picture. The profile picture will be a string, so let me use a profile picture string. So we can just go to unsplash and get a profile picture, and for example, let me get portrait. For now, maybe we can just get, okay, so use this image url and we'll keep it here, and after then add a comma, and the next thing is that we'll have to define bio will be clone I am joy, and finally the last one is that we'll have professions, so this is actually maybe a student. Okay, so if you make this and now hit this api, so that would be patch, so select patch, and now if you hit send request, it's sending request, and if you open your terminal you can get the users. Here you can see this is the users, so you are getting the user second users, this is the user's id, this is the user email name, password and everything. So let me close it. And after getting this user, after getting these users, what you will have to, let me remove this console log, and here we will define if not user, we will simply define the same status, and we can just simply user not found. Okay, and finally the final step is that we'll update information. So we can just define update profile. Okay, so for this we'll define if username is not equal undefined, then it will be user dot username that would be this username. Okay, we can simply copy it for several times, and then we'll check if second one will be profile image is not undefined, then we'll define user dot profile image that would be profile image. Okay, and then the third one is actually bio. If bio is not undefined, then user dot bio will be bio. And lastly here professions, so professions is not undefined, user dot profession, and that would be these professions. So all of this stuff is done. Now finally we'll have to save the users, so await user dot save, and finally we'll have to define a status, trace dot status, then it will be 200, then we'll have send, we'll send a message. The message is actually profile updated successfully, and after then we'll pass the user. The user will be something like this. We will pass the underscore id will be user dot underscore id. You can just copy it from the above. So where is actually, maybe here is actually login. We can copy all of this and simply keep it here. Okay, paste it here. So let me format this code, and I think it will perfect. So it's actually, I think it will be perfect. And if you check, actually it's same, so it's user and it will be same thing. Okay, so if you do this now, let's try it. So maybe we will edit the same id. Instead of this, we can simply let it try it. So right now the second user has the username, this is username, this is okay, so nothing changes. But if you now hit this, and now user profile updated successful, now username is joy, this is the email, this is the profile bio and all of this stuff. Now if you refresh, you can see it will update it for the second users 2. You can see right now username is user2, but email is the same, we didn't change it. But here we'll have bio, professions and profile. So we can say that this is the way how we can update a users. So after making all of this stuff, what we can do it. So let me close this stuff, and now we will work with frontend. So if you see, our frontend is here, and then if you just click this button, it will redirect to login page, and if you click this register, then it will redirect to register page. So what we will have to do, we'll back to the front end code. So let me close index.js.env and users model. Actually we'll keep this because it will need within a few seconds. Okay, so for this, actually let me close all of this stuff, and on the front end actually we will have to go to Redux folder. This is our Redux folder, and inside this Redux folder you will have a features folder, and inside this features make sure your feature is underlined. That means if you create any folder, it will be included on features folder. Okay, so here actually we'll create a new folder that is actually auth our users. You can just name it anything. I just name it auth folder, and this auth folder, inside this auth folder, what you will have to do, you will have to create a API endpoint. So for this actually we will define auth api.js, and here actually we will implement API for the Redux toolkit. Okay, so we'll make all the API we just created here. So we will do all of this stuff here on this auth API. So but so let's do it. At first what you will have to do, here you will have to define a variable, so that is actually auth API, and we will simply call create API method. So if it's not available, what you will have to do, you will have to import it. So import curly braces, and here from where we would like to import, we'll import from at the red Redux toolkit slash query slash, and that is actually React something like this. Okay, so maybe I am just working it perfectly. We will have to define the red slash toolkit slash query slash React, and inside here we will have create API. So if you now type create API, you can see it's actually suggesting you will have to create the API. Let me remove this, and then what you will have to do here, we will have something like this. We'll simply take a curly braces, and then we will have to define a reducer path. So the reducer path will be, look, create API. If you hover, you can say you will have a base query functions, then this will be a curly braces, then something like this. You will get the suggestion, and at this point here we will have reducer path. So reducer path will be our API name, so that is actually auth API. So we can name it the same. You can just keep the name changed, but it's up to you. After then we'll have to define a base query. So base query will be a phase based query. So phase based query, and this phase based query, inside it will have a base URL. Okay, so here our base URL will be something like this. If you check, you can see it's actually localhost 5000, and the common thing is that these portions API slash what, this is the common. If you check every routes, you can see this is the common path, and here is also this section is very common. So we'll copy this section, and simply we can keep it. This is the base URL. Okay, so this is our base URL, http localhost 5000 API slash auth, and after this actually we'll have credential include. Okay, so this is the thing, we'll have to include it. But every time if you include the base URL localhost 5000, and it's very hassle to actually change it. You can remember where you will have these localhost 5000. So that's why what I will do, I will define a utility class for the base URL. So where you can just do this, inside this src folder we will have a utils folder. So right now, is there any utils folder? Let me check, there is no. So let me create a new utils folder. So that is actually utils. So we cannot keep it here actually. We'll have to make it on the uh, src folder. Here we'll have utils utils folder. Inside this utils folder we will have base url.js. Inside this folder actually we will create a base url function. So that would be const get base url. This will be a function, and this function will just return the base url. So return, and this return will be simply this base url. We can cut this portion, cut it and paste it. So if you do this, actually if you change these sections, then if you change from the base url, it will change everything. So that's why we'll just only keep these sections here. Okay, after doing this, what you will have to do, we'll have to export it. So let me define export keyword here. Okay, it's exported. Let me check everything is fine, localhost 5000, and then we can close this. Here instead of this, what you can do, you can simply define $sign curly braces, and here what you will have to do, you will have to get the call. So get base url. So if not such string, you will have to open the base url, and then you will get suggestion base url, and you will have to call this way, and make sure you use caret sign, otherwise you cannot use dynamic path. So that's why I use backtick or caret sign. So now our base url is this. So if you change on the base url section, if you change on the when your project is ready, if you change this path, it will automatically change this page and other pages. So that is the thing. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to define some endpoints. So here we'll have endpoints. These endpoints will have a builder function. So builder, and then we will have arrow, then we will have curly braces. Inside this actually we will define some endpoint for register, login, logout and other stuff. So at first register user. So this will be, it will receive this will be actually builder dot mutations. If you want to post something to the backend, then you will have mutation. If you want to get something from the backend, you will have a query. Okay, so it will be mutation, and inside this mutation we will have something like this. We'll define the query first. The query will be the data that will receive, for example new user data. So we'll define new user, and then we will have a arrow. We will simply define curly braces, and here we will define url. So our url will be, look for the login. So for the login actually, where is login, sorry, for the register actually, you can see this is the common part, api slash auth, and here is the extra path. You can simply copy this, and here you can simply keep it here. So if you are not sure, you can check it from these. Actually you can simply copy from user.router.js file from here actually, and you can also keep it these positions, it's the same thing. So our api url will be something like this, localhost 5000 slash api slash auth slash register. And after this api we will have to define a method will be, it's a post method. You can see this is a post method. So this is post method, will make it post, make sure it's actually capital. Then we will define the body syntax. The body will be these new users. So this is our body. So we will have created our register functionality, and after then we will just define login functionality and test it. So logged login user. So let me define login user, and the same we will define we'll post something to the backend. So that's why builder dot mutation, and then we will have parenthesis, and we will simply keep the same thing inside here actually. So let me type. At first it will be query function, and this query will be, it will receive credential or data, you can just make it anything. So I am just defining credentials. So it's actually, you can just name it data if you want, it's up to you, it's actually not a big deal. Then we will have something like this. Inside here we will have the url path will be, so for this you can see this is login route, we will hit here. So this is login, and after this we will have method. The method is actually the same method we used, this is actually post method. So we'll define post method, and then body will be credential. So we will have login and register is endpoint is done. Now let's export it. So to export it, here at the end we'll have to define export const, and then we'll have curly braces, then we'll simply export from auth API, and finally we will export default auth API. Okay, so here we'll pass these two things, register user and login user. So let's type it. So at the before of this user login or register users, you will have to define use keyword. So use register, it's not suggesting, why? Okay, maybe we can just if not suggesting here, let me, it's not suggesting, maybe we'll have to get this query from React actually. So let me get it from React. So here's our path will be something like this, Redux.js slash toolkit slash queries slash React actually, React. Then we can just get suggestion use. Okay, you can see now the suggestion is available. So here use registers user mutation and use login user mutation. We will export these two stuff from here. Then we will go to our store. Where is our store? You can see on this Redux folder you will have store.js, and after this actually we will have to use this. So for this, simply how to store it, here on inside this store we'll have something like this, we'll have a clone, then we will pass auth API. So here auth API will import it, then we'll define reducer, and then here inside these actually we'll have to define auth API dot reducer path. Okay, so this is done perfectly. And after doing this actually, after doing this, here the next task is we are using middleware, so API middleware. So that's why we will have to define a middleware. After this reducers, you can see this is reducers, and after this comma actually you will have to define middleware. Then this will be by default get defaults middleware. So get defaults, so it's not suggesting. Let me go to Redux actually to get suggestions. Here's lots of unwanted things we'll remove, and for now actually here we'll go to Redux toolkit and go there. So get started, and maybe we'll have to go to quick start slice store. Where is API actually? Oh, here you will have React query. You will go here on these positions, then we will click this RTK query overview. Then if you just go there a little bit, you will have to create query, and I say I have made a mistake here at this point, but if you just read these documentations, you don't have to do this. You can simply copy it from here and then you can use it. Okay, so for this default middleware, you can see this is the functions. You can copy it from here and you can use it this position on the store. You don't have to memorize anything. You can just find it on Google. And instead of these, actually we don't have Pokemon API, so instead of this we will use our auth API. So here we will have to customize auth API dot middleware. So our API is perfectly set up. API middleware is perfectly set up. You can just format this code, and then what you will have to do, if you check your projects, let me go back, and if you now inspect, open the Redux tab, and now you can see your API what API is here and see it. And now let's implement it on login page. At first we will work with login page. So for implementing it on login page, what you will have to do, here we will go to login page. Where is our login page? Our login page inside this component folder. This is login, and you can see we will have done this thing. So if you console log, if you console log console dot log dot data, then you will get the data. If I inspect, if you go to console and if you type anything, for example user1, then password, and if you hit login button, you can see we are getting data from the login line number 15. So from here actually, so now what you will have to do, at first you will need to call dispatch. So let me define handle login. Okay, here we need to call dispatch. So let me dispatch, and we'll call it from use dispatch from React Redux. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to call the user login mutation. So that's why here we will have a third bracket and we will call use login mutations. We'll call this method function actually, and inside here actually, look what you will receive. You will receive login user. So from here you will receive login users, then subsequently you will receive loading states. So is loading, is success, and other stuff. And we can just rename it something like this, login loading, something like this. It's up to you. You can just rename it or not. It's depend on you. Okay, so we will get login users, and if you simply console log this, you can just see the login user. Okay, let me check it, refresh, and now you can see a function is here. This is argument, and this function receive an argument and then call the promise and dispatch the actions with initial states and other stuff. So you are getting a console log from line number 13. So this is 13, we don't need it, we will remove it. And after doing this, what you will have to do, after this data actually, we will remove this data and we'll take a try catch block, and inside this you can just simply on the console dot error will just send a message. The message will be something like this, please provide valid email and password. Okay, something like this. And inside this try block, what you will have to do, you will define const response, we will make a wait, and this time we will call the logged in user, and inside here we'll have to pass this data. So let me pass this data, and finally we'll unwrap it. So unwrap, and we'll define call it. Okay, so now you can simply receive the response. Okay, so let's do it. If I refresh right now, we'll have user1, the password, and if you click login, You can see logged in successful. This is your token, and this is the user one, and all of this stuff, the same thing that is perfectly you will receive here. Actually, when you just try to log in here, you can see you will get the same message. Logged in, look, that this is the message, this is token, and this is all of these users. The same thing is here actually. So this is message, this is token, this is user. Okay, so we will have four data, and exactly the four things is here. So it's working perfectly right now. And after then you can just show an alert. So let me just close this comment. We can just simply show and throw an alert. The alert will be login successful, login successful. And after then you can navigate this. So to navigate this, actually what you can do, you can simply define const navigate, and it will, we will have to call use navigate from react router dom. And after then we'll call this navigate, and here we'll have to pass it to the home page. Okay, so now it's perfectly done, this section is perfectly done. So let me try it. We will close everything, and this time we will log in. So if you try with a wrong password, let me define it wrong password, then you can see a message is appear here. If you just try with perfect password and try to log in, it will redirect to the home page. So alert is showing here, and if you click OK, it will redirect to the home page. Okay, I hope you understand. So our login is working. Now we'll work with registrations, how to do registration. So for this, actually this is perfect. We will just close this login and we'll open the register. So here everything is fine. So everything is fine almost. And for the register, actually we'll have to do the same thing. At the above we need a dispatch. So let me define const dispatch. Oh, okay, we don't need dispatch right now. Actually we can simply get the call the user register, use register, user mutations we'll call it, and inside here we'll receive register user. So this is register users. At the subsequently we'll just get is loading state. So is loading. If you want to show loading, then you can just do it, no matters. And after doing this, what you will have to do, we will simply define const navigate, and that would be use navigate hooks. And finally we don't need this console log, we can just simply define a try catch the same way, try catch. And here when the catch will simply show an alert will be registration failed, or you can just show the alert something like this. You can just set the message. So is the message is there? Yeah, let me check. Yes, message. So we can just show instead of this, we can simply make it set message, set message. Okay, and inside this try block, what you will have to do, you will have to define await, then we'll call register users. Inside here we'll pass the data, and then we'll have to define unwrap. So and finally it's done. We can show an alert. The alert will be registration successful, and then we can just redirect. So we can just redirect to the login page. Okay, so let's try it. Our page is almost done, and we can just simply try it. Okay, so for this here, let me right now, if you check your database, let me log in the database. Oh, you can check it from here. Right now we will have only 3 users, so we will create a new users. So for this, actually this is our website. For this time, actually let me define the user will be, for example, Tom. 36@gmail.com. Sorry, it's actually username field. Here we'll keep the pass username, so that is actually Tom36, and here password will be, I will keep password. And if you click okay, for now let's try it. We don't use password, and if you click here, look, it's required. And if you define the password and forget it, if you click register, wait, registration successful, and if you click OK, it will redirect to the login page. Look, it's redirecting to the login page, and you will have to use the same user and password. For example, let me define a wrong password and click login. It will just show this. But if you try proper password and click here, login successful, and it will redirect to the login page. So after showing this login, for the next, actually we'll have to implement these in the next video. Actually we will have the image icon and others stuff on here. Actually it's our user is login, but it's actually not showing, so that's why we'll implement that functionality in the next video. So for the showing profile pictures and other stuff, the next task is actually we will have to set the information in local storage. So we'll store some information in local storage, and then we'll use it. Okay, so for this here, what you can do, you can just simply close the register. We don't need it. And base URL, it's actually already done. The next thing is that what you will have to do, inside this Redux folder you will go to features, then auth. Here you will have to create a new slice function. So that is actually what slice, and that would be JS, and we'll make the slice as same as card slice. So you can see this is our card slice. We will create a slice something like this on the auth slice. So at first let me define a name, so const auth slice, and that would be, here we will define create slice. So create slice from Redux toolkit. Then inside here, actually as we will have a name, you can see if you check the cut slice, we will have name, initial states, and reducer. Okay, let's do it. So name will be auth, something like this. We can keep it auth. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have initial states. So initial state, we don't have any initial state, so let me define an initial state at the top. So const initial state, so that would be load user. So we will load user from local storage. So this will be a function, and as we define a function here, we'll have to make the function. So let's do a function. So we'll have a const this load users, it will be arrow function, and this function will have curly braces. At first we'll have a try catch block, and inside this try block we'll define const so serialized state, something like this. So this is serialized state. We'll have call local storage dot get item, then we will define it user, something like this. And then if the users is found, so if actually this user's state is null or something like this, we can just define it null. What you will have to do, we'll have to return simply curly braces user will be null, so there is no user. Okay, and finally what you will have to do, we will simply return, we will return user. The user will be returned based on the JSON dot parse, and here we'll pass this serialized state. Okay, so our try block is done. Otherwise, if error happened, here we'll return user, that would be null. Okay, so if then initial states is completed, then we'll have to make reducer. So after this initial state we'll have reducers, and we'll define some reducers. So that's why we will have curly braces, and we will define set user. So this is a action, and this action will have a state. We can see we'll have a state and action. Let me define an arrow curly braces here. We'll define state dot user. User will be action dot payload dot user. Okay, and to save it on local storage we'll have local storage dot set item, and here we'll have the name of the to local storage token, and then we'll have to define the value. So that would be json dot stringify, and inside this stringify we'll have a state dot user. So this is the state dot users will pass inside here. Okay, so this is the set users state, and after then we'll have logout state. So log out, and that would be simply a state. We don't need action here. We'll have something like this, and we'll make it set state dot user. So equal will be null, otherwise we'll remove the token. So from the local storage dot remove dot token. Okay, and finally when everything is done we'll have to export it. So export const, and then from here we'll have call auth slice dot actions, and finally we'll have export default auth slice dot reducer. Okay, so finally here we'll have to export these two things. So set user and then logout. Okay, now we'll have to use it on a store. So here how to use it. So to use it on a store, the process is very simple. The thing is you will have to do after this, actually we'll have to define auth. Look, it's the same thing. We'll have to define auth, and then we'll have to define auth reducer. So auth reducer, so reducer. So if it's not imported we'll have to import it. So import auth reducer from, actually we'll have dot slash feature slash auth slash auth slice. Okay, so everything is done right now. Next thing is that if you check it on refresh your project, let me inspect for the issues. Here auth slice is not defined, so let me define it on auth slice. Okay, here maybe we'll have need to define, or actually not defined. So let me check it. Auth slice is not defined, require is not defined. Let me check it. Where is the okay, got it. Actually it's imported from required syntax. It will be import syntax. So let me define import, then we don't actually need this. We can simply remove that stuff and we'll use from, then it will be work. So let me refresh is okay, that the error has gone. Now the next thing is that you will have to go to login page, actually. So let me go to login, where is it's inside the components login, and after these, actually after this alert, actually you can see here is alert, and above it we can simply get a token. So when you just have console log, you will get two things. or three things actually. You will just simply get token and user, token and user. So if you are not sure, you can just open the console log and check it. So let me do it for you again. Refresh it, click this login button, and if you try to log in, so maybe user 1, click login. Look, you are getting message. We don't need this message, we need token and user. So that's why we'll destructure it from here actually. After destructuring it, we'll have to dispatch an action. So we'll already define the dispatch, and here we'll call set user. So set user from the Redux what and what slice actually. After then here we'll pass the user. So if you pass the user, then it will be set to the local storage. So let's check it, and finally we will have done. So right now let me refresh, and if you go to application tab, and you can see our cookies here setted, but right now local storage has nothing. But let me remove this token. If you delete it, it will be gone. You can clear everything here. Okay, fine. Now I will log in, user 1, password. If I click login, you can see token is added on cookie as we define it will be cookie. And at the same time, if you check your local storage, here you can see a user is set, and user has all of these. Think user will have a email, user will have a login, user role, username and underscore id. Okay, so next thing is that we'll have to write others API. For here actually we'll need to write logout API, delete API, get API, put API and patch API. And after doing all of these stuff, we can simply show the toggling features and other stuff. Okay, let's do that in the next video. Okay, now complete the other stuff. So for this actually what we'll have to do, we'll have to go to auth API. Our auth slice is done, we will remove that. We'll have already completed login, and we'll also remove this store.js. Okay, finally after this logged in user, you can see this is logged in user, sorry, login users, and after then we will have logout user. So for logout we will define user. So that will be again, it's will just post a request. So that's why we'll have builder dot mutation, and here we'll have the same thing. You can simply copy all of this from the top and we'll keep it here. We don't need to receive anything actually, so we'll remove that. And here the path will be, you can see the logged out path is actually here. So we'll copy this logged out part, and let me change this path. We'll have uh post, and we, as we don't have received any params from here, we don't need to include the body. Okay, so this is perfectly done, this is logged out. And finally we'll have get user. So that would be get user, and it will be builder dot add. We would like to get a query, so that's why we'll define query. So here we will have the same thing. So let me copy it from the top. We will have query, we don't need to receive any queries, so we'll remove it. We don't need this actually. For these actually, if you check, the query is actually this query will get all users. So that's why we'll hit this routes, and here we'll make the URL will be slash users, and the method will be get method. So you can simply define it get method. Okay, so this API is done. And after this actually, here we can include something. So after this query, you can just define a reface mount. So reface apts reface mount reface one mount, so it will actually refresh your project, so that's why it will be true. And then we will define invalid tags, so invalid tags, and these invalid tags will be users, so that would be users. So let me keep it capital. So how it will work actually, how you can simply define the replace mount and invalid tags actually. So for this we'll have to set the users tag, so where you can just do it, you can just define a provided tag. So here at the top, okay, we don't need this actually, we'll have something like this. And after doing this, the next task is that we will have to define a delete user, and this will be builder dot mutation. Then we will have the queries, so the same queries we can just simply copy from the above. So this is the query, we'll keep it here, and this will be for delete users. So what is the, where is the delete users? So this is the delete users, this is the path, we'll have to define it this here. So that would be path, and instead of this credential actually we will define this will be user id. So user id, and as we define user id we will have to use backtick sign, so that we can use dynamic id here. We will have dollar sign curly braces, that would be this user id. And we don't need to define body actually, we can simply change the method will be delete method. So delete method, okay, fine. So this, then after we'll define invalid tags. Okay, so after the query actually, after the query we will define invalid tags user. Okay, finally what you will have simply define update user role field. So for these actually what you will have to do, update user role, and that will be again mutation, so builder dot mutation. Then we will have the same thing, we will simply copy all of these actually, or you can just copy it from these sections, get user sections. So let me copy it here, we'll pass it here, and query will be in this time actually when you are just updating a user role, will receive two query. First one is user id, and then we'll define role. Okay, and the url will be, so for this update user role, so this is something like this, we will have this path, so we will simply use backtick sign, and then we'll use, so here it will receive simply users id. So let me define dollar sign curly braces, here we'll pass user id. Okay, after then the method will be, look, the method is actually put method, so we'll simply define put method, and then inside the body will be curly braces role. So here we'll just define role field. Okay, so finally this is update user done, and then last one is actually edit user, edit profile. So edit profile, and the same user builder dot mutation, then curly braces, and this time we can simply copy this query, and here we will have to define, we will have receive provide data, so profile data or user data, it's up to you. So it will receive user data, then let me check the path, so it's slash edit profile, let me define slash edit profile, Then it will be pass method. You can see this is pass method, so we'll define PATCH pass method. And finally inside this body actually we will have to define this profile data. Okay, paste it here. So all of this stuff is done. Now we'll have to export all of this stuff. So after this, let me export. So we need to export logout. So use logout user mutation. Then after logout we'll have get users. So use get user query. Then we'll have use delete user mutation. Then after then we'll have get update role. So use get use update user role mutation. Then use edit profile mutation. So all we export it. So if you export, it will receive from the backend. So okay, so this is done. Now we will implement the login and logout state at the top. Okay, so let's do it in the next video. So this time our main task is it will show this type of drop down and the profile image, all of this stuff. So for now what you will have to do, let me close everything. We don't need anything here. So let me close backend, and inside this front end we'll close Redux features and all of this stuff queries, and we will actually go to the navbar. And here at the navbar what you will have to do, you can see we'll have this handle card functionality, and this time actually will show if the user is login or not. So we'll define show user if logged in. Okay, so after this we'll define const dispatch, and we'll call use dispatch from Redux toolkit. And then what you will have to do, you will have to define the user. So let me define user. So user will get from the use selector hook, and here this time it will actually receive a state, and this will be a state dot the auth API. So auth slice name, so that is actually, you can see the auth slice name is, if you check it on features or slice, so the name is actually what, so that's why it will be state dot auth. Okay, so after doing this, here it will receive user. So let me console log clg, and this is user. Okay, let's check it. So this time if you inspect, refresh, so check console, refresh it, and now you can see you are getting a users. So if you get this user, so for example if I remove this, actually remove this token and the cookies, so if you remove all of this stuff, now you can see, refresh it, the user is null. But if you logged in using your email and password, then your username and all of this is from Navbar line number 17. So here you can see it's line number 17. So you are getting a users by using use selector hook. Okay. So after showing this if user available, then what you can do, you can just simply define this way. Let me remove this, and for this actually we can just implement if the user is available, where is login button, maybe is login. So this is login. So if this is login, inside these actually we'll have this parenthesis, and we'll check if user have, then we'll do something, otherwise we'll have something. Okay, inside here we'll take empty, and here the second value, when it's done we can simply keep this include thing here. Okay, So for example here now, so user is available here. Okay, so now do this. So for example, look, when the user is logged in, it's logged in. Let me clear everything, clear it, clear the token, all of this stuff. Now if you refresh, look, it's login. If you click here and then if you log in, then it will show the text we included. So this text is showing from here. Look, we defined the text, so that's why this taking, when the user is available, it's showing this text. Okay, so you can see user and define end operators, so to make better safety. Okay, so if you have, then we can just simply show the user's profile or other stuff. So let me show the image at first. So instead of these, actually we can simply show an image. So the image will be img and the path will be actually here. We can just check if user has profile image. So profile image, if you are not sure the text, you can just simply go to the data. Where is actually data? You will have, okay, you can just check it from the backend. Actually, let me check it. Here's user have profile picture, so the second user has actually profile picture. So this is if users has profile picture, it will show. Otherwise it will show a default profile pictures here. So we'll use or operators, and here we'll define avatar img. Okay, so avatar image, let me import it. So let me import avatar image from dot slash assets slash, and if you check, here is the avatar image. Let me copy the username and paste it here. Okay, so for now I think if the user has no profile, you can see a avatar image is showing here. So now we'll have to customize this. So for this, actually what you will have to do, you will have to define class name. We will have to define size will be 6, then rounded full, and finally after then cursor pointer. Okay, now it will be resized. You can see it's now resized and has a cursor icon. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to show drop downs. So for this, actually we need to define a use state for the drop downs. So let me go to there. At the top we will have drop downs menu, drop downs menus. Okay, so at first we need to define use state hook, use state, and this will be by default false. So here actually firstly we'll define is drop down open, then we'll have set is drop down close, and after then we'll have a handle toggle function. So we'll have handle drop down toggle, actually toggle, and that will be a function. So this function will simply define not toggle. So set is drop down, not is drop down, so it will just toggle when actually click. Okay, so now here what you will have to do, you will have to show some drop down items. So here let me define admin drop down menus, and for this actually we'll define const here admin drop down menus, and it will be a array of objects. Here the path will be actually inside curly braces will have a label. This label will be dashboard, and then we'll have a path. So the path will be something like this. We'll have slash dashboard slash admin. Okay, so this is the path. We can make some copy of it. And the second one will be manage items. Manage items, and that would be path manage products. Manage products. Okay, then the label will be all orders. Then the path will be slash manage orders. Okay, then the last one will be add new post, something like this, and here we'll have add new post. Okay, so this is admin drop downs, and now we'll also need users drop down. So let me define users drop down menus. We can simply copy it, paste it here. Instead of this name, we can just define user drop downs, and then the users drop down have the dashboard at first, but we don't include slash admin. It will be root admin. Then label will be profile. This will be profile. So the profile will be dashboard slash profile. Okay, then the third level will be payments. So payments page, and it will go to slash dashboard slash payments, and then we'll have orders. So orders, and this will redirect to the order page. So slash orders. Okay, so this drop down is done, and finally we'll toggle it. So based on the drop down, so that is drop down menus, and that would be user dot role equal if it's admin, then it will just simply show something. Otherwise we'll have clone, we will have show something. So here actually we'll use a spread operator. So we'll spread admin drop downs. If the user role is admin, it will show admin drop downs. Otherwise it will show user drop downs, user drop downs menu. Okay, so this is done. Now finally we'll have almost done. What you will have to do, go back to the profile section. Here is profile. On the one click of the user image, here we'll define a one click handler. Let me define on click, and inside this on click we will define handle toggle drop down. And after this image actually we will simply define curly braces and is drop down open. Then we'll define and then we will have something like this parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we'll have a div, and this div will have eval tag. Inside this eval tag we will call drop down menus dot map, and inside these actually each time we will get menu and index. Then we will have arrow. After then what you will have to do, you will have parenthesis, and inside here every time we'll get list item. Then we'll define a key syntax. So key will be index, and after then here actually we'll have a link from React router DOM. Then this link will have menu dot level. So menu dot level, and this will be a path. The path will be curly braces, and curly braces will be menu dot path. Okay, and after these actually what you will have, you will have a class name. Okay, we'll have a class name. The class name will be drop down items. Okay, and lastly we'll define a one click here. So the one click on click is that we'll simply define set drop set is drop downs, that would be false. Okay, so everything is fine. Now let me check it. Look, if you click you can see this type of drop downs. If you click again it will be remote, but it's not perfectly working, so that's why we will have to add some css to the div. So here we'll have class name, we'll define that would be absolute, then we will define right 0, margin top 3, then we will define padding 4, then w will be 48, busy white color, then we will have border, then border will be gray 200, rounded lg, then shadow lg, then z index 50, something like this. And after this we'll have to target this eval tag. Here we'll define font will be medium, space y will be 4, and finally we'll have padding of 2, and everything is fine right now. Let me check it. So now you can see if you click we'll have showed all of these drop downs. So as it's a user route, so that's why it's actually showing this. But if you just define logout button, so there is no logout button. What you can do, we can just keep a logout after this. So let me show a logout. So after this li tag, after this actually curly braces, we can simply take a logout. So we can take a li, and inside this we will have a link, and then inside here actually we'll have log out button, and on this actually we can define a console log that would be handle log out. Okay, we still have to define a class name here. The class name will be this class name drop down items. Okay, and now actually we will have to define a logout function. So here let me define const logged out. It will be something like this right now. Okay, so keep it. Now if you click, here is logged out button. Okay, let me write the logout function. So for this logout function, what you will have to do, let's write it. We'll have a async function, then here inside these actually we'll have a try catch block, and here actually we'll define logout. Let me import it at the top. So maybe we can just import logout here. So for this logged out actually we'll have to define const, then we'll call use logout, use logged out mutation, use log out. If not suggesting, we'll have to open the API. So let me open it, and here now will be use logout mutation, call it, and this will actually will be logged out. Here we'll have logged out. Okay, so that is very simple. And after having this, let me define a const navigate we'll call a use navigate hook, okay. Finally go back to the sections, and here on this handle logged out we'll have a wait, we'll call logged out, and we can simply unwrap if we don't have to pass anything, so that would be unwrap, so that would be. And finally after this logged out we'll need to dispatch action, so the dispatch action will be log out. So if it's not suggestion, let me open the slicer here. Now it will suggest logged out from the slice, and here actually we'll include it. And finally we'll navigate to the root directory. Okay, so this is done, and if it's failed we can just simply define console dot error, so it will simply get something like this, failed to logged out, and it will just console log the error. Okay, so everything is fine. Let me check. If you click logged out, it's logged out, and now it's login button. If you click, let me log in as a user first. Click here, login successful, and you can see the profiles is here. And for now actually if you want to show image, let me go to second user. So maybe if I check the users is this users has a profile image, let me log into this users. So this is the user to login. If you login successful, you can see the profile image is showing. So now let me log in as a admin, so maybe we'll have a admin, yeah, admin on, and just log in as an admin. Let me logged in, and now you can see the items is different. So right now we will have dashboard, manage items, manage orders, add new post, something like this. It's rendering all of these stuff from here. So our Navbar customization is almost perfectly done, and I hope how easy this is if you have knowledge. So that is the thing, we can just make it completely. So right now after doing this, let me do a little task here on app.slice. Sorry, it will be what's last API here. Actually I forget to include uh, provided tags, and that is actually we will have to do something like this. We'll have to include a tag types, something like this. Okay, so what you will do, you will go to auth API, and here after this credential, after this base URL, here we will have tag types, and we'll define the tag types will be something like this. Here you can see we will include a tags, invalid tag, so that is actually user. We will simply copy this and keep it the tag types user. Okay, so we'll have to include additional these tags, and right now everything is fine. We will close all of this stuff, and next task is that what you will have to do, we will have to work with actually shop page. Here this all of this product is rendering from the local package.json file. We will make it dynamic and from the backend, so that's why we'll work with backend API and other stuff for the products and these review sections. Okay, so let's do this. So at first what you will do, you will go to inside the backend, and inside this backend here you can see we will have src. Inside these actually we are maintaining all our folders. Here we'll create two folders, one is for products and second one is for reviews. So let me click reviews. Okay, so inside this products we'll have a product models and product routes. So products, let me define products dot model .js, and here we'll create a model as similar like this user model. At first we'll have to require it from Mongoose, so let me copy this text and keep it here. Then we will have to define a product schema. So our product schema will be product schema, and it will be, we will call new schema, and then we will have curly braces, and here we will have to create a schema. But for this, if you check the package.json file, here the package.json file is inside data folder, and you can see this. Actually, we will have the name, we will have categories, description, price, old price, image, colors, rating, and author. We will have all of this stuff similar like this. We will have to make this format or use this format. Okay, so for this, at first, if you check, we will have a name field. So this will be name, and we will define its by default type will be string type. So, and product name will be required will be true. Okay, so let me define it. So this is product name, and we can just add a category. So each product will have a category, so that would be category. That type will be string type. Then we will have description will be string type. Then we will have price. So let me check price. So price will be, so don't make any mistake, typing mistake I did a lot here. We'll make this type, price will be required, so that's why we'll define type. Look, the price type is actually number, so that's why we'll define type will be number and required true. And then we'll have old price that would be number type. Then we will have image. So let me take image will be a string, and then we will have colors will be as well as a string, and after then actually we'll have rating. This rating will be by default, so here type will be number and default value will be 0. Okay, and finally we will have the author. You can see the author, and this author will be taken by default. So that's why here we will simply define the type will be, this will from Mongoose schema type, so we'll call Mongoose. Then we can just simply do it this way. We can, instead of using these, actually we can just write it this way. So here Mongoose dot types dot object id, then we need to define a reference. So ref will be, so if not such thing, let me do it here. We can simply make it actually const Mongoose will require Mongoose, and here now instead of new schema, actually we can just call new Mongoose dot schema. Then the same thing actually here. Now we will have reference. The reference will be user. So this is the user collection. This author will be taken from the users collection, and we'll make it required true. Okay, something like this. So our schema, product schema is created. Now this time what we'll have to do, we'll have to define a model. So products will be mongoose dot model, and here at first we need to define product. Don't use plural here, it will be singular, and we'll define product schema here. And finally we'll have to export it. So let's export it, module dot export syntax, and that would be this product. So we have create a schema and product model by this, and next actually we will just create a router model review model actually. So after this product model, we will create a review schema on this review folder. So click this review folder, and here we will create a review model. So that would be reviews dot model dot js, and here we can simply copy all of this stuff. So let me copy all of this stuff and keep it here. So instead of product schema, it will be review schema. So review schema, we'll have to define it. The change is here, reviews, and here we'll call review, and we'll pass instead of product schema, that would be review schema. Okay, so all of this stuff is done. Now we'll have to modify this section. Actually we don't need all of this actually. So if you check the review model, it will have comment section. So comment will be string, and it will be required. So let me define type will be string. Then we'll have by default required true. Then we'll have rating will be type number, and that would be required true, something like this. Okay, so let me check if I made any mistake here. And then we'll have a user ID. So using user ID, we can identify which user just add the comment. So that's why here what you will have to do, we'll have a type will be, we'll call mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Then we will reuse a reference. So reference will be user, and then we will have required true, and then we understand which product is associated with it. So that's a product id. The product id will be type mongoose object id. Then we'll have reference will be product and required true. Okay, and additionally here we'll add a timestamp to just understand when the preview is updated and other systems. So that's why here we'll have curly braces, and we'll have timestamp. This will be true. Okay, so that is the thing. And instead of the export products, we will export reviews. So our review schema is created successfully, and I hope you understand how perfect and how easy this is to create a review schema. And let me format this. Okay, so everything is fine. Next actually we'll work with routings. We'll create product routes, and then we'll create review routes, and then we'll move back to the front end. Now after doing all of this stuff, let me close all of these. Actually we keep it product.json file, and here we'll go to the product folder from the backend, and here we'll create a new file that is actually products route. So products dot route dot js, and here actually what you will have to do, you will have to define a router. So that's why at first let me import express from require means actually, so we will require it from actually express. Okay, and then we will need to get routes, so that's why const router equal, we'll call express, then we'll call router, and we'll use it, and finally we'll have to export, so that would be module dot export, and here we'll export this router, and inside here actually we'll define all our routes. So at first we'll create post a product, so post a product route, post a product here, that would be router dot post, and we will have a path, so the path will be slash create product, and then we'll have async function, and inside this async functions we'll have request and response, we'll have arrow sign curly braces, and we'll have try catch, and here actually what you can do, you can simply define const new product equal, we can call new, then we will simply call the product model product model. So if not suggesting, open the product model, then it will be suggest product model. So look, we are just importing product models here, and inside here actually what you will have to do, so here we will take parenthesis and we'll destructure request dot body, we'll keep pass all our body here. Okay, so the thing is that here we're using actually product instance, so we're creating an instance here, and then we'll have to define const saved product, and that would be, we'll call a wait as we using async function, then we will have to call new product dot save method. So finally if you define these, actually let me just save this, actually we will just send a status that will be the product is saved. Okay, now after doing this we will go back to the index.js file, here we'll create a routes for the products, so const product routes, and we will require it, so require, and here we need to change the path, the path will be dot slash src, let me fix it fast, src slash will have products slash will have product routes. Okay, so after having this we'll have to define this way, we'll have app dot use, we'll make it slash api slash products, something like this, and finally we will have to pass this product routes. Okay, so let's test with the actually the postman. So here we can close everything, we can simply close all of these, so let me close all tabs, don't save. Okay, let me, and after this actually we'll create a new folder inside here, so add a new folder, this folder will be for products, and inside this products we will add a request create a product, and this will be post route, and here the path will be at first local storage slash, and here let me call it from here we'll have api slash products, so let me keep it api slash products, and then for the create products the route is actually create product, let me copy it paste it here. So this is our post route, and inside here actually we'll pass a body, and this will be an objects. Inside this objects we will keep the data. For example, we can simply copy all of this data instead. We can simply copy instead of the id, we can keep all the data, and let me paste it here. We can simply do a little change here. The with leather bag will be true, and the next thing is that instead of this author we'll have to pass a author id. So we don't make this admin, actually we'll make a author id. So for this, from the database, from the MongoDB database, or you can get it from the users. So we'll users admin routes. So here is the admin id. We can simply copy it from the api slash auth slash users, or you can just go to MongoDB, and from here you will have to click users. Look, this is users, and collect this admin id underscore id, copy this id and keep it, actually keep it this. But before that, let me show you. If we just don't use this id and simply just use this way, then if you hit, you will get an error. So it's sending, look. And now if you check MongoDB, it's working, but it's still sending. Wait to get an error. So the request is sending, but it's not perfectly working, because here actually is still not getting any error. Maybe we can just stop the server again, clear it and run again. So now if you send it request, it's still sending and there is no error. So let me close it. Let me use the id here. So if I provide the proper author id, and now if I send the request, you can see a product data is created. And now if you refresh your data, you can see a product collection. Refresh it, and if you refresh, you can see the one data is created successfully by using this. Okay, so if you can create the data, next thing is that here actually, let me close it. Here actually on the product routes, we will have to define some other stuff. We need to calculate the reviews. So we need to calculate to show the average reviews. So that's why what you can do here, after this save data, calculate reviews. Okay, so for this, what you will do, we'll define const reviews, and we call, yeah, wait, then we'll call review models. So that would be reviews. So if not showing, let me open the model, then it will now work. Review models. Then after this, inside this model, actually, sorry, we'll have to define apply a find. So let me define find, and here actually we will find based on the product id. So our product id will be product id. The product id will be save dot product dot underscore id. Okay, so after then actually we'll check if reviews dot length is greater than 0, then actually what we'll have to do, we will simply define const total rating, and that would be, we'll use reduce method. So reviews dot reduce method, And this method firstly take a accumulator function, so it will take a accumulator function here. So inside here actually what you will have to do, you will have to define a accumulator function. So scc insert and review, and after then we will have accumulator function plus preview slash rating, and finally we will define a comma and pass 0 actually. So that means it will receive a accumulator function and a 0 the initial state. So now if you do this actually, let me format this code. So here what you will have to do, let me format this code, and after total reviews we will need to calculate average rating. So AVE is rating, so average rating will be total rating by reviews dot length, and finally we will have to define saved product dot rating equal average rating, and finally we'll define await dot saved dot product. Okay, fine. So if you do this now, we'll have to everything is okay. So this time actually let me create another product, so it will be product number 3 for now, and we don't need to define the rating. So when you are working with the first one, the rating will be 0 by default. So here we don't have rating, it will by default assign 0. Okay, so let's check it. If we hit again, then you can see the product leather handbag 3 is created, and now the rating is by default 0. The first time the rating will by default 0, and now if you check your database you will have 2 products. Look, we will have 2 products and the rating is 0 for now, and you can see there is a review is here. Okay, and after these actually we forget to include the errors. So here actually what you will have to do, you will have to define console dot error. So at first here we'll define the error is error creating new products, and we'll console log the error, and finally we'll define a status, so that a status will be 500, and we'll just send a message failed to create can just define failed to create new products, something like this. Okay, so this is our post a product. Now we will get all products. So for this actually get all products, so router will be get router dot get, and for this actually the path will be slash, that means on root path. Here we'll have async function. Then inside here actually what you will have to do to get all products, actually we can simply define it this way. We'll just use try catch, and inside this catch we can simply copy this console.errors block, and here we'll define error fetching products. Actually we can keep the same error on the message. Okay, and inside this try block what you will have to do, at first we will implement paginations categorizations here, so that's why we will define const, and here we will simply define, actually we will have query request dot query. So inside this query we will destructure category and other stuff. At first we will destructure category, then we will destructure color. So we'll just filter firstly from the backend and then return it. So we'll have minimum price, then max price, then we will have page will be 1 by default. Then we'll have limit will be by default 10. Okay, so we'll do all of this stuff here inside this query. Actually, we will pass this from the front end as a query, and after doing this, what you will have to do, you will define let me check if we made any mistake here. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will define let a variable filter, and filter will be by default empty array actually. Okay, after doing this, what you will have to do, check if category and category is not equal wall. Then we will simply define filter dot category equal category. Okay, so it's very simple. We will have to define if the filter dot category is not equal wall, it will be by default category, and we can simply copy this second time, and here we'll check if color and color is not equal wall, then we'll define filter dot color equal color. Okay, so the last thing is that we'll do it for minimum price. So minimum and maximum price, inside here we'll have min price and max price. Then inside here we will do a little calculation. So we'll define const min we'll call parse float. So we'll just take it minimum price. Then we will define const max will be parse float max price, and finally we'll check if not is nan. So we'll check if not is nan minimum price and not is nan max price. Then we will have something like this. Inside here actually we'll define filter dot price, and then we'll simply define curly braces, and we'll define a dollar sign. We'll check greater than or equal ZTE, greater than or equal, and that will be minimum, and then larger than or equal, so that would be max. Okay, so this is the thing we will have to do. Finally, after doing this block, actually after doing this if block, what you will have to do, you will simply define skip. So const skip will be inside here we'll have parse integer, and then we will simply pass the page, and that would be after this page it will be -1, and then we will multiply it with parse int, and here we'll pass the limit. Okay, so after this skip actually we'll have total. So let me define, we'll have const total products, and here we'll have a weight, so sorry, a weight, and then here we'll call the products model, products dot count counts documents, and here we'll pass the filter. Okay, and finally after these actually we'll have to calculate the total page. So total total pages, and that would be math.ceil, and here we will simply calculate total products slash parse int, that would be limit. Okay, and after doing these, actually we'll define const products, that would be, we'll have a weight, we'll call products model, then we will have find, and inside here we will define filter option. Okay, then additionally we'll have skip will be by default skip. Then after this skip we'll have dot limit will be parse integer, and that would be limit. Then if you are not sure, you can just do this way. Actually you can just make it this way to define dot, then populate method. The populate method will be based on author, and here we will simply pass email. Okay, so then we'll have a dot, we'll make sort method, and sort will be under created at -1. And at last, when everything is done, at last what you will have to do, we'll have to define res dot status. Status code will be 200, and then we'll send the, firstly we'll send products, then we'll send total pages, and total products. Okay, we'll pass all of this. So let's try again. So the path is here. So for this, actually let's create a new request, and here we'll have get all products, and the path will be, we can simply copy the everything, and this is root path, so we don't need to include. We will have only local 5000 slash API slash all products, and let me hit here. So if you hit, you can see we will have available 2 products. So that's why it's actually showing 2 products, one products and second products, and by default it's actually defined total pages and total products. Okay, so what if you want to define slash, and if you want to get based on the categories filtering, so look something like this. So it will be category equal accessories, something like this. And if you click here, it will see it's showing already 2 products. But if you define something like this, maybe it's dress, and if you click again, look, no products, because we don't have any products. So let's create a products, and that would be category is dress. And if you click again, so dress is created. And now here, if you now hit here, you can see 1 product is available. We'll have total 3 products. If you check, let me card this. If you click here, then you can see we'll have total 3 products, 1 products, 2 products, and 3 products. But if you include category dress, then you will get 1 product, 1 products. But if you define accessories, so accessories, say sorry, maybe I need to just check the spelling. So this is accessories, and if you define accessories here, then you will see 2 products. you can see we'll have total 2 products available. So the filtering will all by this way. Actually we'll have to define this way, and we'll just pass all of this stuff from the front end. We'll pass all of this stuff from the front end and we'll work with on the back end. So I think you understand how this get all products will work. Though if you confused, then just check it for twice and hope you will be clear. And after this, actually after this get all products, what you will have to define, get single products, get single products. Okay, so for the single products, what you will have to do, you will have to define a get route. So router dot get, and for this actually we'll have slash, we'll have clone id. So we'll just get single products by id. So we'll have async function, we'll have request and response curly braces. Inside here actually we'll have a try catch block. We can simply copy the catch section and keep it here. So fetch error fetching product, we can simply copy it, fail to fetch the product. Okay, and simply define any console log here. And here actually inside this try block, what you will have to do, we'll have to define product id. Product id will be our request dot params dot id. Then we will have const product will be, we'll call await. Then we'll call the products model. Then we'll have find by id, and then here we'll pass the product id. Then we will define a populate method. So populate method will populate with the author. So author, and then we will include a comma. Then we will get only author's email and username. We need this to show. Okay, so this is the thing. And after this actually what you will have to do, you will have to define if not product, then we need to return a status. So that would be status 4000, product is not found. And finally we need to show the reviews. So that's why const reviews will be, we'll call await, then we'll call review method model actually. Then we'll have find, and inside this find we will it will be find, and inside find we'll have product id. Look, reviews model has a product id, will find based on this. So that's why we'll pass find product id. Then we will simply populate it based on the user id. You can see here is a user id. We'll just do populate with user id. Then we'll have a comma, and then we'll simply define user name and email. So these two fields. And finally we will have res.status 2000 at 200, and we'll send the products and review. Okay, let's test it. So for this the path will be the same as we will have get all products. So let me get all products at first. Here we'll just add a request, get single product, and here the path will be, after this we'll have to pass the id of the product. So for this product actually we'll define this, and let me hit here. So now you can see you will getting the product, and this product will have all of this. And on the author block you are using get username email only, and review is empty because we don't have any review for this product. Okay, so that's why it's empty. So if you will have any review, then it will show that review on this block actually. Okay, I hope this working perfectly. And after actually next video we'll have to create update products and delete products routes, related products routes, and all of this stuff we'll create in the next video actually. So after this get single product routes, next we'll have another three routes. One is for actually update a products, then delete a products, and finally some really related products. So we will work all of that. Okay, so let me take a new comments here. The comments is actually update a product, something like this. And here to update a product we will use patch method. So router will be router.patch, and inside here we will define slash update product slash we will have id. Okay, after then we will have async await function, and it's a arrow function. Inside here actually we will have a try catch. As usual we are having inside this catch block we can keep these on, and we can define the error updating the product failed to update the product. Okay, inside this try block at first we need to get the id. The id is here actually. We will just get the id using this method. We'll have const product id, that would be request dot params dot id. Okay, after this we need to find out the product. So here what we'll have to do, we will have updated product, and that would be a wait. Then we will call the products model. So products model, then we will define find by id and update. And inside here actually what you will have to do, at first you will have to define the id, so that is actually product id. Then the information we would like to update, the information would be using a spread operator. So we'll have three dots, then we will have request dot body, and then actually sorry it will be body. Okay, after that we will have a comma and curly braces. Here we will define new will be true. Okay, so new will be true. Okay, so updated product is done. And if not updated, what you will have to do, we'll have not updated product. Updated product, we will simply just pass a response. So response will be product not found. And after then actually we will define res dot status. Status code will be 200. Then we will have a dot send. We will send a message. The message will be, for example, message will be product updated successful, and inside this product actually we will keep the updated product. So this route is completely done. Let me check it. So for this actually we will have to copy this route, go to here. Let me add a new request. So we'll add a new request. Request is update a product. Okay, and here we'll have by default localhost. So we can simply copy it from these actually. We'll paste it here, and we don't need to this. We'll have product slash, then updated products, then we will have a id. So the id will be, so if you get all the products, so let me hit this so that we can get all products. So for this, for example, we would like to update this first product, so that's why we need to collect this id. And here actually instead of hard coded id we can pass the id. and inside this body actually we will have raw, and now we will choose JSON file. And here for example, let me check, we would like to update the name, so we will simply only update the first one for now. So let me update. Here we will have curly braces, and we can simply define the name will be, as we define this is dress, so maybe it would be casual dress. Okay, so I'm just trying with the single field, but you can work with multiple. And here you will have to choose pass method, and if you now hit this button, you can see the request is sending and product updated successful, and now your product is actually casual dress. Now if you get the all products, you can see this is updated and this is actually casual products, okay, the casual dresses. So that's way, if you want to update multiple items, it's okay, it's up to you. It's actually the same way. You will have to make something like this. For example, you need to change the description, so here you can just simply define, we will name it casual dress updated, and here we will define this will be updated products description, something like this. And let me hit, we are just updating two fields right now. Let me click if it's a work. Okay, you can see description is updated and product name is updated, and you can see it from all products. You can see this is updated and this is actually updated description. So that's why you can say that it's working perfectly. And after then actually what you will have, if you want to update, if you want to use middleware, I forget to do that, but if you want to define verify middleware, only verified users, only verified admin can just use that. So we can use this verify token here. So verify token middleware here. So if you do now, what actually happened, so if you try to update from these, actually let me update after token. Okay, so let me try it. We would like to update this. So if you click right now, you can see invalid token. So without token anyone cannot be updated. So how to do actually get token, you will have to log in. So go to login routes, and here we will have to define, that would be post routes. Here login will be post login, the data is removed, I'm sorry for that. Here the that would be api slash auth slash login, and inside this body we'll have to pass email. The email will be admin1@gmail.com. Then we will have to define the password will be something like this. Okay, let me try to log in. Click here. So login successful, and here you will get a token. Using this token actually it will work. Right now we can see invalid tokens, but if you go to authorizations, then if you choose barrier tokens, and here if you pass your tokens right now and try to hit again, then you can see this is updated perfectly. So after this token, so that's way you can just use verify token middlewares to get unwanted edit of this product. Only authenticated users who has admin routes can just work with. So maybe we'll have to make another middleware that will be verify admin. So we'll make that within a few seconds in the next video actually, but right now it's working perfectly. Then or the next actually we'll close it, and next we'll define a delete routes. So for delete product routes, we will have a delete method. So router dot delete method, and here we'll have to define a path. Sorry, the path will be slash, we will have id, and then we'll have async await. And this is a short actually, we don't have to make a big deal here. We'll have a try catch block, and inside this catch block we can simply copy all of this stuff, or you can just copy it from this portion. You can copy from it anywhere. Okay, so we'll keep it here. And error, deleting products, deleting product, and we will have update to delete the product. Okay, inside this try block, firstly we need to get the id from here, so that's why const product id will be request dot params dot id, and after then we'll define const deleted product, that would be, we'll call await, then we'll call products model, then we will have find and find by id and delete, and inside here we will have to pass this product id. Okay, so that is done. It will delete the products, and next thing is that what you will have to do, you will have to check it. So that's why we will check if not deleted products, we will define a status. So that would be for a status, that is actually product not found. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to delete actually reviews. So that's why we will define await, and we will have to call reviews. So when actually we'll delete the post, we'll have to delete associated comments. So here delete reviews related to this product or associated with this product, we'll have to define it. So that's why we will call reviews dot then we will have delete many, and inside this we will have to pass product id. So our product id will be simple. If you check the review models, then you will see here we'll have a product id. We can simply copy this product id, and we can just include this product id, and this product id will be the above product id. So using these, actually we can delete reviews from the product. And last we'll have to define res dot status, that would be 200, and we'll send a message. The message will be something like this. We can simply define products deleted successfully. Okay, let's try to delete the product. We will delete this updated product, and for this we will have another request. So let me define delete a product. Okay, so this will be delete method, and here the path will be, instead of updated products, actually we can simply keep it slash products, and after this we will have the products id. So this is the product id. Let me copy it, paste it here. So right now you can see we will have actually total 3 products, but if you now delete a products, you can see product deleted successful. And now if you just run the all products route, you will see we'll have right now we'll have two products available. So that's why we can say the delete method is working perfectly. And after this, actually we'll have a get related products. We need these on the single product page, so we can work with related products. So for this, actually we will have router dot get, and here we'll have slash related, then we'll have id, clone id. Okay, so we'll have as usual async function. We'll have request response, then we will have arrow curly braces. Okay, so inside here actually we will have try catch block as usual. Try catch block, inside this catch block we can simply copy this console dot error section, and then keep it passed here. We'll define fetching related product, delete fail to fetch related products. Okay, something like this. Okay, fine. So inside this try block, actually we need to get the id. So we'll get the id from the params. So request dot params, and then we will have if not id, then we will simply return a status, so product is not found. Oh, sorry, product id is not found. And after then what you will have to do, we need to find the product by this. So product will be we'll call await, then we will call the product model, then we'll have find by id. And after doing this, if not product, so if not product, then we can just define another status, so that is product is not found. It's a status code 404. And I'm just doing a little bit hurry up because this is a big project and sometimes it's very difficult to keep concentration. So that's why next what you will have to do here, after these actually we will define const title res ray regs, and that would be actually we will have equal sign new reg function, so reg exp functions, and here we will pass product name, product dot name. So let me check here actually where is product model. So this is actually it have product name, so we will define regs method, and that would be based on the product name, and then we'll split the product name based on the space. So that's why we will have something like this space. And after then what you will have to do, you can simply define filter filter method, and here actually every time we'll get a word, and after then we will have something like this word dot length, and that would be greater than 1. So this is the first one, and then we will have to join it, and the join will be based on this sign, pipeline sign. You will find inside actually the above the shift key. Okay, so and finally we will have a comma, and we'll define I. Okay, so let me format this code. Actually we will have something like this, and that is the thing. I hope you understand how you write this title reg. And after this title reg, what you will have to do, you will have to define const related products, and that would be we'll call await, then we'll have products dot find, and inside it we will simply define underscore id. This will be is not the same, so that's why we will have curly braces, and not equal. So any means not equal, so product id we will just exclude the current product id, so that's why this method will exclude it. So not equal the id above is taken, so this is the id, we'll mention it here. And after doing this, what you will have to do, we will have to define a comma, then we will have $sign or operator, and then we will just take a array sign. Inside here we'll have curly braces, we'll make name, and name will be something like this. We'll define curly braces $sign, that would be reg x, and this will be title reg from above. So this is the first one. After doing this, we will make the categories. So the category is will have curly braces $sign, and that okay, we can just simply don't need, actually we will define product dot category. Okay, so that is the stuff. And finally after having this, actually after having the related after having this related products block, we can simply define res.status and we'll pass the related blocks. Okay, and we don't need it to use curly braces. Actually we will only send the single products. Okay, let's test it. So for testing it, actually let me copy and here add a new request, relay related products, ducts products, and here we'll have slash api products slash we'll have related and a id. Let me copy it. We will simply remove it, paste it, and we need to get an id. Let me go all the id here. Maybe now this is a product id and paste it here, and if you hit the request you can see we're getting the second number product. Actually look, we'll have only two products here. Actually you can see we'll have leather handbag 3 and leather handbag 2. So it, when we request these, actually request these based on this id, it's actually remove the first one. It's actually not extended the existing thing, we don't include it. It's removed and it's actually returned this because it's related based on the name and category. So it will filter based on the name and category that we mentioned here. Actually that we mentioned here, it will just work with based on the names and based on categories. Okay, so all the product routes is completely done, and in the next video we will simply forget to use the admin middleware, and then we will simply move to the front end. So as we forget to include a admin middleware, so let me show you. So how you can just work with, you will have to go to middleware sections, and here you will define verify admin.js. So this is a verify admin middleware, and here we will simply define a variable, so that will be verify admin. So this middleware only verify if the admin is performing the action or not. So that's why it will have, as it's a middleware, it will have request, then it will have response, then it will have next function. Okay, so finally we can export it. So module dot export, and we'll export this verify admin middleware, and here inside these actually it will receive request dot role, and this role is not equal actually admin. Then it will simply return a status code. So res dot status, that would be 403, and then it will send a message. The message will be something like this. We will define success, sorry, su cc ess success false. Then we will define a message will be you are not authorized to perform to PR from this action. Okay, so this is done, and after doing this we can just call the next function. So this middleware is perfectly done. Now what you will have to do, we will use it. So for example we can use it on the update products route. So here you will have, look, we will have update product routes, and it's taking the verified token. So here after this we can also check is it admin. So verify admin, it will also check the verify admin. Okay, so for now let's check it. So to update product, here actually this is update product routes, and for now we will update the first one. So let me check it. Here we will update this product, so that's why here we include the id, and for now actually we'll remove the token. So right now you can see on the authorization tab we don't have any token, and if you hit to update here, so we will define that will be, so let me check, it will be leather bag and we can just update this. So the product is actually leather bag after token and admin verification. I'm just verify, okay, something like this. And if you hit the send button, you will get why actually why it's updated. It should not be updated. Let me check it. Okay, verified token is the token is available. We remove that token, but why it's actually updated? Let me cart it, paste it here, try again. It's not performing well. Product description, so maybe we will have token. The token is not there. Let me check again here. Authorizations, we will remove all of this token. Okay, click here. It's updated, so it's not working perfectly. Why? So let me try it again. So for this, actually, let me remove verified token and all of this stuff. And now if you try to update, let me click. Here's a error. So the error is why. Look, let me inspect it. No error. Maybe we didn't pass verify one. Let me try again. So it's updated verify on. Now we'll use middleware. So to use middleware here, actually we'll define verify token, and this will be for now. Here we'll log in as a user, so one. So we will use as a user one and try to log in. So login user one. And now if you try to perform the actions to update a product, click here. It's updated. I'm not sure why it's not verified token is not working. Okay, so maybe it is not perfectly working because here actually we are working with cookies sections. We can just do a little change here. So for example, we can just get the token will be, let me comment this for now. We'll simply test it from the headers. So for now, I would like to get a little suggestion. JWT token on headers. Okay, the step is something like this. We'll define request.headers.authorization, something like this. I just include it, and that would be after these. Actually we will have split it and keep it this way. You don't have to do this, I only show it, so that's why we can just test it. If you click, now you can see error while verifying token, because we actually include that text here, so it's actually not getting the token. So what if you just logged in, click here, logged in again, and use this token right now. And now if you want to set it to authorization barrier token and set it here, then if you click here, you can see product updated successful, because we only have only one token here, so we will have only verified token here. But if you define verify admin, then try this to perform. So here body will be verify admin 2, and if you hit again, now we can see false status, and this is not authorizing because you are not performing the action. That means it will check the admin verifications from here. Actually look, this message you are just getting here. So how to solve it? You will have to log it in here as a admin. So let me define admin 1, and now if you logged in, and you will get a different token after logged in. And if you use this token instead of the users token, use that. And now if you hit here, look, the product is updated successfully. So this will work perfectly for now. And why actually that doesn't work here, look, we are getting the token from the cookies, but here on the postman actually we cannot set the token on the cookie, so that's why it cannot able to check it. So for now we will comment out, and we will just comment out this. So this is perfectly working for now, and I hope you understand. If I make a little confusion, please watch this video again. So you can see we will have created our verify token and verify admin middleware. And next actually we'll move to front end for the products page. Okay, so let me close all of these stuff for now, and here we'll close the backend also. So right now we can see here is our shop page, and we are loading all the data from the product.json file. So if you check your backend shop page, here you can see, so this is shop and shop page. You can see we're loading all the data from this data inside this product.json file. So we are loading data manually from the front end. But right now what you will have to do, instead of just importing this data, here we are using the data, we will use RTK queries. So to just use it on backend, we will just fetch all the routes that are defined on the backends. Here you can see we'll have backends data, so routes. So this is our backend routes, and we'll fetch these routes on the front end so that we can just do the stuff. So right now what you will have to do from the front end, you can see you will have src folder. Inside this src folder you will have Redux folder, and inside this Redux folder you will go to features, and here we'll create a new feature that would be products. So here we'll have to create a product API. So we'll follow RTK queries. So this is RTK queries, and from here actually where you will go, you will click this RTK query overview, and then here you will see how to use it. You will have to create an API. So using this OA. Okay, so let's do this. So for creating these actually, inside this product we will have to define product API. So that would be products API .js, and inside here at first we need to import RTK query. So we can simply copy this create API from query/react. Okay, and after then here we'll define a variable. So that would be product API, products API. So we'll call this create API, and inside here we will have the name first. So if you check, the name will be first. So here you can see, so reducer path will be the name of the reducer, then we'll have base query, then endpoints. Okay, so let's do this. Here at first we'll have reducer path. So reducer path will be something like product API, products API. So it will be something like this. Then we will have a base query. So you can see we'll have to define the base query. So let me do it. Base query, if you type it will suggest you, so don't worry, it will be simply curly braces. We'll have base URL. So that would be base, inside this parenthesis it should search base URL. So if not searched, actually let me get it from here. Okay, we forget to define face query, so that why it's not suggesting here. After this base query we'll call face base query. So face base query, inside this base query we'll have parenthesis, and then we'll have base URL. Base URL will be something like this. We'll have to call the get. Let me, if not suggesting, you will have to open the base URL, so then it will be suggest. And let me check the name. The name is actually get base URL, and we can have to define $ curly braces get base URL. Let me import it, and then we will call it. After then we'll have a slash, Then if you check your index.js file from the backend, here you can see our base URL is for the products. This is the base URL. So we'll simply define API slash products. Okay. And after doing this, we'll define credential, and that would be include. And then we will have a tag types. So tag types, that would be products. So we'll define products. Okay. And after then we'll have endpoints. These endpoints will have a builder function. So builder, and then we simply call something like this. We'll have parentheses. Inside this parentheses we will have curly braces. So this endpoint will be something like this. We can just define a name of the query. So that would be fetch wall products, and then we will call builder dot query, and then inside here we'll have a query function. So let me define query, and then query will be, it will receive some informations. Then after then we'll have a array. We will simply define curly braces, and inside here what you will have to define, it will have to define a params, and that would be const query params, and this will simply call new, then URL search param. Inside this URL search param we will have to pass some information, something like this. So if you check your product routes, you can see when you are getting all products, you will have to pass all of this information from the front end. So that's why we can simply copy this from the get routes. Make sure you're on the products.routes, then you will simply copy these sections and you can just paste it here. So let me format this. So at first we'll have query, then we will have minimum price, then we'll have max price, then we will have page actually, and then we will have limit. So page will be first page and limit will be 10 by default. And inside here actually, inside this query params, we will define the category. So category will be either this category or it will be empty. Then we will do the same for the colors. So color will be either color or empty colors. Okay. After then we need to define mean price. The mean price will be either mean price, otherwise we will have 0. So this minimum price will be 0. By default max price, that would be either max price, otherwise it will be empty. Then finally we will have page. The page will be either page dot to string. So let me define to string, and we'll call it. After then actually we will have limit, and limit will be limit dot to string, and finally when it's done we will convert it to actually to string. So to string and call it. Okay. So after these actually we can just use this way. After this actually what you will have to do, you will have to define a return. So we will have a return block, will return these actually. What you will have to return, we will simply return slash, then we'll have question mark, we'll have $, curly braces, and we'll pass this query params. So if you do this, then this is done. And next, after this, actually we can simply define provided tags, and that would be actually products. Okay, so this is the tag. We'll have to make this type of phase based query, and I hope you understand how you can simply create your first phase based query. So this is your phase based query, and now if you format this code, your code will be something like this. We can just close it. Okay, so this first one is done. Next, can we write all of this stuff for now and then test it? Okay, let's do it. So after this, actually after this one, we'll have a get single product. So phase product by id, it will be again, it will have a builder function, then we will have arrow, then we will have simply curly braces. Inside this curly braces, we will define a query. So let me define query. Query will receive id, and then it will simply return $, curly braces, and that would be id. And before that, we will have slash. Okay, and finally we will provide it tags. So that would be provided tags. Here we will receive result, then we will have error, and then we will have id. Then we can simply define a square bracket, curly braces, and the type will be $products, and then we'll pass the id. Okay, so this is our phase for single products. So this will be perfect. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have add product routes. So add product, and that will be, it's a builder dot mutation, and inside here actually we'll have curly braces. And for this, at first we'll have a query, and this query will receive new product. Then we will have arrow. Inside here we will simply pass, at first we'll have a url. The url will be slash create products. So let me check it. This will be for create products. So first one, let me copy it, keep it here. And after then, actually we'll have a method. Method will be post method. Then we will have body. Inside body we will simply pass the new product, and we'll have credential. So credential will be include. Okay, and finally after this we will have to make the invalid tags. So that would be by default products. Okay, so our add products functionality is done, and you can simply format this code. Let me format it, and we can simply close it. After this add product, we'll have a fetch related product. So that's why we'll call fetch related products, and that would be, we can simply define builder dot query, and here we'll have to pass query. So our query will be, we're writing all the functions at a time so that we can work with spontaneously. And here we will have curly braces, and for this path let me get related blocks. It's slash related slash id. So let me define it, and instead of this hard coded id, we'll have $, curly braces, and this is the id. And finally it's done. Then we will have update product So update product will be builder dot mutation. Here we will have something like this. We can simply define query. Our query will receive two things. At first it will receive an id, otherwise it will have dot 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 rest. So it will just receive everything, and then we'll have arrow, we'll have curly braces. Inside this we'll have a url. The url will be, so we can just use dynamic id. So the update product routes, where is update product routes? This is update product routes. So we can just copy this path and keep it here. We need to define the id, so that's a $sign id. And after this actually we'll have a method. The method will be, let me check, the method is actually pass method. So that's why patch pass method. And after them we'll have body will be rest. And then we'll have credential include. And after this query actually we can simply define invalid tags. So that will be products. Okay, so this is your update products path, and I am sure this is your update product parts. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to define delete products. So delete product, and it will have builder dot mutation. And then we will simply define curly braces. We'll have the same queries that will have updated query. We can simply copy it, paste it here, and now we don't need anything actually. So that's why here we'll define it will be id, and the method will be delete method. And for the delete actually it's actually based on the id, so we will have to make it will be simply the id. Okay, and we don't need to define body here, so we can keep the body this way. Finally we will have to define invalid tags. So invalid tags, and this will, we can just use this same way. For example, here we can just get result, then we will have error, and then it will have an id. After then we will have a arrow, a square brackets, curly braces, type will be products, then we will have id. Okay, so this is our delete products query. So if we format this code, so let me format this code, Control Shift F, and this is our code. And after doing this, what you will have to do, everything is fine. Now we'll have to export it. So let me export const, and we'll have curly braces. Then we can just call the product API. So at first we will export use fetch all products, then use fetch product by id, then we will have use add product mutation, use update product mutation, then we will have use delete product mutation, then we will have use related use face related product, and all of this stuff is done. Finally we will have to export default product API. Okay, our product API is done. Now we'll have to use it on the store. So to use it on the store, what you will have to do here, after this what actually, we'll define something like this. We'll have products API. So let me define products API, then we will have dot reducer, And then here actually we will define the same way. So products API dot reducer path. Okay, and finally we'll concatenate the middleware. So here after this what API actually we will have product API dot middleware. Okay, and here actually we don't have actually semicolon, we'll have a comma here. Okay, so everything is fine. Now if you check here, then if you check inspect, go to the Redux tab, then you will see product API is here. So your products API is here. This is your products API. So if you have the products API, you can just show the products on this shop page, and in the next video actually we will do that stuff. So this time our product API is created. So you can see we will have product API, and using this product API we will have to update our shop page. So shop page is on inside this page. If you can see, you are on front end, we'll have src folder. Inside this src folder you will have a pages, then shops. Inside this shops we'll have shop page. So we'll open this shop page and now we'll customize it. So from where you will start, actually you don't need to edit anything here. We need to change the data here, so that's why we will go to this block. And here you can see previously we are just filtering our products this way. We will call the product data by this way, and then we will call a use effect hook to filter the data. So what you will have to do, you will have to clear these apply filters, and we will also remove this use effect hook. So we will only remove these two things, and at the top we will also remove this products and set products use state hook. So all of this stuff, what we will have actually, we will have these filters, then we will have this filter states and set filter states including this block, and then we will have this clear filters state. All you will have this clean features. So firstly we'll have a use states using filters state and set filter states and clear filters. Okay, so if you have, next thing is that here we need to define current page. So that's why we'll have a use effect hook that would be current page, and that would be set current page. So let me copy it, paste it here. C will be capital, and then we'll have a use state. The use state will be by default 1, and after then we will have products per page. So we'll define products per page, that would be another use state, and we would like to show 8 products per page. So that's why this is the use state hook. And then we need to define const categories, and it will be from filter state. So we'll call the filter state. So this is our filter states, and we'll destructure category. Inside this filter states we will have category, color, and price range. So price range. Okay, so you can see actually inside here we'll have category, colors, and pricing. So we'll destructure it from here, and after this filter states we need to define minimum price and maximum price. So that's why we'll define const. Here we'll have the array, and now we'll call price range. So that is actually price range. So where is actually price range? Price range dot map. Sorry, it will be, sorry, inside this we will have to actually define split, and inside here actually we will split. Look, the pricing is here something like we will have this way, and we'll have slash this way. So every time we will have a space and slash. So that's why what you will have to do here, we'll split based on the dash, and then we will map the number. So where is the number? You can see inside here actually we will have number. So this is number, so that's why we'll just do this way, we'll pass the number. And here we'll destructure mean price and max price. Okay, finally what you will have to do, we will have to call the phase base query. So that's why here we'll have const, we'll take a curly braces, and then we'll call use fetch all products query, and this products query will have to pass some props. So if you check, this will actually receive some props. Actually it will receive category, colors, minimum price, max price, page limit, and others stuff. So we can simply copy this, and inside this, actually inside the shop page, inside this phase base query, we can just paste it here this way. And now what you have to do, we'll have to define the category will be category not equal wall. Then we'll have a check mark, and that would be optional checking. If wall, it will be if wall, it will be category. Otherwise we'll use a colon, we'll have empty. Okay, something like this. So I hope you can just understand what actually we are just meaning. This category will be, it will check if it's not wall, then it will just, if this condition is true, then it will show category, otherwise it will be empty, something like this. Okay, and after then we'll have to do it for the colors. Actually the colors will be if color is not equal wall, then it will show color, otherwise it will be empty. Okay, so for the price, minimum price will have is none. We'll check if the color is none, then we'll pass minimum price, then we'll have question mark, we'll simply show empty, otherwise we can have to pass minimum price. And it will be for the same for the max price. So let me do it. So is none, then max price, then we will have question mark, we will have empty, otherwise we will have max price. Okay, and for the pages, actually here we will have to clone, and the pages will be current page. And for the limit, actually the limit will be product range. So that is actually products range. So if not suggesting, here actually we will destructure that. So at first we will destructure data will have three things. Firstly, it will have products. These products will be an array by default. Then we will receive total. So if you check, actually these routes, so get all products routes, where is, so this is, it's actually send three things. At first it will just return products, then total pages and total products. We will have to define total pages, we'll have to copy it, and we will define total pages, then we'll have total products. So let me check total products. Okay, so now here will be, sorry, here we'll have total products. And then what you will have to do, you will have to pass here this products range. So on the limit, actually we'll define product length. So if you now see it, then let me check if the product is showing. So cannot expect products, because so this products is undefined, what the happening actually. So we will just take a conditions. And after this, actually after this data, with the data we'll have other stuff. The first thing is that we will make it so this data will be by default objects. Okay, so we'll make this data by default objects, then we will receive errors and is loading effect, sorry, is loading. Okay, so now we'll check if is loading. So when is loading, then we'll show a div, so we'll return a div, so this will be loading dot 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 something like this. And if error happens, we'll return the error with message, or you can just simply show error loading products. Okay, something like this. Okay, now if you try it, if you refresh it, you can see we'll have two products showing, because in the database actually we'll have only two products. So right now you can see we'll have only two products, but if you want to insert all the products, then it will show. So let me import here. So we'll choose at first, let me show again. We'll click this insert documents, then here we will click this curly braces, we'll remove everything. And now what you will have to do, we will go to the data folder from the front end. You can see you will have a data folder, we will have products.json file. We can simply copy all of this, and now we will paste it here. And from here what you will do, you will remove this underscore id, it will be automatically generated. So we'll remove underscore id from the is field. This is third number, fourth number, fifth number, sixth number, seventh number, 8 number, 9 numbers, and 10 number. We'll simply remove all of this underscore id, and then we'll click this insert. So it's inserting now. After then you can see we'll have total 12 products. So now if you refresh your website, you can see it's actually showing 8 products per page. But if you define, look, if you define here, actually if you define 10 products per page, it will show only 10 products. So let me, here we'll define products per page, that now if you refresh you can see it's actually showing 10 products, but by default actually we will show 8 products, and we'll implement pagination and then it will work. So for the pagination, actually what you will have to do, after doing these, actually after doing this stuff, we will define const start product, and that would be, it will have current product, sorry, current page, then we will -1, then we will multiply it with products per page, products per page plus 1. Okay, then we will have another's in product, that would be start product plus products dot length, and then we'll define -1. So all you need these two things to show paginations. And then what you will have to do, we'll implement the pagination. So here, to do that, we will go a little bit down. Here you will have product cards, you can see you will have product cards, and after this products, actually we will add a comment. So pagination controls, and this will be a simple div. So let me define a div here, and we can add some class name. So the class name will be margin top 6, then it will be flex, then justify center. So now if you click if you just add a simple text pagination, Let me check it if it's showing. Look, the position is here on the center position, but we don't want to keep it text. We'll have a button here. So the button will have something like this. At the button we'll have previews previous, actually VIOUS button, and we'll have next button. So that would be button next. And if you now check here, actually previous and next button, we need to do styling here on the button. What style we will apply, we can simply define px will be 4, then py will be 2, then bg gray 300, and text will be gray 700, rounded md, and margin right will be 2. Okay, now check it. So this is previous button, and if you check the shop page, actually what is the thing, wait, it's loading. And here actually next button will be the same css. We'll copy this css and keep it on the next. Okay, so if you format this code, you will have something like this. So now you can see you will have previous and next button. So then what you will have to do, instead of margin right, we'll define margin left here, and inside this two button, what you will have to do, you will have to show the pagination. So that's why here we will have curly braces, and then we'll make dot dot dot. So we'll use dot 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 slash array. Then inside this array we'll pass total pages. Then we will simply map it, and then at first we don't receive anything, so that's why underscore. Then we'll receive index, we'll have array, we'll have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll have a button. Let me close it. And inside this button we'll have something like this. We'll have index plus 1. Okay, so now check it. We'll have only 1 and 2 buttons there. And for now actually we'll define a key props. So key will be index, and then we'll have to add some css here on this button. So class name will be, we can use dynamic class name, so that's why curly braces backtick sign. Here by default we'll have px4, we'll have py2, then we will have $sign curly braces. We'll check if current page, so current page, then we can simply show equal index plus 1. Then we'll show conditional operators, and here we'll have busy blue 500, and text will be white. And after these actually we'll have a clone. We'll have busy gray 300, and then we'll have text gray 700. And after these actually, let me format this code, it's actually not showing. And after these actually what you will have to do, look here, after this curly braces we'll define rounded md and mx1. Okay, now let's check it. So we'll have something like this. Okay, so but if you click, it will not work, it will not paginating to the second page. So how to fix it, we'll have to define on click events. So at the button previous button we'll simply define on click, and here we'll call, something like this, we'll have to call a function. The function is actually handle page change. Okay, so this will be inside here. We'll have current page minus 1. Okay, let me define the handle page change. So where is the handle page change? We'll have to write a function for it. So you can just write a function something like this here, actually paginating, handle paginating, handle paginating, or handle page change, or something like this, page change. Here we'll simply define handle page change. This function will receive page number, and each time what you will do, you can simply define check if page number is greater than 0, and page number is greater than or equal total pages. Then here we'll simply define set current page, and that would be page number. So we'll have this stuff, and now so this is fine. And after then we'll call this. Here we need to define a button that will be on click, and this will be the same. We'll have curly braces, we'll have handle page change, and each time it will be index plus 1, and we can simply copy this. We can simply copy this, and we can have to paste it on the next thing. And instead of index, we can simply define current page plus 1. Okay, it will be, the first one will be current page plus minus 1, it will be current page plus 1. Okay, now if you click, you can see it's filtering. So right now it is the second page and it's showing 4 products. Now you are on first page and it's showing 8 products. Okay, and if you click the next, it will be moved to the second page. If you click previous, it will move to the second page, first page. Okay, but when you enable the disable button, so to add disable button, we'll have to define here, we'll define disable. Disable will be a condition when the current page is equal 1, and we'll make the disable for the next. Actually here disable will be total page, current page equals total pages. Okay, now the perfect things, if you now click, it will not be able to click, but if you can click it next. So when the pages is done, you can not click to the next. Actually you will have to either click previous or the first one. Okay, so it's perfectly working. And after doing this, what you will have to do, you will have to show these stats at the top. So for doing these, actually what you can do, here you can see we'll have a h3 that is showing products available. And instead of these, actually what you can do, instead of this, we can simply showing here we'll have a start product to $sign in product, and then we will have off, then we will simply show total products, and then we will simply define that is actually products. So if you include all of this stuff, then it will actually show, look, for the first time it's showing total 8 products of 12 products. And if you go to the second page, it will show, wait, it's still fetching. You can see we will have showing total showing 9 to 14 products. So it will start from the 9 numbers and end with the 14. So that's why it's working perfectly, and this shop page is now perfectly working. In the next video we will actually work with the single product page. So right now if you click sorry, it's actually for this page. Let me check. If you click second, it's showing 9 to 12 products. And now in the next video we'll work to the single product page. So our single product page is not dynamic, actually it's showing only the basic data. We will change this and just fix this single product page. Okay, right now we will have completed our shop page, and now the next thing is that what you will have to do. So next thing we will do, actually when someone click any of this product page, it will show product details. By default it's showing a static page, but we'll have to customize this so that it can exactly show the dynamic products. So here we will show product name, price and other stuff. So let's do this. So for this, actually what we can do, we can just close this product page, and now from here, actually from this shop page, you can see inside our front end folder we will have a src folder. Inside this src folder we will have pages folder, and inside pages folder we'll have shop folder, and then product details page. Here single product.jsx, we have simply a id, we're getting the id here. Then we call dispatch method, so that is called this patsch dispatch, and here we'll call use dispatch. So if it's not available, let me import it. Maybe it's not suggesting. Import something like this, and it will be from React Redux. Okay, so this is actually dispatch method, or you can simply call use dispatch. Okay, call it. Then this is, let me remove it. Okay, so after this mess, what you will have to do, you need to get the single product data. So that's why we will have to fetch the data. So to fetch the data, we have already written our API, so we can simply define this way. We'll call use fetch. If not suggesting, open the product API here. That is actually face product by id, something like this. We will have to include it. So use, so let me get suggestion, yes, and inside here we'll actually pass the id. And what will the structure, will get data. Then we can name it. If you need to change it, you can name it. Okay, just get data. And then what you will have to do, you will get error. Then what you will get is loading. Okay, so now let's console log the data. So for this, clg insert, and we will get the data. Okay, so let me check why what we are getting inside this data. So refresh it. Here if you inspect, click this console, and here you can see we're getting a objects. So inside this objects we'll have product and reviews. So inside this products you can see this that related products information. Okay, so what you will have to do, as we're getting it, we can simply destructure the product and review. So for this, actually we will define single product, that would be data. We will simply define data dot product, and otherwise it will be empty objects. Okay, something like this. So after these, actually we will simply get product review. So let me define const product reviews, and that would be data dot reviews. Otherwise it will be array. Okay, so I think now if you console log this single product data, so let me check it again. CLG single product, and now maybe we get the single product. Let me refresh it. Here you can see we're getting single product, line number 14. So this is line number 14, and now we can check the reviews. So CLG product reviews, and for now maybe we can get an empty objects. Okay, empty array. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you have this product, single product and product review, we can use it to show the details. But before that, here let me define handling the issues. So if it's is loading, we will show a return that will be loading, and then if error will return simply error, and that would be loading product details, something like this. Okay, and we can just keep these two things to handle the error. And finally, where is the product details? Actually here you will have to provide the product name. You can see we will have a general text. We will pass single product dot name. So if you do this right now, if you check here, you can see if you click any of these products, for example leather handbag 2, you can see leather handbag 2. That means this text is showing here. Now the same way we will have to go to the second sections. Here we are just getting a static image. We don't need to use this. We will have product data. So single product dot image, and you can check optional checking if need. Then now you can see the image is perfectly showing. If you click, the image is here. If you click another one, so the image is here. Okay, so after this image we need to show the product name. The product name will be single product dot name. Then here's the price, product name, single product actually dot price. So let me check price, and then old price. So here we will have simply show these over actually. After the single price, here you can see what you will do. After this single price, let me just do it. Here we will check. So that's why we'll have curly braces. We'll check single product dot old price. So you can just get the information from the data. Actually, where is data folder is here. So let me check the spelling. Old price, if single price dot old price, if it's available, then we can just cut this s portion and keep it here. Okay, and now here instead of hard coded data, we can simply show $sign this single price dot single product dot old price. Okay, so now you can see if it's available. For example, right now this is available data. So if you click, you can see it's pricing, and this is the less amount. You can just add some space. So to make some space, what you can do, you can simply define a space here. So now let me refresh. If not available space, you can just do it this. Okay, but the thing is that we can simply define a space x1, refresh it, or You can just add some legal spelling. Margin left will be 1. Or the CSS is not available. Left 1. Okay. So now the space is much better. The space is much better. And this time actually fine. Or the next thing is that we'll have to show the description. So that's why here, instead of this hardcode descriptions, we will have single product dot description. Let me check it. Yeah, the description is showing. Then we'll have to show categories. Here additional product info, we will have categories here. Product dot category accessories. Let me click this. This is phrase. Okay. Here on these actually we can simply define class name, and that would be we will define by default flex, then we will define flex column, and space y may be 2. So it's okay. Now mask gap here. Okay, then we'll have to define colors. So these categories we can simply show colors. The colors will be same. We'll have curly braces, we'll have single product, then we'll have question mark and dot, then color. Okay, so this color is showing. You can add some space here so that it have mass space, and then the rating will show here. Instead of hard-coded rating, we will have to define single product dot rating. And now you can see when you have no rating, so first one has no rating, so if you click you can see no rating is available. And then we will have to work with add to cart. So for this add to cart actually we will have to call the handle add to cart add to cart method. So that's why here let me define a function. So const handle add to cart, and that will be received product, and here we'll have arrow curly braces. Then we can simply call the dispatch method, and inside this dispatch we'll have to call add to cart. So if it's not available, where is add to carts, it's actually inside this product slicer. So cart slicer, actually open the cart slicer, then try to get suggestion. So you can see add to cart, we'll import it, and inside here we'll actually pass product. Okay, and now we can just simply use this handler where we'll use where is the button. So this is the button add to cart. We'll take a one click on click, and here actually we'll receive a event. We'll just make it curly braces and we'll check e dot stop propagation, and then we will have handle add to click. Here we'll pass single product. Okay, so now let me check if it's working or not. So if you click here this button, look, this is added. If you try to add new one, click here, it's added. Now you will have two product. You can increase it quantity, decrease this, remove it, remove this also. Okay, so everything is working perfectly. The next thing is that we will have to work with review section and related product section. So still now we don't have any review routes on the backend, and we don't have any API for the review. So that's why we will back to the backend, and now we'll just write our review routes. So for this, let me close everything, and now we'll just make our review ratings from the next video. I'm just closing all of this stuff for now from the front end. So for the review routes, what we will have to do here, we'll go to the backends folder, and inside this we'll have src. Inside this src, you can see we'll have already created a reviews model under the reviews folder. So here we'll create a new file that will be reviews route. So reviews route, so reviews dot route router router.js, something like this, reviews.router.js. And here at first we need to require express, so let me define const express equal require express, then we will just get the router. So that's why const router equal, we'll call express, then router method and call it, and finally we'll have to export it. So module export, and we'll export this router, and inside here actually we will have to have all of our logic. So at first the logic is post a new review, something like this. So to post a new review actually we'll have router dot post. Here the path will be post review, okay, and then we'll have async function curly braces request response, it will receive request and response. And inside here actually what you will have, try catch, and inside this catch we have console dot error, and we will get a error that is actually the error is simple. So that will be simply show error posting review, and we can just console log the error, and otherwise we can just send a status. So res.status, and status will be so fail to post review, something like this. And inside this try block actually we'll have lots of our stuff. At first we need to get the body, what we will receive. Look here, we will have to destructures some informations based on request.body, but if you check the review model actually we will destructure comment. So let me define comment, then we'll destructure rating, we'll have rating, then we'll destructure product id, and finally we'll have user id. So that is actually user id. And then after this destructuring we will check if not comment. So it's actually optional checking for the war not rating, not product id, or not user id. We can simply send a return status, that is actually a status for 400, and the message is all field requires, okay. And after then we will have to check if any existing review is available. So that's why we will call existing review, and we'll call await, and then we'll call our review models. So then we'll have find on method, and inside this find on method what you will have to pass. So this find on method actually receive two things, actually product id and user id, to get if any existing product if any existing review is available or not. So that's why here we will pass product id and user id, it will receive this two things. And if any existing id is available, so let me check if existing id available, then we will actually update, we'll simply update. So for example the thing is that if you go any of this, and now for example let me the product is loading from the front end. And for now, let me add a review. We'll add a 5 stars. I am reviewing this product. Okay, something like this. Hit it. So if the product is submitted, so product is posted successfully, and within a few seconds it's showing here. But what if this review is available and the same user is commenting on the same product? That means it will duplicate the review. So I just make ensure that only one users can only one review can left on a single product solely. So that means in this product only a users can either create a new review or can update the review. For example, if the same users can try to just add a new review here, let me new review, and for now we will just add 4 stars and hit submit, and then comment posted successful. And now after a few seconds you can see it's actually edited and it's actually a new review. That means no duplicate review will exist here on our website. Only either you can update the review or for the single product, or you can just add a new review. So that's why we'll check if existing review, then we'll update it. So here the comment will be update reviews. So let me comment it. So for this actually we'll have a comment sign. So comment this, and inside here actually we'll call existing review dot comment. That would be the comments existing review dot rating equal ratings, and then we'll call await. Then we'll have existing review dot save method to save it. Okay, you can format it, and after this if block we can just include a else, and this will be simply we can create a new review. So that's like const. Here we can add a comments, create new review, we'll have const. So that is actually new review, and new review will be simply we'll call a new. So we'll use class instance, so that's why we will include new. Then we will have reviews dot. So inside these actual new reviews we will have simply pass curly braces, and we will pass the everything. So we can simply pass this inside here, all of this stuff, and after then we can simply define await new review dot save method. Okay, so this is the done, this block is done, and see this block is done. And after this actually what we will have to do, we'll have to calculate the average rating, here. So for this actually what you will have to do, at first you need to get the reviews. So we'll have reviews we'll call await, and then we'll call reviews dot find method. Then inside these actually we'll pass the product id. So the product id will be this product id. Okay, and after then we'll check if reviews dot length is greater than 0, then it will have to calculate the rating. So we'll simply define const total rating equal, we'll call reviews and reduce method, and this will have two things. We'll have accumulator function and the review. So we'll have accumulator function and a review, and inside here actually we'll call ACC, that means accumulator function, and reviews dot rating, and after then we'll have a comma and a 0. So this is accumulator function and this is the initial state. Okay, so after having this, what you will have to do, we'll calculate average rating, that will be total rating by reviews dot length, so reviews dot length, and after then we'll have to call the product. So product we'll call await, then we'll call product model products. If not suggesting, let me open the product model, then it will be suggestion. So products model, then we'll define find by id, and inside this find by id, what you will have to do, you will have to simply define, here we'll pass product id. Okay, so here it's actually showing a error, let me check it. Okay, maybe what the error is here, cannot understand it, so let me just figure out what the error is here. Okay, we'll have a divided sign, that means we'll just divide it by, so that's why the error was there. And then we'll check if product available, then we can just check product dot rating, then we will pass average rating, that means, and after then actually we'll just save the product by using product.save. That means when this rating is updated, it will update the rating. For example, let me just do it this time, we will just add 2, and it's updating review. Okay, and this time when it will update, it will also update from the above, so click successful, and you can see we'll have 2, and here is the 2. So that means this rating is also updated for this functionality. Okay, after doing this, or the next actually, we'll have a else block, and inside this else block we will simply define we'll have return, then we'll return res dot status, and here we'll have a code, so that will be 404, and then we'll have to define a send, and here we'll simply define message, the message will be product not found. Okay, and actually when we're just saving the product, what you can do here, you can check a validation, so that's why here we'll include curly braces, validate before save, and that will be by default false. Okay, we'll make it false, so that's fine. I think it's perfectly worked here, so we'll make it validate false before saving, something like this. And then what you will have to do finally, after doing all of this stuff, we'll define res.status dot status, then we'll have 200, then we will have send, and inside here actually we'll pass a message will be review proceed process processed successfully. Okay, so and then we can simply what to do, we can simply pass the reviews. So what you will have to do, we'll have reviews equal to, let me not to give everything, we can just simply reviews will be these reviews. So where is the reviews, you will simply pass the reviews. So reviews, okay. So this is our create a review. So let's test it. So for this we will have to add it on index.js. So here we will make a routes, so that will be const review routes, and this will be required something like this. We'll have to define dot slash then src slash reviews slash reviews dot router, and for the review actually we'll have app dot use, then we'll have a path, so that will be api slash reviews, and we'll pass this review routes. Okay, so now if you go to the localhost and we'll have to create a new folder, the folder will be actually create a folder that is reviews, and here we'll have a request post a review, and for this actually that would be, let me copy it from anywhere, so maybe we will have something like this. Then we will go to here, instead of these actually we will have roots, then we will copy this path from the here, and after then for the create reviews actually here post review, so it's actually post review, and then here inside this body what you will have to pass, here we'll have to pass all of this stuff. So if you check here, look, we need to pass all of this stuff. At first we'll have to pass comments, so let me define comments. Comments will be this a new comment, so something like this. Then we will have to define a rating, so let me define rating. This will be a number, for example it's 5 star, and after then we'll have product id, so let me define product id. We'll have to define this way, and it will be the id of the product, so we have to get a id. So let me get all products, and if we hit this get all products, maybe we will get all of the products. And for the verify admin 2, we will copy this id from here, or you can just get it from the api. So if you have don't access, you can just go to MongoDB and get a product API, product id. So let me go, we'll go to click this product id, and for the, for example, for the first one is actually weather handbag 2, we'll copy this id, go to reviews and here paste it, and after then we'll have user id. If you check the routes, that is actually user id. So let me define the user id will be a id of a user, so let me collect a user id. So we'll click users, and now we will simply copy the first user id. Okay, paste it here, but for now actually let me keep it a string or something like this. We will remove it and try it. So it will be a post request, and if we hit, you can see you will get a error. So all fields required, that means we don't include the id, so that's why we will upload the id. And now try again. If you try again, you can see your review is successfully posted, and this is the id, this is the review, rating, product id, created and updated it. So now if you go back to the database and click this reviews, you will find one reviews. So you can see the one reviews, this review is created right now. Okay, so after doing this, or the next actually we will just close it, and then we will simply write another route. So that is actually for get reviews route. So it will have total review counts or something like this. So let me will define get all reviews with count. Okay, something like this. and actually we can just implement it in the next video. So after this create post review, we will now just create how to get all the reviews and based on the id and only show that. So for this first one, actually we actually, let me modify it, we'll actually get the total review count. So total reviews count, okay, it's a short get route. So router dot get, and here actually we will define a path, so that would be total reviews, something like this. Then we will have async function. So let me define it. So async, asy, async request response. So request response, and as usual here we'll have a try catch. Inside this catch, actually we can copy our catch function. So we'll simply copy this and paste it here. What you will have to do, we'll add a comment. The comment is error getting total review, and to get review count, something like this. And in this try block, what you will have to do, we would like to get the count. So that's why here we'll define const total reviews, that would be a weight. Then we'll call the reviews model. Then we'll have count documents, and inside this count documents we'll simply pass empty objects, okay. And after then we'll have simply define press dot send to thousands, and here we'll have a message. We can simply we don't need to message, actually we can simply extract the total reviews from here. So if you do this, then this block is done. This is total reviews count, and after then what you will have to do, we will get review by user. So get reviews by user id, okay. So what you will have to do, we'll have to do router dot get method. Here we'll have slash user id. Then we'll have async request response. Will have a function here, curly braces. And this time actually what we'll do, we will simply define the user id. So we'll destructure it from body request dot params. Actually it will get it on params. So here we'll simply get the user id here, and after this getting the users, we'll check if this user id is not given, we'll just send a status. So let me generate a status code, and that would be user id is not required. We'll have did this many times, so I'm just skipping. We'll have try catch block, and in this catch block we can simply copy this and paste it here, and let me comment. So this will be error fetching reviews for reviews by user, actually by user, and fail to fetch reviews by user, okay. And in this try block, actually we will have to do the most important things. We will simply define reviews, that would be a weight. Then we'll call reviews model. Then we'll have find operator, find method, and inside this find method we'll pass the user id. So user id will be the user id that is destructured above, and after this we will define a sort method. Sort method will be based on created at. So created add, and that would be -1. That means it will be based on the last product will be shown first. Okay, so last review will be shown first here actually. So after doing this, what the next actually, we will check the length. So if reviews dot length is greater than or is equal 0, actually if equal 0, then we will show a return status. So return res dot status code. Here the status code is 40. Then we will have sent a message. So message will be review actually no reviews found, something like this. Otherwise here we will simply define res.status code and we will send a review. So this block is done, and right now we'll have complete our review routes. And in the next video actually what we will do, we'll create a review API from the front end and show the reviews. Okay, after creating this review routes, what you will have to do, we'll have to create a API for the routes. Okay, we can just simply close this index.js product models and review models, and next thing is that we will close backends and we will open front ends. We will go to src, then we'll click this Redux, then we'll have features, and inside this features we will have create a folder that is actually reviews folder. And in this reviews folder actually we will have reviews API. So let me click a new file that is actually reviews API.js, and we'll have to create a API. So at first what you will have to do, we will have to copy these actually queries. So we'll simply copy this from the because RTK overview, query overview, we can see this is the official website. If you scroll, then you will see this here. Actually you will have to copy this line, then we'll just keep it there. Then we'll have a function name that is actually const. So review API and that would be we'll call create API. Then we'll have something like this. Inside here we'll have a reducer path. So reducer path will be review API. So that is actually review API. So this is the reducer path name, and after doing this we'll have a base query. So base query will call fetch base query, and inside this fetch base query we will simply take a curly braces, then we'll have a base URL. So our base URL will be dynamic, so that's why we will have $sign curly braces. We will call get all if not suggesting, open this utilities, then base URL. So we will get base URL. So let me copy paste it and let me import it, and we will call it. After calling it we will have a slash, then we will have a API slash reviews. Okay, so after doing this we'll make credential will be include. Okay, so this is done. Then we'll have a tag types that would be simply reviews. Okay, and then we will have endpoints will a builder method. So builder method, then we will have arrow parenthesis curly braces. Okay, so inside this curly braces we'll have post review. So this is the first API. So post review we will call builder function, and then we'll have mutation as we would like to post on the backend. So that's why here at first we'll have query. So the query will be review data. It will receive review data as arguments, and then we'll have, sorry, as parameters, and then inside here actually we'll have a URL. So URL will be slash, so the URL is actually post review, so we'll copy it, keep it here, post review, and then we'll have a method will be post, so that is actually post method, and then we have body will be review data. Okay, and after this query actually we will include invalid tags so that it will just clear the cache. So invalid tags, so that would be, so result, then we will have error, and then we will have curly braces post id. So post id, and after doing this actually we'll have arrow, we'll have a square brackets, and inside this square brackets we'll have type will be reviews, and then here we'll include id will be post id. Okay, so this is the first endpoints, and after these endpoints we'll have get review counts. So we'll have to make an API for this section actually. Get total review counts will work with for this. So for this actually we'll define get reviews count, and that would be builder dot query, and here we'll have curly braces. We will define query will be nothing, will have it not receive anything, so we'll have something like this. Inside here we'll have the URL. The URL will be, let me check, it's the total reviews. So let me get this total reviews, and after then actually we didn't do anything here, and then actually the last one we will create an API for this get reviews by user ID. Okay, so for this actually what you will have to do, get reviews by user ID. Okay, we'll have builder dot mutation builder dot query, actually it's not mutation, query. Inside here we'll have curly braces, we'll have a query, so this query will receive user id, then it will have arrow, parenthesis, curly braces, will have a URL. This URL will be dynamic, so that's why we will have to define this way, and then this will receive, look, it will receive user ID by this way, so we'll include it, we'll have to write it dynamically, so that's why $sign curly braces will pass this user ID. Okay, so after doing these actually we can just invalid the tag, so that's why here actually we will have provided tags, sorry, we will have provided tags, and this will be simply result, and then we will have arrow, we can simply get the result first, then we'll have something like this, we'll have parenthesis, we'll have type will be reviews, then we'll have a comma, id will be result, then we'll get the first index, then we'll check if the email is available, so that's why optional checking dot email, and otherwise we'll have clone empty array. Okay, so all of this stuff is done. Next what you will have to do, we'll simply export, then const, and we'll export something from the review API. Okay, and what we will actually export here, we'll export simply use get, So the first one is actually use post review mutation, then use get review counts query, then we will use get review by id, user id. Okay, and finally we will export default review API, and then we can simply export it also here. So export these also here from here. Okay, all of this is done, and now we will use it on the store. So let's go back to the store. Where is our store? You can see here inside this Redux folder we'll have store.js. We'll have to use it by this way. So let me call reviews API dot reducer, then here will be reviews API dot reducer path. Finally, this is the thing, and after doing this, here actually we'll have to add the middleware. So review API dot middleware, sorry, middleware. So that is done. Now if you check, refresh it, then for now if you inspect, you can just go to Redux, then you can see this review API is here. Okay, so this is your review API. Okay, so if you do this, the next thing is that we'll have to show the review here and do other stuff. So let's, in the next video we'll make these review sections here. So this time actually we will have to implement these sections. We will have all reviews, and if any reviews available it will show, and a add review add a comments button will show the comments. When someone click here it will show something like this, and anyone can just add a reviews here and click the submit, or you can simply click this close button. So we will implement this functionality after this review API created. So for the next, let me remove this store.js and base URL, and next we will have to go to pages, then we will go to shop, and inside this shop we'll have product details page, we'll have single product page. Okay, so inside this single product page actually, if you go at the bottom here, you can see we'll have a review sections, and right now you can see reviews here, and we add a to do comments here. You can see we'll remove this to do. Okay, so for this section actually, for these sections what we will do, we can simply, instead of this we will create a review cards. So let me create a review cards. Inside this shop folder we will create a new folder that will be reviews, and inside this reviews we will have a review card. So reviews card or something like this will have reviews card. So let me edit it. So card.jsx, and let me take a React functional component, so rfce, and now we will call it from here. So reviews card, and we will pass props. So the props will be product reviews equal curly braces, and we'll pass the reviews from the above. So here you can see we'll have product reviews, so we'll pass this section from here. Okay, so if you pass this you will receive it from the review cards, and we will simply take curly braces and review it. Okay, so if you do this, next thing is that, so what the next actually, we will on to show the reviews. So that's why here in this div we can simply show class name. Class name will be margin my, so that would be 6, then we'll define bz white, and then we'll have p of 8. And now if you check you will have something like this, and then for the next we will remove this text and we'll have a div. Inside this div we'll check reviews. So what you will have to do here actually, we'll define const reviews will be this product reviews Otherwise it will be simply or array. Okay, so we did this to avoid mistakes. So we'll have reviews dot length, gts length is greater than 0, then we'll conditionally show here something like this. We'll have a div. Otherwise we can simply define a paragraph tag. So let me take a p tag and we'll define no reviews yet, something like this. Okay, so now if you check here, no review yet, because there is actually no reviews, proper reviews actually. Okay, so if you click this handbags, now you can see nothing because here actually have a one review. So what you will have to do inside this div, actually you will customize the review section. So for this, at first we'll have a h3 and we'll make all comments dot dot dot, and here we'll have class name. We can make it text lg and font medium. Okay, so after this h3, what you will have, you will have a div, and inside this div we will call the reviews dot map, and here we'll get review. Every time we'll get a review and index. Then we'll have a arrow, we'll have parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll have a div. So this div will have a key prop. So key will be, so let me, key will be index. And then here in this div, actually we can add some class name margin top 4. Okay, and inside this div actually we will have another div, and this div will contain a img. So we'll show who actually reviews. So we can simply show commenter icon. So let me import a icon, import commenter icon from dot slash assets, and inside this assets you can see there is a avatar or something like this, avatar.png. We can simply copy the name of this avatar and we'll include it here. So right now let me close it and we'll use this here on this. Okay, now if you check here, you can see this is the avatars, and we can simply resize it. So for this we'll have class name, we'll have size 14. Okay, so it will be 14. So now it will be masked resized. You can see something like this. And after this image, actually what you will do, you will have a div, and this div will contain a paragraph. So let me take a p tag. This will be review dot user id dot user name. Okay, something like this. Let me check if it's showing. Yeah, user 1 is showing perfectly. Then next thing is that we can just check optional checking to avoid error. So we'll have a question mark to do that. And after this, actually after this p, we'll have another p, and we simply call format dates. So format dates is that date function is there, so we'll have to create a utility function. Here on this utility tab we'll create a utility that will be format date .js, something like this, and it will be a utility function. So for these, actually what will include, we did have to define const format date. So it will receive ISO date, and that will be something like this. We'll have curly braces. We'll define const date will be new date, and we'll pass this ISO date. So and after then we'll return something like this. We'll have date dot to local date string, and inside here we'll define so English and US. After then we'll have a comma, then we'll have curly braces, and we will include year. Year will be numeric, so this is numeric. After then we'll have month, so month will be long, and then we will have simply date. They will be numeric, and finally we'll export it. So export it, so if you export it we can use it here. So let me format date, and inside here actually inside this format date, what you will have to do, you will have to include review, then optional checking, then we'll have created at. Okay, so if you now check here actually invalid date, so it's actually not showing. Why? We'll have to check it why it's not showing. So let me show the review clg reviews. So now if we get these, actually get this review, let me refresh it. When the product is loading, you can see objects. Inside these objects will have updated at. Actually this is updated at. We will simply can use it. Okay, look, this updated at is showing here. Okay, after this, what the next thing is that we'll have to show the ratings. So that's why we'll call rating starts, and inside here we'll pass ratings. The ratings will be review dot rating. Okay, so now we can see the rating is showing 5-star rating, and after then we'll just style this. So for this actually what you will have to do, we can simply target this paragraph, and we can simply define text will be the 12 pixel, then we will have italic, then we'll target the reviewer name, so that would be class name. We will have simply text lg, then font medium, then we'll have underline, will make capitalized, then we'll have underline offset 4, then text blue 400, something like this, and we'll finally target this div. So this will be a space y1, so instead of x it will be a space y1, and finally we'll target the above div. We'll make it flex, which makes flex gap will be 4, and items will be center. Okay, let me check it. So now we can see the reviews is showing here, but we need to customize it a little bit. So that's why what you can do, you can simply define the comments. So let me show. After this div actually, after this div, what you will do, you will have another div. So this div will be simply show a paragraph, and this will be show the comments. So review dot comment, let me check. So this is the comment. We will have to add some styling on this div. So this div will be text gray 600, we'll have margin top 5, we'll have a border, and p will be 8. So now check it, something like this. Okay, and we can just add a width of this. So class name will have on medium devices, width will be 4 by 5. Let me check it, something like this. Okay, finally this is done. And now after doing this, we'll have a add review button. So let's do it. So after doing this, all of this stuff, what we will do, so after doing this, we'll close this, and then we'll have add review button, and this will be something like this. We'll have a div, and then we'll have a button. This button will be add a review, something like this. And here we'll have to add some CSS. We can simply define px6 py3 bg primary, and text will be white, rounded, empty, or something like this. Okay, so now we can see we'll have this, and we'll add margin top. So that's a class name. M top will be 12, something like this. Okay, so now you can see a add review button, but we need to define it functional. So that's what we will do. We'll have to define a one click on this button. So let me define on click, and in this one click we can simply define handle open review model, and this will be, we'll have to make a function for this at the top here. Let me define const handle review model. It will be a function. Let me define something like this, and to show model, actually here we'll define const. We'll have to define a use state, so that would be use state, and what will show by default, it will be false, and will make is model open, and set is model open. We'll have to do this, and when the handle open model will set model is model, it will be true, otherwise we'll make another close. So const handle close review model, that would be set is model false. Okay, so if you do this, now here actually we need to show the model. So for this, after this div, actually we'll have review model. Okay, what you will do, he will have a component that is actually post a review. So let me create a component inside this review folder. We'll have post a review .jsx rfc, and we'll use it here. So what you will do, you will define post a review, and what will pass is model open. So that would be, here will pass is model open, and then we will also pass handle close, that would be handle close review model. Okay, so now you can see, if you click here, it will, let me refresh it. By default it's showing post a review from where actually. So here by default it will be false. Okay, fine, remove it. So post a review, it's showing why. Actually by default we'll have to make it hidden. So for this we can simply add some css here. So let me define here, we'll add some css, then it will be by default dynamic css. So let me define curly braces, backtick sign here, we'll make it fixed, then we'll have inside 0, then we'll have busy black, then it will be 90% opacity, then we'll have flex, we'll have item center, then we'll have justify center, we'll have z index 40, we'll have px2, then we'll simply showing this way. So this will actually get two things. If you check, it will, we are passing is model open, and then is handle close. So these two things is getting here. So then what you will have to do based on this is model open, we can simply show this will be block, otherwise it will be hidden. Okay, so now we can see by default it will be hidden, and if you click, this will be post model showing is here. Okay, so after doing this, what you will have to do, inside this we'll have another div, and this div will contain class name busy white, then we'll have p of 6, then we'll have rounded md, finally we'll have shadow lg, we'll have width 96, z index 50. Okay, and inside here actually we'll define a h2, that is post a review. Okay, so now you can see here post a review, we'll have to customize it, so that's why he will have to add some css. We'll make it text lg and font medium, then we'll define mb for something like this, and after these actually we'll have another div. So let me take this div, we'll make this as a class name, we'll have flex items center and margin bottom 4. And in this div actually what you will do, you can simply curly braces, then we'll have a star, so 1 2 a array of 5 elements, so 4 and 5. Okay, and then what you will have to do, you will have to map it. So map will be every time we'll get a star, then we'll have arrow, we'll have parenthesis, then inside this we'll take a span tag, then inside this span tag we will take curly braces, we'll have rating is greater than or equal star, and if it's a star then we can simply show an icon. So I will be something like this, we'll have a class name, the class name will be ri star fill, otherwise we'll have a clone, we'll have something like this, then we'll have another I, and this will be here actually, instead of we'll have a question mark, and here we'll have same class name and paste it here, and that would be fill, instead of fill will be line. Okay, so let me take some classes to this span tag. So class will be cursor, pointer will have text YOLO 500, and text will be lg. Okay, and we'll have to define a key props, so q will be star. Okay, let me check it something like this. So rating is not defined here, so why rating is not defined here. So to do this, actually we will have to get rating at the top. Here we'll define const. So rating, set rating, and that would be use state, that would be 0 by default. So right now if you do this, now we can see if you click, the rating is not showing. So after doing this, what you will do here, actually on the span tag will have a one click, and here we have simply have to call a handle rating, and inside here we'll pass the star. Okay, so let's define a function for this. So the function will be here. So const function handle rating. Here we'll have something like this, we'll have curly braces. Then the handle rating will be set rating, and inside the set rating we'll have the value. So the value will be this value. Okay, so let me define. Here we'll get the id. So where we'll get the id will be from use param sook. Then we would call the set comments. So let me define, we need to get the user. So we'll get the users from, actually the user will be from use selector, and then we will have state, and then we'll have simply state dot auth auth. Okay, so if you have all of this, then we'll just get the product so by id. So that's why what you will have to do, we'll have to define something like this. We'll have to define this, and we'll actually refresh it. So use fetch product by id, and inside here actually we'll pass id, and then we'll simply define skip will be not id. Okay, and then here actually we will get refetch, and now we need post model. So that's why we'll simply define use post mutation, post review mutation, and it will be, let me check, it will be post review. Copy it and keep it here. And finally what you will have to do, you will have to define a handle submit function. So this will be const handle submit, and that would be async. Then it will receive events, and every time it will something like this. We're writing the logics. So at first we'll have event dot prevent default, and I think this is the first step to get the event dot prevent default. After then we'll have define const new comment, and that would be curly braces. We'll have comment. So comment will be the comments from above is we just define. Here we'll have to define comment, that would be set comment, and uses, sorry, it will be set comment. We will have use state empty string for now for the set comment. Okay, so now we will have comment is equal this comment, and then we will have rating will be rating. Then we will have user id, we will get this user id by this from the user id, and product id will be this id. And after then we'll have try case, and here actually we will define error, and in this try block actually we'll have to define const, and let me define that would be res pons. So we'll call await, we'll have to call post review. So this is, let me check, post review, and here we will have to pass this new comment inside here, and then we unwrap it, call it. Okay, so then we'll show an alert. Alert will be comment posted successfully. Okay, something like this. And after this, here we'll have to define set comment, so that would be empty, and then we'll have to make set rating, that would be 0, and after then we'll call the refetch true. Okay, so finally on the alert actually we'll show alert, that is actually error dot message. Okay, so this is done. Now we can freely just check these sections. So if you click, you can see nothing shows, but here actually what you will have to do, here we'll simply define everything is fine. We will have a text area. So after this div, actually after this div we'll have a text area. So text area, we don't need to include name here. This text area will be something like this. We'll have a value will be comment, and here what you will have to do, value will be comment, and on change will be every time it will receive a event, and then we'll just set comment, we'll just make it event dot target dot value. Okay, fine. And now we'll define rows will be 4, and we'll add some class name. So class name will be tableau full, then border gray 300 p2, then rounded md, and margin bottom 4. Okay, so this is text field. Let me check, here is the text field, and after doing this, what the next, we will have a div. So after this text actually we'll have a button. This button will be cancel button, and let me define class name here. So the class name will be flex justify int and gap 2. Okay, we will define a class name of this button. The button will be px4 py2 bz gray 300. Then we will have actually something like this. Let me check, this is cancel, and after then we'll have another button, that is actually the button is submit, and here we can simply define class name, and we can just make it the same. Here class name will be, let me define px4 py2 pg primary, then text white, rounded empty, something like it will be rounded empty. Okay, now you can see we'll have something like this. Okay, if you have this, next thing is that we'll have to define on the cancel button. Here we'll have a on click. This on click will be called handle close. So handle close. So let me check it if it's working or not. So here if you click, it will be just show this, and if you click cancel, it will be removed. If you click cancel, remove. And on the submit, actually on the submit button we'll have on click will be handle submit. Okay, so the thing is that it will be handle submit, but here the star is not showing. Why actually star is not showing? The thing is that we'll have rating. So the thing is that, let me rewrite this section again. So at first we'll have 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. Okay, then we will have to map it. So map, then inside this we'll have a star, then we will define arrow, parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we'll take a span tag. Let me close it. And now here on this span tag we'll have class name. We'll make it cursor pointer. Then we'll have text YOLO 500, and text will be Excel. Okay, something like this. And inside here actually we will have another curly braces we'll call rating, and this rating will be greater than or equal the star. Then inside these, actually what you will have to do, inside this we'll have check mark, then we'll have a parenthesis, then we'll have clone, we'll have another parenthesis. In this parenthesis actually we'll have to show an icon that is related to the star fill icon. So from where we will go to remix star. So star will be star fill, something like this, star fill icons, star half. So s line, let me click this star line icons and fill icons. So this is a star fill icon. Let me copy it and keep it here. So at first it will be a star fill icon. Let me define class name, and here we'll have a star line icon. So the first one is a star line icon. You can simply copy it and keep it on the second position. So now we'll have class name here. So now maybe it will show. Let me check it. If you click, then you can see it's showing. If you select anything, it's not selecting. So why actually not selecting? We will have a handle on click on the span tag. So here we'll simply define on click, and that would be handle star, or that is actually handle rating. Inside it will have a star. So if you make it, then you can see if you click 2 is selected, if you click 4 is selected, and if you click 5 is selected. Look, it's working perfectly. And then you can add a comments here, and then you can submit it, or you can just simply close it. Now let's try to add a new comments. We'll update this. Okay, we will just try with a new product. So for example, here we will update on this product. So this is from the backend. Here we'll click this new post. We'll have this for product, and this is commenting by me. Okay, let me hit submit, and then you can see comment is posted successful. If you hit OK, then it not automatically closing. Why? If you cancel it, then you can see it's closed. So as it's not closing, why actually? So to close it, maybe we'll have to make a function here. Actually, when submitted, what you will have to do after submitting everything, we'll simply call handle close method. Okay, so now it will be work perfectly. Let me try with a new product. We'll have to let me try it here. We'll add a new comments. So again, is the again commenting. Okay, and we can do a little styling here actually on the text input field. Actually we can just define actually px 2 or 3. So now you can see much better. We can just simply define focus outline none. Okay, so now we can see, now if we click submit button, posted successful, and this is the comments. I hope you can understand the comments, how you will have to implement this type of comments. So after adding this comment, the next thing is that what the next, actually if we can have to almost done. Next we'll have to move to the payments and the dashboard feature. Something like this, we will have a dashboard. So something like this, we will have a graphical dashboard. The data is loading, so wait until it's complete. So we'll have this type of dashboards, profiles, preview sections. So we'll have two type of dashboard. One is for users, so this is a users, then total payments, total purchase product. It will show all the orders, payments, profiles, and other stuff. This is the user dashboard, and we will have another admin dashboard. And right now next video will actually work with the payment system.